All right. Hello, good morning, everybody. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the 2025 double-decker tournament from Galesburg, Illinois. I am Josh Sokol. I think I'm slightly out of focus. But today is a very special day. We have a doubleheader tournament in Galesburg, Illinois. It's going to be so much fun. We have an incredible palette of local names, big names in the Galesburg community that we're going to be interviewing today, as well as showing you some awesome Scrabble on the side. But I don't know, I'm just floored. There's just so much Scrabble streaming. It's too much. No, it's not too much. It's not enough, but it's also great, and I'm super happy. And I'm going to intro our first guest. So today I'm going to be commentating with Peter Schwartzman, the mayor of Galesburg, and we are going to be interviewing many, many people. The first of which is Dr. John Asplund, superintendent of the schools. Hello, Peter. Hello, John.
Hello.
Doctor.
Good to see you,
How's
Josh.
it going? Great to meet you. So how's it going on site? I wish I could be there, but it looks so awesome.
Well, we're on the third floor. We have a wonderful group of people playing on the first floor of our community arts center in downtown Galesburg. And the game, I hit the gong. We don't start games until we hit the gong. So that there are 40 players downstairs trying to find bingos.
That's that's awesome. So it's such an awesome venue as well. I mean, I look at the art behind you. I mean, it just feels like the whole community of Galesburg is come together for this event, and I'm super excited. So, Doctor, tell us a little bit about what you do in Galesburg.
Well, I'm the superintendent of the public school district here in Galesburg, Illinois, and has part of some other towns as well, but predominantly Galesburg. And we have about 3,800 students, pre-K through 12. And we operate 6 different buildings. And I've been doing this job this is my 9th year here in Galesburg. But I was born in Galesburg many, many years ago, so I'm happy to be back home.
Awesome. Yeah, and Peter, I mean, you've done such a great job of bringing all these people in. I'll let you talk about what the process and everything.
Yes. Well, Dr. Asplund has been really profound in his work here, and I want to let him talk a little bit about that. The school system here has really changed dramatically in the 9 years he's been, and it's a testament to him and the board to make that happen. So we want to definitely get into some of that. You maybe just give us a teaser, Dr. Asplund, in that regard.
Well, sure. I mean, we've done a lot of community engagement, and we've tried to do what the community has told us that they really wanted to see done here in Galesburg. And I think I don't know if I could ever say what I'm most proud of, because we've done so many great things, but I think we've really tried to break down any barriers for any child to have a high quality education and a high quality learning environment. When I arrived 2017, that wasn't the case, and we certainly have broken down a lot of barriers for children here, and that feels really good.
Yes, and my children, of course, I have 2, and they were public school students throughout their entire lives in Galesburg, and they're doing remarkably well beyond Galesburg now. So I think it's testament to the quality of education that we have here and the opportunities that Dr. Asplund and the board and really the community have made happen here. So we're very, very proud to promote that today. I'm just wondering, are the players ready to get started?
Yeah, I think they might be. Yeah, it looks like it. We will have a lot to talk about during the game. Super excited, but yeah, we do have some players. We are going to broadcast some Scrabble in around a minute. We have our first game is going to be in the bottom division. I guess the question I have for Dr. John is, what do you know about competitive Scrabble?
Well, I will tell you, I've learned a lot from the mayor here, because before that, I've played Scrabble my whole life, but never, gotten into it to the level that obviously he and a lot of you good people are. But he's come to our school. He's put on different things for our staff, made Scrabble more available for our kids. So it's definitely something that I think pretty much everybody in Galesburg now is much more involved in because of Peter and all of his good work.
I mean, that's
Go
ahead, Peter. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Dr. Asplin, I mean, this is an opportunity too. To further the conversation. I mean, there is actually a youth Scrabble championship every year, and it's something that I don't think we've ever had a Galesburg person play in. Even my daughters didn't. So it might be something to think about. We're doing a lot of great things. One of our youth just won some amazing national award. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, one of our seniors in high school, who's actually young for his grade, just won we're part of Skills USA, which is a national vocational, but it's really not a very vocational, can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. But Skills USA is more hands-on learning. And we had a young man, Liam Dilly, who won the national championship in the math portion of Skills USA. He scored a 994 out of a possible 1,000. And so we would love to take all the credit from District 205 for Liam, but we're proud to be part of his success. But certainly Liam and his family deserve more of the credit. But that was really exciting because he's a very self-effacing young man. You'd never know that he did anything of remark because he's just so humble. But we're just so very proud of him and what he did, because I mean that's a very rare achievement.
That's incredible. And I feel bad. Part of me is like, oh, let's get him to play Scrabble. He could probably be really, really good.
I'm very confident Liam would do very well in whatever it is he does. Yes.
Wow, that's really incredible. But yeah, okay. So let's jump to this game. We're gonna show you how it works, Doctor. We'll have some names coming in, all the stats and everything. We'll be working on that as the day continues. But the first game we're going to show today is between Mary Becker and Tina Yates. They're in the second division of the tournament, and they should get started if they're ready. Because I guess the way that these tournaments work is, each round we wait until pretty much everyone has finished playing before starting the next round. So I think usually when these streams happen, the stream game is the last one to start. Mary's on the left and Tina is on the right, and we're gonna get those things sorted eventually. But yeah, so we can start commentating. Peter, oh my goodness, wow. 4 O's. What is this?
Maybe a fifth
and
O. No.
Wow. Actually, that C was super useful, right? Cocoon?
Yeah. Look at that.
She can play Cocoon now. I can't believe that.
This is nuts.
Wow, look at this.
This is pretty low probability. Oh,
okay, yeah. So coon for 12 instead. But yeah, Cocoon, that's a word you almost never see in Scrabble because it contains both of the C's and 3 of the 8 O's.
That reminds me
crazy.
of a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode, but we'll leave it for those who may remember.
Yeah, so speaking to like schools and Scrabble, like Peter, you mentioned maybe getting some kids from Galesburg to go to the national school Scrabble event, but you yourself have participated in like sort of a class, right, about Scrabble, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Well, I teach at Knox College. I've been here. In fact, that's what brought me to Galesburg in 1998, and my first tournament Scrabble game was in 1996. So I started a little bit on the East Coast, and then when I moved here, they're starting to move quickly here. I guess it does appear that Tina exchanged, and then Margaret's playing again. She's playing quickly, but
she's Go ahead.
Well, no. So yeah, I was able to get a class approved by the curriculum committee called Word Games last fall. It was the inaugural class, and had, I think, 16 students, many of whom I would say half of them were from other parts of the world. Then that, I mentioned that because we have a lot of international presence in our community, even though you might not expect that in, West Central Illinois. But many of them come to Knox College, and many of those students were taking my Scrabble. Well, it was called Word Games, and we had one day a week we did a lab where we played Scrabble, but the rest of the time we were kind of learning about games and word games in particular, and how they can strengthen our memory, and how we can learn probabilities through them, and how we can learn sportsmanship and psychology and all this other stuff associated with our game, which makes it so like attractive to those who play it on as regularly as we do.
Yeah, I mean, it's so like it feels like so many hands are on deck in Galesburg, and I really want to sort of like get into the head of the superintendent on like what is most being focused on at I guess your level of authority in the school system.
I would say right now, my job is, as it's evolved here, mine's more focused on making sure that the strategic plan that we initiated 3 years ago comes to fruition, and empowering the people that are my direct reports to get that work done every day. And so I like to spend a lot of time in the buildings. So I'm in the buildings pretty much every day, just seeing how it's all the grand plans that we have in the district, that how they're actually filtering down to the students, because that's the whole reason for our existence. So making sure that what we are trying to do on a larger scale is really getting down to individual classrooms and even individual children, so that we make sure that impact is being felt, because we've put a lot of effort into those plans, and to make sure that we're carrying through with that, because we like to say, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. So we try to make sure that we focus on what we're trying to prioritize. And we have some academic goals, we have some social emotional learning goals, some community involvement goals, and they're very achievable, but ambitious too. And moving into year 3, we're doing very well, and I feel very confident by the end of the 5-year process, we'll be able to celebrate all the accomplishments that we've been able to do.
Yeah, Dr. Esplin, I mean, you mentioned buildings. I mean, in your 9 years, I mean, even I could rattle off two couple handfuls worth of new projects that have come to fruition under your tenure, and it's pretty impressive. I mean, it's quite astounding, and frankly, how is that even possible?
Well, that came from the first set of strategic goals when I got here in 2017. We had 13 different meetings in the community, and just asked the community in a blank slate. We weren't talking about facilities, we weren't talking about programs. We just asked them, what do you want to see improve in Galesburg for your children? And resoundingly, it came back that we have disparate learning environments for children, and we want to have really great learning environments for all kids. And so we set about a plan that admittedly was really ambitious, but here we are 8 years later after starting it, and we've renovated 6 buildings. Unfortunately, I had to close a few, but we were able to transform buildings that had been largely ignored for 50 years, and turn them into really amazing centers for learning. And I'm pretty confident that at least south of Interstate 80, at least in the non-suburban part of Illinois, if not all of Illinois, we have the nicest set of educational buildings in public schools in the entire state.
Well, one thing you haven't yet mentioned, and probably because you're a very humble man as well, one of the things, I actually met Dr. Esplin before he came to Galesburg, because he was pioneering a certain project in Farmington, which is a community south of here. And that initiative, which I want you to talk about, and how you brought that to Galesburg, and how that actually frees up money to be used in really productive ways.
Absolutely. So we at Farmington, which is a school district of about 1,400 students. We have at Farmington, they have one facility that houses all the students. And I wrote a grant that just happened. We got it, and it enabled us to put solar panels on the roof of that school district, and it accounted for about 40% of the power. And so when I came to Galesburg, which I believe was a year after we met, that grant no longer existed, but we were able to engage in a different manner of putting up solar. And so now here in Galesburg, we have over 2 megawatts of solar that on our school, either on the ground or on the roof of our schools, and it's saving us about $250,000 a year, and which we then reinvest back into our staffs, which is for our children, and so it's really been transformative for us to be able to just take power. As I say to the board, you turn your light switch on, you don't care where you get the power, so you might as well pay less for it. So we really dove deep into solar and did all we could to make sure that we were doing as much as we could to be cost effective for our schools. And prior to me arriving here, they'd already invested in geothermal. So we have 3 schools with geothermal, and then we have the solar on 3 other schools. Well, some of them are combined. But yeah, we have over 2 megawatts of solar energy now that's being produced on campuses.
Fantastic.
Wow.
I have a follow-up, but I want to, Josh, let's take a look at the game for a moment. And
Yeah. Okay, I want to talk about this game. So we saw a slow start for both players. Tina exchanged on her first rack. Mary played 4 O's and 2 C's, just trying to get rid of that stuff, and then played off 1 letter, the F, for 18 points, and then drew the blank on a 1-tile draw, which is super hilarious. That happens sometimes, and you're just like, okay, this is the most lucky thing that could possibly have happened. So that was really, really interesting. So both players now very close. They have both of the blanks. There are only 2 blanks in the game, and the first one to play a bingo bonus is probably going to have pretty nice advantage here. But some really interesting fireworks. Jotted was a really nice find by Mary, playing through 2 players on the board. But yeah, it's been a close game so far. But yeah, Peter, what do you have to say about this game? Maybe I covered everything.
Well, I just want to note, Tina is coming all the way from West Virginia to Galesburg, so I want to highlight that. This is how things are. Our community is very special, and we actually, there are 6 other tournaments in Canada and the United States this weekend, and over 220, I believe, players. So very significant weekend for Scrabble in our continent. But back to the game. If you look at, I think it's Tina's turn. She's about to designate the blank, which you have to do. You have to circle the letter that you want the blank to be. And I think she's going to use a L.
L, probably, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Nice,
there we go.
Tunnels.
We can see. But notice that's a great play, but the S is put in the triple lane. And so that's kind of a scary place to put an S.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it when you have a 60 plus 70 point play, like to get the 50 point bonus, even if you're opening something really dangerous. But yeah, you do have to worry about the potential comeback. I'm wondering, so I don't think I've ever seen solar panels on a school before. That sounds crazy, but like, that's really cool. I want to know more about like the renewable energy stuff going on in Galesburg and beyond. Because you said geothermal.
Yes. Well, I think it's interesting too that when we put the solar panels on at Farmington, which was now 10 years ago, at the time of that construction, just a short 10 years ago, 756 kilowatts was the largest country for a public school. That's just 10 years ago, and now here we are. We have 2 megawatts 10 years later, and that's not even close to the biggest one in the country. So, I feel some personal satisfaction in that we kind of unleashed something that a lot of other districts all over the country now have realized is really something as the price of electricity continues to climb at a precipitous rate. It's the savings, unfortunately, are going to get greater because the cost to the consumer, if you don't have renewable, is going to be that much higher. So it's really going to pay dividends even greater than what we thought when we
Well, I want
installed.
to say, not only did you save money for the school district, but some of your arrays are actually providing power to the community as well.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah. So we were approached by a group that had a grant to provide qualifying low income individuals in our community to get greatly reduced power off of a solar array that we put on our property. So 80% of that solar array went to the community.
Wow.
And then 20% we get designated back to the school. But we were really happy to do that for our families, just because it was something we could do with land that was just sitting there. And it was something that we didn't have to put any money into. And there was almost immediate benefit to hundreds of homeowners here in town.
I mean, that's, and I know when that program rolled out, the letters came and people were just very like, what is this?
Right.
How can the school system assist us with our electricity? It was such a new concept that most people were incredulous. So, I mean, but over time, I think you built up trust, and people recognize that the programs that you're providing are real and they can bring amazing savings.
Absolutely. And the people that then enrolled in the program were definitely acolytes for other people, because they're saying, hey, my power bill went from this high to this low and my power's still on. So, why wouldn't people take advantage of this?
Hey, Josh, did you just hear? He just played a bingo. Acolyte.
That's true.
We have to. He's a Scrabble player in the making.
Honestly, yeah. Like if we weren't interviewing you, like you'd be contending in this tournament.
Well, we're trying to recruit.
It seems you know what's going on.
I'm happy to help.
Yeah, so
we'll give you an extra 50
points.
We'll give you extra 50 points for that.
Watching these two, I'd need it.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw Sib the play for Mary, which makes perfect sense. You don't have like a really high scoring play through that S unless you know the word boiserie, which is really high level of difficulty.
Right.
That was her only possible bingo on that turn. But Sib makes perfect sense. You really want to block that spot, prevent Tina from being able to use it. Tina actually was ready to play, speaking of solar energy, Solaria from the S, which is the plural of solarium. But yeah, this game is really interesting because even though Tina is ahead and it's her turn, Mary still has that blank. So at any point, if she gets her rack balanced enough to find a bingo, she's going to be right back in it.
I would point out, I mean, Mary's got a lot of vowels, right? And so she did play Sib, and that for all the reasons you mentioned, that's probably the best play. Another idea, though, would be to exchange, right? And we've seen that happen a few times. At least I saw Tina do that early on. And just maybe tell our audience, because we may have people in Galesburg watching who may not know how that works.
Yeah, sure. So if you really don't like the letters that you have, you're free to get rid of any number of them at the cost of your turn. So you're going to score no points, but sometimes it's really worth it if you have really terrible stuff to just dig into the bag, try to get something worth spending your time on. Sometimes you'll have 7 vowels or 7 consonants, and you'd want to get rid of 5 of them, 6 of them, and just try to balance the tiles that you have, because we really the English language is pretty nicely balanced between vowels and consonants. So as long as you have a situation where you have like 2 vowels at least or 2 consonants at least, you should have something to do on a Scrabble board. So yeah, exchanging is a very useful tool. A lot of people are scared to do it. They'll just be dinking plays, making like 10-point plays because they don't want to score no points. But sometimes it's worth it, as Mary decides to play Erie here.
See, that's a way to get rid of some vowels. Yeah.
Right.
And Josh, you may have been introduced, but if people are watching, I mean, you're listening to what is the 2023 North American champion, Josh Sokol, give advice about exchanging there. So he has credentials that are real. And I've played him a few times, and I've taken the beatings that I deserved probably in most of those games.
Also, you've also taken me down.
Well,
At
once, yeah, I
least
did get you
once.
once.
Yeah.
I think you were asleep that game, but it was fine. Thank you. You're very cordial.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, you're also very humble. The fact that you can be the mayor of an entire city and be a top Scrabble player, I mean, that's all I do. All I do is Scrabble, so you know, I better be okay at it.
So let's look at Tina's rack. She's got 2 L's, and she decided not to use one of them. And talk about duplicate letters and why that can kind of cause roadblocks.
Yeah, there's certain duplicate letters that are worse than others. For example, the 2 U's on Mary's rack, but we saw that she kept a U on her previous play. So whenever you're keeping a letter that has many of its friends available, like maybe an I or an E or an O, like those vowels, there are tons of those in the back. You have to be a little bit careful because you draw too many of them, you're just going to have fewer options with multiple of the same tiles. So certain tiles are worse to duplicate than others. There are lots of English words that have 2 L's in them, but it's definitely advisable for almost every case to just try to get rid of your duplicate tiles so that you don't draw 3 of the same tile, which is like even worse. So, yeah.
I also noticed Tina just a moment ago, she had all her letters in alphabetical order. Can you speak to that?
Oh, sure, yeah. So there are tens of thousands of words to remember in Scrabble if you want to find your best play every turn. And the way that players learn words that are not just like normal vocabulary words, there are a lot of words that are sort of bizarre. Some of them are sort of outdated words. Some of them are very specific words for like botany or chemistry, biology. And unless you're an expert in those domains, there's no way you're going to know all of those words. And this is a very nice play, by the way. Watery and Yup is going to score almost 30 points for Mary. I really like this decision. But yeah, lots of specific words that you just don't know naturally. And the way to learn those words is by pattern recognition. And the way that lots of Scrabble players have learned to try and recognize patterns is by learning words by getting quizzed on the letters in those words. And the way that you remember the pattern is you have to have those letters in a specific order. Otherwise, your brain's not going to really register that there's a word in there. So the way we do it is we just put all our letters in alphabetical order. And if we've studied a word, we've learned a word from that pattern, then it's likelier that we're going to recognize it on our racks.
So here, watery is a great, I mean, she added a Y to water, and that's knowing the hooks. We call it the hooks. And, you know, that's just, watery is not that uncommon a word, but you might not think of it because you think of, well, it takes an S and that's all, right, as a back hook. And then to play yup, so now she's played a word, and the question is, does yup take an S? And because if you know that, then you can play to that red square in the bottom right and score a lot of points.
I don't even know what yup is.
Yup is, I think, well, the definition is it's a yuppie. It's a short for yuppie.
Oh, and that's a lot. See, I would be getting destroyed because I wouldn't have known that yup. As a former English teacher, if one of my students said yup, I would say that's not correct. Say
exactly,
yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, slang in Scrabble, slang is usually valid if it's something that people say a lot, like yup or yep. That is usually a word. But the fact that it actually has another meaning of like short for yuppie is kind of does it does confuse some players. Even though yups is a 4-letter word, and most players know pretty much all the 4-letter words if they're playing competitively. Some of them, it's hard to remember whether they're nouns, whether they're adjectives, because people don't necessarily learn the words from their definitions. So I might know that yups is a word, but I might not know why it's a word.
Huh.
So it looks like it's Margaret's turn, and she's down 44 which is still, that's within a bingo. So that's still considered a close game, and it's still relatively early. Most players are scoring in the 350 to 400 point range per game in this division. So, I mean, we're about a third of the way through the game, maybe a little bit more. You also can see just the remaining tiles on the top left, and that's you can't see the players, but they're keeping track of that on a piece of paper on their scorecard. You want to talk about that maybe briefly?
Yeah, not every player. I mean, we're showing the lower division here, and although players that play in Scrabble tournaments are very, very good at Scrabble, sometimes there are players that don't necessarily track, but it's a very useful tool. It's just time consuming. It's the bureaucratic part of Scrabble where you're keeping score, your opponent's keeping score, but you're also tracking what letters have been played to give yourself a better idea of what you should be doing later in the game, what letters you should be going for.
Look at that.
As Goops comes
So
down, that's a nice score.
Yeah, I mean, she put the G, which is worth what, 2 points on the triple letter, and then she put the S on the double word. So that's how you get lots of points in Scrabble.
Yeah. So yeah, this is again, it's a very close game, and I guess speaking of hooks, now a lot of the space has been used on the board. Tina is very quickly going to play.
And look at that, no
Those
vowels.
2-letter words, most
Whoa.
important words in Scrabble. So sh and are words. They're very important words actually. If you have too many consonants, there are a few words that have only consonants in them. Demonstrating that knowledge of that.
You want to talk about the cheat sheet?
Oh, yeah. So if you're starting to play Scrabble and you're sort of like wondering if you want to improve, if you want to take it a little bit more seriously, try to have some fun with it and play competitively. The way to start usually is to go through a club. And if you're new to the game and you just start playing Scrabble at a club, you're going to get trampled most likely. So we have, we're nice. We're a very nice community, but we are competitive. But for newer players, we have some tools. So like if you don't know your 2-letter words, if you don't know your 3-letter words, that's okay. We want you to learn them. And so if you're new to a Scrabble club, they'll give you a cheat sheet, which is basically they're letting you cheat just the way that maybe we used to play at home. And it gives you all of the 2-letter words, all the 3-letter words, all of the useful like short words, and even some of the useful long words, because that 7 and 8-letter words are real. So we're nice. We're nice about it. So if you're intimidated by the word knowledge on display, not to worry. That can come later. I guess the game of Scrabble is a strategy game, but it requires memory to play it at a higher level, I guess.
I just noticed too, there are no O's left. All 8 O's have been played, and we're not even halfway through the game. And that's, again, if that's a subtle detail that could come into play later on in the game. And if you look at the number of A's and E's and I's that are remaining, right? Those are things that you have to kind of keep in mind if you're really trying to maximize your future scoring.
Indeed.
You're clearly
wheel
an
comes
expert
down.
Scrabble player because you're counting the O. Like,
Well, I
as
mean,
a neophyte like me, I'm like,
Yeah.
really? That's
Neophyte,
done?
another
Like,
bingo.
I did that one on
That's,
purpose.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a
it's
great one.
But
Acolyte, neophyte.
yeah, but
Awesome.
that's impressive
He's
that you're
ready.
out there. You're out there looking to see what's left, because now you got to figure out. Okay, there's no more O's, so I should stop looking for them. That's great.
I mean, if you have an
Yeah.
X or a Z, they're both in the bag. You don't know that. One player doesn't know what the other person has. And note that Margaret still has the second blank on her rack, and the blank it's worth 0 points, but it's the most powerful tile. Josh, can you tell us why?
Yeah, so the blank is the joker. It could be any letter you want it to be. Once it hits the board, it has to stay that letter for the rest of the game. but because of how flexible it is, you can make it whatever you want. It's mostly used to play a bingo, like we see tunnels on the board, TUNNE blank S. It really, I guess, it increases your options exponentially, and so it's very hard to use it properly. When you're starting off, you'll often just not know what to do, and you'll play it for like a small score because it's a burden to you. It's so hard to find all of the plays that are available, but when you're trying to improve, you want to keep those blanks and just try and get a bingo with them. Sometimes on boards like this, really hard to do that. We saw the play of wheel at the top right. That does open some possibility for an 8-letter word, maybe ending in E for Mary later in the game. And there is sometimes hidden spots that are available to play on. I wonder if Peter, you're thinking of what I'm thinking here.
Oh, I am.
I'm looking up a word. I don't even know what that word is at the top right.
Yes.
Wheel, yeah. So
this is one
if
of the
you're
things that is so
watching,
fun.
I just want to say, if you're watching and you don't know what a word is, what's cool about these Let's Play Scrabble streams is the last play, the little scrolling text under the board will tell you if that word has a known meaning. It'll show you. So what does it say? Wheel, 21 points, gives the total score, and then it says means well. So it's probably an Old English word to mean well. So that's what I was talking about. Some of these old words that no one uses anymore are still valid in Scrabble.
That's awesome. I'm learning.
And I apologize. I've called Mary Margaret, and I probably said it more than once. So Mary Becker is from Madison, Wisconsin. And Madison, Wisconsin is a very popular Midwestern site for Scrabble and Scrabble tournaments. So Mary is has been playing Scrabble, believe it or not, since 1989 competitively. So she is definitely a veteran.
Yeah. I've seen her around for sure as she plays MU, a nice insertion play. That's a Greek letter. The other two words, am and tug, those are normal English words. But yeah, we got Greek letters, we got Hebrew letters, but it's always slightly arbitrary what words make it to the dictionary. The way that we determine what's a playable word in Scrabble is we use source dictionaries. We don't use like an unabridged dictionary, but we have a lexicon that is the Scrabble lexicon, the Scrabble dictionary, and it contains words from a couple of different sources. And so every few years, the dictionary is updated. Maybe a few hundred words, maybe a few thousand words are added. And as you probably know, Doctor, the language that our children or teenagers are speaking is constantly developing over time. And some of those words have made it to the dictionary. Some of them will never make it to the dictionary, and others we'll see in the next update.
And my children and Peter's children are basically the same age, and yeah, a lot of the times that they oh, Dad, you don't even know that word. I'm like, that's a made up word. That doesn't count. Like I don't even know what that word is. They seem to be changing much faster than they did when we were younger, for sure.
Well, woulda, coulda, shoulda are now acceptable. So there's a good example.
That's good for Cub fans.
Wow. So okay, something really interesting is happening. So to the nth degree, that's being played with hair. But this is what we were talking about: 4-letter words. That word "tran" is not a valid word.
Oh.
And if Tina decides to challenge this word, she will. Mary's going to lose her turn. But it does look like there's been no attempt to challenge. So that's one of the things about Peter, talk about challenging.
Well, yeah. So this is any play, right? And Mary made 3 words in that play. So any of them could be challenged. You could challenge all of them as well. If you're not sure of one of them, you might as well challenge all of them. And if it was on Tina's watch and her time that she needed to say hold, and that would postpone Mary from drawing from the bag. Once Mary played her play, she hit the clock. These are things you necessarily can't sort of see on the Zoom stream, but Mary hit the clock when she played nth, and she set her score. And then Tina needed to say hold before Mary drew her first tile. If she didn't say hold, the play stands. And but if Tina decided after she said hold to challenge it, then they would go to the computer. We haven't had that happen yet. We have a nice camera on that computer as well. So hopefully today, I'm sure we'll see a couple challenges. But that's a big deal. Mary, you know, she essentially got away with that word. If she had been challenged off, she would have lost her turn. She would have got 0 points, and that could be the difference in this game. So we'll see how this plays out.
And then
Yeah,
who
it's
is the
very
arbiter of
interesting.
that challenge? For people like me who don't know, when you do the challenge, who then decides where do you go for that? Is there a book?
Go ahead, Peter. You
Well, there's a computer there. It's basically serves as God, okay? And that computer has all the words in it. And we're playing with the WOW dictionary, which is a selected dictionary. We're playing a WIGPO tournament, which is distinct from NASPA. That's another organization that runs Scrabble tournaments. So we have a specialized dictionary, and that dictionary comes about with a dictionary committee that has poured through a bunch of dictionaries and selected the words that they believe are in those dictionaries and are acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
But
Yeah.
if only one of the words needs to be invalid for the play to be invalid.
And so then those tiles would all come off, and she would lose her turn.
That's right. She would lose her turn.
Yeah.
Now we're going to watch later today. There's another lexicon that's being played in the same room. It's called Collins. It's the International English.
Oh,
And they have a slightly different challenge rule. So we'll address that when we get there.
Yeah. This game is getting really heated. Honestly, that play of nth was amazing. It's just sort of, it's unfortunate that Tran isn't a word, but honestly, it's part of the game. At this, especially at, I guess, medium expert range, you'll often see players strategically playing invalid words. Whether they're sure or not that a word is valid, it is totally acceptable to try something because it's incumbent upon your opponent to challenge.
I just want to
it's a really
emphasize
fun poker-esque part of Scrabble. And oh my
look
god,
at this. How many two-letter words are on this board? I mean, it's I mean, not just two-letter words, but two-letter plays. That's quite. We have KI, we have EX, we have HM, we have ET, we have AY. I mean, that's a little unusual, but that's where knowing your two-letter words. Ooh, what's she doing?
Look at this.
Look
Driving
at
and
that.
Gala.
Oh
Beautiful
man,
play.
that is great. And that's going to get an extra 50 point because she used all of her tiles. We call those bingos. Now, here we go. She circled the letter R, right? Now, this is where you have to pay attention. If you circle the wrong letter because you get distracted, well, whatever you circle, that's the letter. It's not what you say, it's what you circle.
Like signing your card in golf, right?
Yes,
Like
yes.
If you sign it and it's wrong, you're wrong.
And you could lose your turn and lose a game because of that. So, because it's, you're excited, you're getting 50 points. You're not even thinking. Maybe she circles D because she's thinking driving is the word. So, well, the minute she hits the clock, whatever was circled is what's circled, and that's what's going to stand for the rest of the game.
Look how back and forth this game has been. I mean, for the content, I love that that nth play. We get to discuss challenging. Yeah, Tina is still scoring really well with her X on the previous move, EX on the right of the board. We might have missed that, making only two-letter words. That's what the X is best at. I think a lot of people have played games of Scrabble where their opponent just plays some weird X word for 50 points, and they're like, "What is this? I quit." It's the X is super powerful, and Tina put that X on a double letter score, so she got it 4 ways by making 2 words with it. So she's still within 20 points despite driving, scoring 70 for Mary.
Yeah, that's why she kept the blank, because she knew at some point in the game she was going to be able to play with a big play that would get her back or even take the lead. But I want to focus for a moment on the fact these two women are playing on stream, right? They know they're on camera, right? This is not how we normally play. This is maybe the first time either one of these players has been streamed, and they know people are watching, and so that changes how they think. It changes a lot of aspects. So can you speak to that a little?
Yeah, it takes courage. I mean, the first time you get live streamed, especially if you're not playing in like the top division, there are lots of like players that are at the top of the ranks that are like, oh, I'm good at Scrabble. I really want people to see how good I am at Scrabble. That's a very, very small percentage of tournament Scrabble players. Most people are a little bit more casual about it. They don't have all the time to spend on trying to improve. They're not getting 994 out of 1,000 on their math tests. So having lower divisions be featured on stream, it's really important for people to recognize that this is tournament Scrabble. This is the average or close to the average player, and they're really, really good at Scrabble, but they know that they're not as good as other players that have been featured before. But they're, the courage to go on stream and to just play your own game. It's super important. And Tina, this is a really, really awesome play by her. She's noticed that there's a Q lurking in the bag, and she really wants that Q. Normally, the Q is the worst tile in Scrabble, but so far into the game, the Q here is super, super useful.
She got it! She got it!
Wow. Because she can play the most important and common word in Scrabble, QI, next to the I and the N of driving, and it's going to score 60 plus points. That was an incredible strategic decision by Tina Yates.
Wow.
And I think this is going to be really, really close because Mary playing prize for 40.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to the last few plays. This has been incredible.
So was it true? I think there were 7 tiles in the bag when Tina did that.
Yes, indeed.
So she exchanged how many? 3 or 4?
She exchanged 4, keeping UIN.
Okay, right. So she kept the I because for the QI that you mentioned, but she kept the U too because perhaps Mary would block that QI play, but she still wanted to have the flexibility.
And she kept the N, yeah. So like she could play Quinn QUIN through the first I of driving if that spot got blocked. So that was a really, really cool play. So if she does play QI now next to the I and the N of driving, that will pretty much tie the game. The problem is that it will use the last 2 tiles in the bag. Tina will draw the last 2 tiles in the bag. So when you empty the bag in Scrabble, that's a pretty good thing for your opponent because if you're the last person to draw tiles, that means your opponent has a really nice, running start to be able to use all of their tiles first. And that's how a game of Scrabble ends. If you go out before your opponent and use the last tiles in the game, then the game ends. So I guess Tina here is thinking, I now got what I wanted. I have 64 points, but I'm going to be emptying the bag, and Mary's going to have first dibs on potentially going out before me. So it's gotten really, really interesting all of a sudden.
Nope, she played it.
Yeah, beautiful. Such a beautiful idea.
It is, and the score is going to be virtually tied. Yeah, 3-point lead for Tina. Now, look at the bag. I mean, the bag is empty now. She's going to pick a V and an A. Wow.
A lot of A's.
So, if they were tracking now, one thing we haven't commented on, Josh, is the time. They're both kind of low on time, and that's going to play a role in this end game.
Yeah, Yeah, that's true. But Mary, I think she's already found something that she wants to do. She has the letters Gauls lined up. She can play those letters in a couple of spots. She can play Gauls and EDS, ed being education, short for education. I'm sure you like that, Doctor. But she could also play it on the triple that was now open. She could play Gin, GIN, and Gauls, and that will score really nicely and leave her with an E and an S. So she'll have multiple spots to play those two letters on the next move. So these players, they're trying to plan out their sequence since the game is so close to an end. But yeah, when you don't have enough time, sometimes things can be really difficult. You might start seeing ghosts. You might be worried. You might have mistracked your opponent. You don't know what they have, so you don't know what you should be blocking. So it looks like Mary should be able to win this game if she does play to that triple on the bottom left. But it's not easy. I can say that, but Tina's letters are pretty bad, and I think the only real hope she has is if Mary doesn't play in that spot, but she's going for it. Yeah, she's right.
I want to point out too that the players' ratings are shown, and Tina has a rating of 1064, and Mary has a rating of 961. So, I mean, Mary's the underdog here. It's not a huge difference. It's about a 100-point rating difference, and that, you know, I think that gives Tina maybe about a 58% chance of winning. I mean, if they were to play 100 games, she would win 58 of them, something like that. That's how the rating system works. So this is sort of an upset if Mary were able to win this game.
Yeah, but like you said, not even close to like a surprising one. I mean, there is luck in Scrabble, and yeah, a 100-point rating difference is quite small. Sometimes you'll see like smaller tournaments have a bigger rating disparity. I will say that the top division right now has a much larger rating disparity than the bottom one. But yeah, when you see somebody playing somebody that's 400 points their senior, sometimes that you can really call it an upset, and like it's always fun because you can beat anybody in Scrabble. If you know your two-letter words, you can beat anybody. Honestly, that's why we play. Honestly, it's like it's not as unforgiving as a game like chess, where you're basically never going to beat somebody who's significantly better than you.
Well, I have to give an inside story. So Tina is a very close friend of mine, Steve Grobe, and they came down together, and we played some games yesterday, and Tina beat me by over 60 points in our only game we played. So yeah, I mean, she can beat anybody as well, and I'm sure she's probably going to be a little disappointed in this game. I mean, if the last draw there were Mary picked both S's, I believe, which obviously we talked about the blanks, but the S's are critically important as well. And I'm looking at the board. Tina got one S,
One of them, yeah.
And Mary had three of them. So
yeah, it was a very balanced game. But yeah, sometimes those little differences can mean it all. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned Tina beat you by 60. You didn't mention the rating disparity, Peter. That's what is it?
Oh, no, we don't need to mention
points?
that on the stream. We don't have to mention that.
So that's a real underdog story. So Vina coming down for 22 for Tina. And yeah, basically this ties the game, but because Mary is going to go out here with a very nice play, I might add, of Soar, Sue, and Joe. Best outplay. She's going to win this game. She's going to get 17, and she's going to get points from Tina's rack of AARU. So in the end, Mary's going to win 392 to 367. So we're going to do a thing here.
Wow.
We're going to go to the overhead mic on the board just to hear. Sometimes the players have something to say to each other about the game, talking about what happened. So we're gonna cut to that.
So you get to put in the score if you like.
Oh, that's right.
Let me take a picture. And then I'll start to scroll for it.
Very short. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's fun.
Are you ready for me to square it, or do you want to take a picture?
Oh, no,
Okay.
you can square it.
Okay.
I do want to say, hopefully, Doctor's still there. I want to thank you for coming on the stream.
I am still here, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Keep up the great work. It sounds like you're doing amazing things for school board. So really awesome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So really quickly, why are they squaring? What is that?
Yes.
Oh yes.
So there are 100 tiles in a game, and they want to make sure that there's still 100. Like they want to make sure
pocket one
or maybe chew on it during the game, or it didn't, like usually it might scoot off the board and end up in the corner.
Okay.
So the next, it's kind of like cleaning up house.
I got you.
So when the next team two players come on, they could say, okay, there's 100
tiles.
Everything's
there.
And then you see how they do it 5x5s.
Yeah.
You can do it different ways, but usually there's 4 corners, and they do just like bingos. So, yeah, Dr. Asplin, it was amazing to be with you today. You were the first person to step up to join us in this new concept that we're doing, not only in Galesburg, but trying to like think of Zooming or streaming in a different way. And
and I'm honored that you would ask me. And the game is called the Silver Streak, which is
that's the tournament.
That's the name of our high school mascot. We're the Galesburg Silver Streak. So this is really great in so many different ways, and a great venue, great host, fun participants. That was really exciting.
Yes, and I'm sure people will be checking your websites out and looking for more great innovations that you are developing. So thank you for coming on and spending some time, and then even sharing some of your bingos with us.
I was happy to do that. So I learned a lot today, and I always love to learn. So this is a great experience for me.
Great. Thank you again.
Thanks so much, Doctor. Okay, so we're going to take a break, everyone. We'll come back in just a bit with round 2. We're going to have a new guest as well to interview. And I'm super excited to talk more about, what's going on in Galesburg. So Peter, thanks again for commentating. Peter's going to be here all day. Do you want to give us a little sneak preview?
Well, I think you can see the person hiding behind me, but this person actually is pretty remarkable in the field that we're dealing with, right? Streaming and creating creative podcasts and reels and such. So
let's just bring him in then. Yeah.
Okay, come on in, Victor. Yeah. Please join us. Yes, you put the headphones on, please. Please introduce yourself, Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh. Hey, Josh. I am starstruck right now. I read who you are, and I'm just like, oh my God, you are amazing. What I don't know, like, how many people are involved in okay, let me try to square back an intro. Clear Profits.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and it's on your shirt.
Nice to meet you, Josh. Yeah. Yeah. Clear Profits. We are a digital marketing agency. We provide services, anything related to digital marketing, websites, videography, creative campaigns, Google ads, YouTube ads, everything you can think that relates to digital marketing. That's what we do. It's great to meet you.
Yeah. So, okay. I don't know how many people are aware of it. It isn't even a niche. It went so mega viral, but yeah, you guys, I mean, I guess your greatest success yet, if I could say that, is Judy's Cafe, right?
Yeah. Judy, she's reaching on average 40 million views a month. It went very, very viral. Yeah, it's been crazy. It's fun to work with her. She's a brilliant lady. She's very smart, and yeah, it's very fun to work with her for sure.
Josh, have you seen some of her reels?
Well, I'm literally starstruck right now. I first of all, I mean, for a few months now, I've seen these reels, Judy's Cafe, and I'm like, oh, this is such an awesome concept. Victor, talk more about it. But you have just this sort of, I guess, interstitial reel on Instagram and YouTube and stuff like that, where something's happening, and then something very funny or very weird happens, and then it just pans to "I'm Judy, come eat my pancakes," and it's just like the most amazing way to advertise your
Yeah.
small business. But yeah, I'm just such a huge fan of that concept. Yeah, tell
Yeah,
us more about this.
we were able to create an identity for Judy's videos. I would believe it's a validated concept that we came up, for her. Out of if 10 people watches the videos, 9 of them loves the video. So yeah, we call it transitional hook, where we use someone else's video and we try to add a context or a transition to Judy doing something right after that. Our videos are usually in between 8 seconds and 20 seconds, which makes people watch it one time and watch again and keep watching, sharing. And yeah, I think that's part of the success, is to be able to do something short, funny, where we can pop her personality, make it, where people can see how funny she is, but in a fast pace. And the transitional hooks have definitely helped her get the reach that she's getting.
Yeah.
Well-
Peter, I don't know if you also had been aware of this. I mean, I didn't really even put 2 and 2 together. I didn't realize that the cafe was in Galesburg.
Yeah, literally, it's an amazing story. I bought a house in 2012 or 13, which is about 6 houses from Judy's Cafe. It's literally in a neighborhood, which makes it really special in its own right. But Judy actually had some challenges during COVID, right? Because people weren't going to restaurants, and it turned out that we don't know who did, but there was some graffiti sprayed on her building, and it's in a very visible spot because one of the streets is very highly trafficked. And guess what happened? The community stepped forward and said, "No, we're not going to let a beautiful restaurant be defiled." And they came out and they painted, the volunteers in the community painted her building. And I want to say Carla Marquardt was one of the artists, and she's playing in today's Scrabble tournament. She's the only player in our tournament that has never played in a rated Scrabble tournament. So she's downstairs in the field, and I wanted to shout out to her because she stepped up. And Judy, I remember meeting her at the time, and she was a little troubled because she wanted to do this great things in Galesburg, but she felt like, do people want me here, right? The COVID was a very difficult time, especially, Asian food, Asian immigrants and such. It was a difficult time, but the community stepped up and they painted her spot, and it really, people started coming once they could. And then they ran into this amazing gentleman and his team, and then it just, and now, I mean, she's been on WGN in Chicago multiple times.
New York Times.
She is the most popular legend of Galesburg, and she just opened up another new restaurant in Galesburg a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wonderful. She repurposed an old facility that had been kind of vacant for many years, and so it's just a really lovely story about our city and the progress we're making, and for Judy to go from that troubled time to where she is now is a tribute to everyone. And I mean, this gentleman here and his team played a major role in that too.
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to talk more about what Clear Profits does. I have so many questions. We do have Scrabble ready to go here for round 2 of the Silver Streak tournament and the double decker. It's just such a fun event, by the way, Peter. Thank you for putting this on. So we have Jonathan Lind versus Linda Finn. We've now shifted to the top division in the WoW Lexicon, and I think the players are ready to go. So we're going to pan to that, and we're going to keep this interview going as long as we can, because I mean, just the power of what Clear Prophets has been able to do. I mean, I've just seen it. I didn't even like register that this was a local Galesburg the community. Anyways, let's pan to the board and show the players here. But I wanted to ask one more thing. I've seen reels of like for this Indian restaurant where there's like even more, I guess, like it's even more crazy. I don't know if you guys have anything to do with those reels, Victor. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've seen some of the Indian guys videos. There is one company that sells mattress. They're really crazy. But I think that type of content is becoming more popular. At the end of the day, on social media, what the algorithm prioritizes is the retention in a video. So if you can start the video doing something crazy and people watch at least 5-6 seconds of the video, that's what counts, and the algorithm keeps sending to more people. So the crazier you are in the video, the more retention you're gonna have. Of course, crazy in a good way.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
really
it
neat.
feels
That's
like
really
you guys have started it, right? You've started that trend. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
Well, I want to cut to the game just quickly. It just started, and I want people to watch Jonathan. He's a good friend of mine. He's from Chicago. This is the top division. I've played these players multiple times. Linda's gotten I don't know the exact record. I think I'm 2-5 against her. She's a very, very
Wow.
savvy player. Jonathan, I had him for a while, but I think he's won like 5 of the last 6 games against me. But 2 very good players. But notice how he draws from the bag. So he's playing his word, phenom. That's is he going to put the A or not?
Whoa.
Ooh, man. This is
What was that?
he's threatening. He's threatening.
I feel like Jonathan was never going to play phenoma, which isn't a word.
Right.
But I think he was trying to sort of just put the fear of God in Linda, like maybe making her think that he had an S or a blank to play it, to play 50 more points. But yeah, very good play to start. I wanted to also mention.
Watch him draw. Watch him draw, though. I want you to see he turns his head completely away from the bag because he doesn't want to give his opponent any thought that he's looking in the bag, and that's something you should pick up if you're, the subtleties.
Yeah, Victor, have you ever cheated in a game of Scrabble before?
I don't really remember playing Scrabble before.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Oh.
Yeah,
that's the best way to do it. That's my advice. Like, look in the bag. As long as you know what letters are good and what are bad.
Exactly.
But yeah, in tournaments, that's the most important thing, is to make sure you're drawing tiles properly, making sure that the bag is above eye level or completely beyond your ability to see within it. So very good drawing technique. Linda, I wanted to mention what she does for the community. You guys might not know this, but Let's Play Scrabble and Linda Finn, they are very, very tight. Linda does so much for Let's Play Scrabble, daily briefings, everything that's done behind the scenes to sort of inform players what's going on can pretty much be fully attributed to Linda Finn. And she runs her own event every year in Madison. We were talking about a player, Mary, also from Madison, Wisconsin. That tournament is in less than 2 months, and Let's Play Scrabble is streaming it too. Just wanted to mention that. Yeah.
Josh Greenway is going to be coming back to the Midwest, it sounds like.
Yes, indeed. But okay, so it really feels like a proof of concept, Victor, to sort of have created these very short form ads. Do you guys like to focus on restaurants? Is there a specific sort of demographic that you guys work with?
We do have several clients, restaurant customers, but it's not really a industry that we go after. We do any industry that's needing help with digital marketing, and not always we will recommend videography either. Like home service businesses, roofing companies, tree service companies, we do Google ads for people that are searching for their service. So we always like to meet with the business first and understand their priorities and give the right recommendation. Yeah.
It's hard to concentrate. I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is my first time as a commentator, so give me a little slack here.
And being from Brazil is my first time watching Scrabble.
I'll
too.
say, okay, so we're learning together. If I was watching Linda, because she had some really good tiles, and there were so many options for her. And what's coming down here, Josh?
Okay, so she's played Pervo. Yeah, a funny word there. And I wonder, I mean, the V was definitely her worst tile.
Yeah.
But she could have scored a lot better with an overlapping play. And we were talking about those 2-letter words, how important they are in the game of Scrabble. But yeah, the play of Yep was what was sort of catching my eye. YEP above the E and the N and the O. That would have scored 27. Pervo scoring 7 less. 20 points, but ERSV would have been the tile she left behind, which would have been really nice, actually.
Here we go.
Yeah, Jonathan was mentioned, had a very strong play available, habitual now, which is going to score 83 points from that H of Phenom. So this is going to propel him into a very nice early lead. And for now, the board is going to be pretty nice and open, so we might see some fireworks in the next few moves.
Yeah, I didn't see habitual. That's a tough find. I saw auto dial through the O, and I thought that Linda had blocked it, but that was a great find on Jonathan's part.
Oh yeah, wow, auto dial. That's cool. Okay, we need to. How can we work with? This has been the question marinating in my mind. How can we work with clear profits for Scrabble? I mean, I guess the more you look at this stream, Victor, the more you'll try to sort of dial into what could be useful for in digital marketing for our game. But I feel like we can do so much more to promote this game at a competitive level, get people super pumped. So short form content, I would really like to get your ideas on what might pop, what might really go viral, or a game.
Yeah, the way we usually do, we would have a meeting with you to ask questions on what success would look like, or what's the audience that you're trying to reach. But from the get-go, I would say you would need some videos to advertise the event beforehand, 15 days before you start posting videos to talk about the event coming up. I think short videos, reels, is the way that you can reach a lot of people organically without needing to run ads and spend extra money. So I think it's content creation. Content creation is one of the best ways for you to advertise an event. And in case the algorithm doesn't distribute to a lot of people, then you would run some ads. But videos is what people consume nowadays. Everybody's on social media watching the next video and then the next video, and your video would pop up for a lot of people. That's content creation is the way to go.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear as a content creator. I think I'm just trying to. So what did you call it? You called it a hook,
transitional hook.
Transitional hook. So
yeah,
obviously, what we have in today's, I guess, short form video market is just like the things that people like to watch are like really short, funny things that happen to people or to like animals or whatever. And like, so the transitional hooks, like it could be for literally anything, as long as it has sort of a small link. As long as by the end of the video, people are like, and even if they don't quite understand it, they'll just watch it again, and then they'll understand maybe the second time what's going on. So yeah, what
Absolutely.
if because I mean Scrabble isn't really that exciting
Mhm.
to watch like a long game like this. There are formats that I think are really really exciting for short form content specifically. I mean, um,
Mhm.
but yeah, if we had something, oh man, okay, so I'm just gonna be brainstorming now because of you.
Yeah, you're
Trying to figure
distracted.
out.
So now while you're distracted, I want to just tell two personal stories about these two players. So Jonathan
Okay,
lives in Chicago and he works downtown. And so whenever I'm taking the train into Chicago and then to parts further on, I give him a call. I say, come down to the train station. Let's play some games. And we've done that a few times. So we literally are playing Scrabble in Union Station, maybe for an hour or two in my layover. And that's the kind of relationships we have within our community. Linda, I've known her for a long time, but the famous story is I left my water bottle at one of her tournaments. Okay, and it's a nice water bottle, but nothing too extravagant. And she called me and she said, "I have your water bottle, I think." And I said, "Yes, it's mine." She said, "Okay, I'll make sure it gets to you." And I said, "Well, don't send it to me. I'll just next time I see you." And she kept it in her car, I think for close to 6 months. And then she delivered it to me when she next saw me. And I mean, these are the kinds of things. And I just want to emphasize, like, the Scrabble community. I mean, people wonder why I love Scrabble, and one of it is I just love the competition. I love the words. I love the learning, but I love the people. Like, it's so much. It's so wonderful to see these folks. There are people from all over the world. There are people who with all different interests. Um, and we just come together, every so often to play this game. But there's a lot more to the game and the community than the board itself.
yeah, no, I mean that's very well put. The community is, we're a small community, but um, people in the community, I mean, there's so much love, so much support for one another. And I find especially like in the Midwest, I feel like there's this sense of community, even though you guys are so far apart. Like we're talking about Madison. Like how far is Madison from Galesburg? Like
No,
seven
it's
hours?
well, the way I drive, it's probably about 4.5. But some people could
Oh,
get there in
okay.
three and some people could get there in 3.5. Like a future
Wow.
guest we're gonna have, I'll have him on. I think he's next. And he has a heavy foot. I'll put it that way. But if I need to get to Madison quickly, I would ask. But Victor, and then you talked about not we have a small community, but that's why we brought Victor on, because we're going to explode this. With that this game is so rich and it's so much fun, and it's something you can play until you're 95 years old or more. And you can start when you're little. There was a kid, I guess he won some major tournament in the world at age 9, I think I just heard about. So it's a very wonderful game, and but you have to be exposed to it. You have to have some because most of the young people today are playing video games and everything is visual, and Scrabble is a slower game and it's more methodical. So it's trying to introduce the game and because when young people are exposed, as I've demonstrated, and people in Philadelphia and Washington, where many of the school Scrabble tournaments occur, they're really attracted to it, and they it's almost, I call it my vice, right? But it's something that we really we do to we all do it for different reasons, but I mean, for me, partly it's just to get my mind away from all the troubles in the world, right? It's an opportunity just to set my mind at ease and engage in uh, mental exercises.
Yeah, no, it's very important. Like stuff like Scrabble, just something to get your mind off, the daily stresses of life, and just to have an activity to do, especially with like-minded people. Um, yeah, it's so important,
I want to
especially
ask Victor
in today's
here.
world.
Victor, we don't, Josh is being very sly here. I mean, we don't want you to reveal all your secrets that have made you so successful. But I think it is remarkable what you've been able to accomplish in just a few years. And what do we see on the horizon for you and your company?
I think for us, one of the most important things is to put Galesburg on the map. I think with around 40 million people seeing the word Galesburg and the name Galesburg now, a lot of people knows about us, about Galesburg. But for us, success, our customers, our clients' success is our success. If our clients are being successful and if they're satisfied satisfied with our service, we will be satisfied. We will be successful as well. So the more we can help small businesses, medium business, large businesses, not only local but in other states as well, which we already do, then that's what success looks like for us. But most importantly, having Galesburg being known, and tourists and visitors to Galesburg, having more people landing on Galesburg Airport, to me that's a big deal. And if we can make our community thrive more, to me that's the most important thing.
Well, Josh,
So-
with that, I think we want to move. I just looked at the clock. I can't believe how time is flying. We're a little bit behind schedule. We have our next guest here, and it was, in fact, Victor's comment was a tremendous transition to our next guest, because the next guest will bring the big surprise that's coming to Galesburg very soon. And so thank you for that segue. That's a good 5-letter word in Scrabble. Victor, I really appreciate you coming today and spending time with us. I am so honored that you, as the mayor, I mean, the fact that you have so much pride in our community, I feel it. And for you to be an ambassador as well, it's a wonderful partnership. And if I can be of any assistance, and I'm sure Josh is going to be calling you soon after his, all of his dreams continue to manifest in his mind. But thank you again. Josh, any parting thoughts?
No, I mean, I'm so happy that that you exist, Victor, and your company, and please keep up the awesome work. And yeah, I'll be reaching out soon.
Thank you very much, Josh. Thank you,
Thank
Mayor
you.
Peter.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Yes.
I'll see you guys.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Enjoy your weekend. And Josh, without further ado, we're about 40 minutes behind schedule, but we're
Okay.
having fun. And I think it's amazing what we're learning and what we're sharing. Our next guest, please come join us, is one of the legends of Galesburg, honestly, Julie King. Put the headset on, please. And Julie, some projects can be manifest in a year, but Julie is involved in a project that has taken maybe close to 20 years to really come to fruition in our community, and it's just about to get launched. And so we're at a very, very exciting time, and I'll let Julie tell you what this is all about.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning.
Good morning.
I was
Good morning.
pleased to be able to walk in downstairs and just look at the activity down there. It's quite impressive. But to answer your question, the project that I've been working on for a long time now is to bring visitor attraction here to Galesburg that will honor the people of American railroading. And the reason that's important to our community is that since 1854, Galesburg has been a railroad hub. And through the decades and the centuries, the railroad has served our town, has built our town, has provided economic stability to our community, and it continues to do so to this day. So we're pleased to be able to tell not only our community's story, but in the greater context of the entire nation and what railroads have meant for all of us.
Josh, we gotta go back to the board. So I believe
Uh-huh.
Jonathan just played cred,
Yeah,
and it has a great back hook, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's gonna allow Linda a big play with her Z, and she just
Yeah,
found
she's
it. It
found
looks
it.
like. So I
Awesome.
just wanted to highlight that, because you look at the score. Jonathan's got about a 70-point lead, but that's really going to put a dent in that and bring her back into the game.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, she's found her play of oozes and credo. So yeah, this game's been interesting so far. Jonathan's been struggling with a lot of consonants, as Linda has been struggling with some vowels, but yeah, things are still very, very interesting, especially after this play of Oozes. Julie, great to meet you.
Good to meet you.
I love everything you've said. You've been working on this for 20 years. You guys just got funded for this?
Yeah, where does the time go?
Oh my goodness.
What's important to understand about this journey that we've been on is that the idea to honor the people of American railroading grew out of our Main Street community and our city's leaders. I am certain if it had come from the industry itself, it would have had quite a different development path. But it was the passion of the people here in our town that kept it going, and we had a little mountain to climb, and we're getting there.
Yeah, it took. I mean, we're a big railroad town, but you may know. I mean, there are many railroad magnets in the world, right? And so sometimes there's some competing interests and such, and so to get everybody on the same page, and Galesburg, I have tremendous love of the city I've lived in now almost 30 years, but yet it's most people don't know where it is, right? And so to have a museum, a national museum of this magnitude in a city of our size is just it's unbelievable. It's for many people, but you look at Cooperstown, you look at other small cities in this country that have major museums, and we have the history, and we have the spirit, and I think that's what Julie brings to the table, and she is through the years. I mean, the Hall of Fame exists. There are members of the Hall of Fame. They have been nominated,
inducted,
and so on. So but it doesn't have a physical space, and that's what we're talking about developing. And I don't want to. I think we're looking to start breaking ground here pretty soon.
Our architects just told me last week that don't let anybody know. It's just you and me talking here,
that's
right, Peter?
Exactly.
But that they think we'll be breaking ground by the end of the year.
Wow.
So it's just our secret, but yeah, that's the plan.
That is pretty impressive, Josh. And Josh, you're going to have to come down and visit on open. We're going to do a major river cutting. We're going to have you here because people don't know. Josh, I think, is 6'7" or 6'8", and he's going to stand tall. And he's also a phenomenal basketball player. I found out at the last tournament. But he'll come and we'll make it worth your due. Josh, you're going to be a railroad fan before long.
I already am. I built those tracks, those railroad tracks when I was a kid. I love trains so much. This is amazing to hear. And like having a physical location, and also isn't it like somewhat recent that like passenger trains are going through Galesburg? As Linda exchanges 6 of her 7 vowels. Yeah, that was a really ridiculous draw for her.
And look at Jonathan doesn't have very many. So
yeah, but how long? I saw a comment in one of the stream chats about the benefits, consequences of passenger train traffic to Galesburg. Like you guys are on the routes, on the major routes, so to have a Hall of Fame on that route feels like just perfect. Feels very necessary.
You're correct. Galesburg, a town of around 30,000 people, is blessed with a degree of Amtrak service that doesn't exist in communities 20 times our size. And we have very convenient day service to Chicago, 2 long-distance trains. We truly, I think, don't always appreciate the passenger asset that we have here.
Yeah, it's so I mean I haven't been yet, and that's crazy because I take the train so much, but I guess it's just sort of like the Midwestern routes that I haven't taken yet. Yeah.
Well, as an example, Josh,
Peter, you invited me. I'll be there.
Well, as an example, last year the Word Cup, which is the WIGPO National Championship, occurred in Albuquerque, and I was able to get on a train about a mile from my house and take it directly to Albuquerque in one day. I mean, I was also able to park my car at the train station for free. Parking is free in Galesburg. That should be big news, because I know Jonathan actually, he's on the stream, he was telling me that that was a big deal. But as we bring to the screen, that is one of the renditions of what we're going to see here in Galesburg soon.
Nice.
You want to tell us a little bit about?
There should be a mural on it.
Well, if you do turn around to what's the north side, you will notice that
There it is.
We have planned a system map, which will show the main routes of railroads through our country.
Wow, that's so cool. Okay, I love it. I mean, also, hopefully that map, and this is what I think, hopefully that map will grow and grow and grow and sort of become what it used to be. As I feel like there's been a little bit of a resurgence in people wondering, why don't we have more trains, more routes, more passenger routes in the US? There's so many tracks everywhere. So if you had the track map, it would be just like completely busy on that map. But
I think there's an awareness of the environmental and energy benefits of travel by rail, and that has spurred, particularly under the Biden administration, spurred some interest in expanding Amtrak's routes and making some of those city-to-city connections that just seem pretty obvious. We have some hoped-for connections that we in West Central Illinois have been working for years now to help expand our network here from Galesburg.
Julie, can you tell us, just give us the tease on what we might find in the museum?
So at its core, the fundamental idea about the visitor experience that our guests will see is the idea of transformation. Railroads absolutely transformed our nation. There's a saying that Abraham Lincoln couldn't walk across his country any faster, or couldn't transit his country any faster than Julius Caesar could transit his, until the railroads came. And that gives you some idea. For example, the route to the West Coast used to take months, and the railroads, the Transcontinental, honed it down to just a matter of over a week. That idea of transformation applies literally to the railroads. But what we hope people will take away from it is the whole concept of transformation in our own lives, and the power of the stories of people and their courage, their vision, their ingenuity, of the railroaders, that those qualities are present in all of us. And so that is the base idea of what we hope to do, not just to have folks appreciate railroads, but to just understand those core characteristics that exist in the stories that we'll tell.
Nice. Yeah, that's super, super well put. Yeah, that's lovely, man. I'm so honored to be able to talk to so many incredible. So you were saying, Peter, magnets, railroad magnets. The first thing I thought about was the wrong magnet. I wanted to sort of ask, so in terms of how many people are part of this Hall of Fame initiative? Oh, Peter's gone.
Peter stepped away.
Yeah.
Do you mean the actual proponents of it? Those of us now who are working to bring it to fruition?
Yes.
Well, it includes our local board of directors, and there are 12 of us. There's only 2.5 people in our office, but we do have, and this is one of the things that we've had to develop through the last 20 years. We do have a national network of rail industry advisors. These are current and former CEOs of Class 1 and regional railroads. These are leading railroad and transportation academics at universities across the country. These people give us the technical expertise, the historical expertise, and they guide our decisions on our storytelling. They are the key factors, forces behind our development of the project as well.
Got it. Yeah. Awesome. I mean, That's it's a huge project, and I can't wait to see more of it come to fruition. Thanks for giving us the inside scoop. Okay, let's look at this game. So I wanted to ask you, Julie, what your level of Scrabble is, I guess. Like, how have you played before? Have you ever seen a game like this?
I have
There's a lot
absolutely
of
played.
stuff going on.
I have absolutely played Scrabble. I will tell you, I am not a devotee, and I wanted to get here a little bit early so I could spend some time downstairs watching everyone. It feels intense. One of the things that I admire about the game and appreciate about it is that it can be played at so many levels, and young and old. When I arrived here, you were just saying, Peter, you can play this game all your life, and it's so true. I love how it spans generations and allows for intergenerational interaction as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. We see here in this particular game, so Jonathan Lind, of course, the overdog to win this game, has a very strong 115 point lead after some rough draws for Linda, and the play of lip that Linda made. Basically, it really demonstrates how bad of a position she was in. Jonathan had just scored well over 40 points with that play of yods in the top right, making 4 overlapping words. Pretty aesthetic, by the way, just the yods, da, you, penned, use situation up there. But a very, very nice play by Jonathan Linds. And Linda played lip because she noticed that the top left part of the Scrabble board was in dire need of attention. If she really wants to win this game, she needs to leave as many parts of the board open as possible. So she made that play, even though it did not keep good tiles behind. It left her with a B, a V, and a G. It makes sense long term. She knows she's kind of desperate to get things opened up there. So very, very interesting, but understandable strategic decision she made as she plays jibe. That was part of it, to play something with blip and then open the board later. So it seems like a long-term thing, Peter, that she was doing there.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to let it be slipped by that Julie played a bingo just now with devotee. So our guests are slipping in these bingos under the radar.
I just say, speaking of, I mean, it's not a bingo, but Jonathan has a 9-letter word available now.
Oh,
we saw
boy.
Phenom early this game, but he can now extend that word to the triple on the right if he finds phenomena, which it's a normal-ish word. It's the plural of phenomenon. But
I'm
just
sure he
to
was
think
thinking
about extending it now, even though a couple of plays have sort of obscured that possibility, hover and sum, he can play it still because rem is a word. So that appears to be by far his best play. That's 53 points, and it blocks that S on the bottom right, which is very important. That's pretty much John's only worry right now, is that S on the bottom if Linda gets a big play to that S.
Well, it'll be a phenomenal play if he plays it. But he was thinking about it when he played. Remember, his first play, he played Phenom.
Was he though? I don't know. Maybe he was.
With that, well, I mean, I don't know. It seems like he wanted to put that A down really badly, so now he has a chance. But that's a good point. Like in Scrabble, you may be thinking about a part of the board at one point in the game, and you have to remember that later in the game. And sometimes you forget that. You forget that. Oh, yeah. And so your mind, the board seems very small. It's 15 by 15, but spatially there's so many spots, and you got to kind of keep them all. You're juggling them, but you got to keep them all alive. You can't forget about a spot because it could be the difference. And if he played Phenomena right now, I mean, his winning percentage probably goes to like 90 plus.
Yeah, but he didn't. He played ab on the top right, so he could still draw another A and have it available again. Right. But yeah, Linda.
Well, she's setting her. she's setting her rack up. This is a sort of unusual word. One of the things I want people to notice, I mean, we just went from the Division 2 to Division 1 now, and you'll see the words start to become a little more obscure. So this is a somewhat obscure word.
Yeah, yeah.
A pointed arch. So that's a word we can learn today.
It's a word I learned actually from learning French first, because that's actually, I think it's used as to describe sort of like missiles and stuff with that form in French.
Interesting.
But, yeah, a very useful word in Scrabble, and that gets her 39 points. And she's within range. She just drew the blank, so actually things are getting very interesting. You see that blank, Julie, at the edge of Linda's rack. Very, very important draw for her. You should be able to get a 60, 70 point play, maybe even 80.
But notice quickly, Josh. Notice the way the blank it's sideways.
She fixed it.
Oh, she fixed it because she's telling.
That's a meme. That's a meme, Peter. Sideways blank, because there's nothing on it. People will often just have it misoriented. The letters, the tiles in Scrabble are not fully square in most sets. So to have a tile like that, you're totally right. To have a tile sideways would be weird. There are some players that do play with tiles in all sorts of orders, but in most cases, if you see your opponent, if you look at the top of their tile rack and you see there's like a tile maybe set aside or misoriented, that might be a blank. That's a very good point. That's the poker-esque aspect of Scrabble.
But she fixed it, so but she maybe well, anyway, you could, in theory, early in the game you might try to telegraph a false information to your opponent, and that could help you maybe down the road. When I'm looking at the board right now, notice there's a lot of hot spots. There's on the bottom right, there's that S that that Linda could play to, and she'd get a triple word score on top of a bingo, and that would be a very large play and bring her back into contention here.
Yeah, it seems like Linda's been having an issue. Maybe her phone's been going off. Normally, you see someone looking at their phone, you're like, yeah, you can't do that in the Scrabble tournament. But I'm sure, I mean, with everybody watching, with the producer there, I'm sure there's just something going on. Maybe she was getting a spam call there. And that's one of the funny things about Scrabble tournaments. It starts and then it's usually within a minute or two, Julie, that we just hear somebody's ringtone go off.
Well, I'll get back to Julie. I want to ask her, I mean, the fact that Galesburg will soon have the National Railroad Hall of Fame, I mean, to me, that speaks to just the grit and the vision and the ambition of the people that live in this city. And this city was founded in 1837, which is a long time ago. We'll be celebrating our 200th year in next decade, and this is just testament to I think the historical stories that you may have heard about our city. Abraham Lincoln was here in 1858, and he debated in that famous debate on our Knox campus, right? And it was one of 7 locations, I think.
Yep.
And so, I mean, that was just one example of some of it, but I think that history and that energy and that positive and visionary thinking permeates today. And Julie is just the person among many who has been pushing this along for as long as she has. And however, right, in order to get this launched, you've had to really reach out beyond the city to find various contributors, philanthropists who would support the project. And some of that challenge was kind of convincing them that Galesburg was the place, right?
And we had a saying that has been one of our North Stars from the beginning. It's, you can't have a baseball Hall of Fame without baseball players. And so, because we grew out of the main street here on Galesburg, we had to sell ourselves to advocate this idea throughout the rail industry and get the leaders of the industry behind us. And that's been one of the biggest challenges, or the biggest, I should say, pieces of our to-do list for the last 20 years. And really proud of the nature of the individuals, the stature of the individuals who are now part of our advisory group.
Right, and we've had, that board. We've had many people serve on that board over several decades.
Well, we have a dedicated local governance board, but this national advisory board is what we deigned to call ourselves the National Railroad Hall of Fame when we started, and yet we were anything but. And that's what has taken the time and the development path.
Yeah, I couldn't but mention this to the Scrabble community, and Josh knows probably where I'm going to go here. I have a hope and a dream that we'll bring the National Scrabble Hall of Fame to Galesburg, and if not Galesburg, somewhere. But I think it would be a great addition to our community, and if we can have the National Railroad Hall of Fame, we can surely have the National Scrabble Hall of Fame here.
I think Galesburg would be a fine location for that, and I would only say to you, we had many times when we could have quit, but we didn't. So if you have the passion for the idea and the belief in the idea, just don't let go.
Amazing. I mean, yeah. And Peter, it might take you 20 years. Just be ready for that. But
or not.
Yeah, it might take 2. So I mean, the more tournaments you host like these, like the more people get interested in Galesburg. I mean, we've been talking to so many people already. I mean, it's only been Julie's only the 3rd person here, but like it just feels like there's this brewing like mass of people that is going to come and visit very, very soon. Maybe to go to Judy's restaurant cafe, maybe eventually to go to the physical Hall of Fame. It just feels like you guys are doing great as a city, and we should support that in any ways that we can, and have more events like this and broadcast the amazing figureheads in this.
Well, that gives you another opportunity to come here, because you're going to need to be at the ribbon cutting for the Scrabble Hall of Fame as well, Josh.
Okay, yeah, well, for sure. Yeah, I'll make sure to be there. I can't wait.
Well, let's honestly look back at the board.
I've been meaning to come. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about this. So Linda had that really nice rack with the blank, and Jonathan very savvily blocked that S in the bottom right of the board, because that was the most dangerous spot. Linda had lined up the word Asterias, which would have fit to that S and scored very nicely, but Jonathan blocked it, and Linda maybe not really seeing that L on the bottom of the board, or missing the possible plays. She had a bunch of plays she could have played there, like material, arterial, varietal. Instead, she played aeration, which was also a bingo, but scored a lot less. This scored 58 points, bring her within 40 points of Jonathan's score, but Jonathan clapped back with idea.
He had a better idea.
61. Yeah, exactly. He's up 61 points, so it's still Jonathan's game to lose. But Linda, with the rack of EFGILOT, is going to play ilk, and this feels like it's not really going to get it done. That FG combination is probably not great, but Linda's running very low on time there. She draws CW. Oh, this is really, really bad. But yeah, it looks like Jonathan has a good position here.
Well, tiles are, there are letters that are complementary, and there's letters that don't really work too well, just like in our language as any language. And unfortunately, Linda has a few too many of those letters at the moment.
Yeah, and also, I mean, regardless, I guess, of what Linda did, this play of Taj is so good for Jonathan Lind. It blocks that L of habitual. Again, this board isn't super great. It also blocks words starting with the G in jibe. So now with only one tile left in the bag, it feels all but over. But Yeah, what an interesting game. After Ilk phenomena no longer possible, at least that blocked. Had Jonathan seen him to played elsewhere on the board, he still would have had pretty much a winning position. If he
I
found
want to
phenomena.
mention, I get to play Jonathan a fair bit, both in tournaments and since he's a personal friend. I can tell you that he's really put a lot of emphasis on defensive play. You can see it in this game multiple times, and you know that's this healthy balance, which is fun in any sport. The same is true. Do you put more emphasis on offense or defense? Scrabble is the same way. Do you try to just get your highest score, or do you have to balance that with maybe preventing your opponent from getting the highest score? And I think he's done a wonderful job of that in this game.
Definitely, I agree with that. So Feist comes down, Linda giving up there, playing 3 tiles. She's only going to draw 1. That means she can no longer bingo. She can't use all of her tiles. Yeah, we're down to the end game here in game 2.
Well, you mentioned something there, Josh, subtly, like it takes a lot of brain power to play 7 games in a day. And just like in a game, in a sports, you don't want to exhaust yourself. You have to decide when you're really going to put that brain energy to work. And Linda's probably saying, look, this game's over. You know, I gave it my best, but, you know, things didn't work out. And I'm just, you know, I'm going to wait. I'm going to put my energy into the next game. So that's what it looked like maybe she was doing there.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. It's a long tournament, and a lot of these players are playing both days. So you have a doubleheader event. But yeah, 7 games one day, 7 games the next day. I'm gonna be here all day with you, Peter. But you're playing tomorrow, is that right?
Yes, I you know, it's hard. I love commenting, and you know, the honor of commenting with you is unbelievable. It's one of my dreams. You know, when I saw you win the national championship, it was on stream, so I got to see you and learn a little bit about you, Josh. And in person, Josh, I just, you know, I don't want to give you too many accolades, but you are a remarkable individual, a very kind and a brilliant player, but also just a real gentleman. And it's been an honor to play. But at the same time, I would love to play. Like, you know, I brought this tournament to Galesburg partly so I could play, right? But nonetheless, I'll be happy to play tomorrow. You're going to have another co-commenter that's going to be joining us. But I want to get back to Julie. Thank you for coming in, Julie. You've been here. You've been here. You know, you were supposed to come on at 11.
Yeah, I got here early because I wanted to see.
Well, and you're here over an hour, and we don't want to. You know, your time is valuable. It's a beautiful day in Galesburg. A little hot, but beautiful sunny day. Any last thoughts, you know, about what you want to share with us?
You know, as you say, I've been here just barely an hour. Never been to a Scrabble tournament before. And you guys have blown my mind. You know, if anything is good or worthy, when you learn more about it, you really appreciate more of it. And that's what we're trying to accomplish with our story of the railroads. And I see here the story that you have to tell about Scrabble and how you can draw people into it and really appreciate the beauty and the strategy of the game. So hats off to you. It's been an honor to talk to you today. And don't let go of that dream of getting a Scrabble facility here in town.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for being with
Good
us
luck.
today.
So much, Julie. It's been an honor. I can't wait to visit.
All right. I'll look forward to that. Take care.
All right. So, man, guess 3 of 7. Is that right, Peter? So many awesome people in your community. So, yeah, let's go to the end of this game. Hexes is coming down. That is 28 points. Jonathan Lind. He did have one way to go out, which was slightly better. To play to go out with Steno and Go, but actually it looks like Linda would have been stuck with her W if Jonathan just played took it slow. So crazy situation where now she can play Trois to that A of Taj. But that is her only play with the W. She doesn't play the W now. She has no spot for it. So Jonathan will be able to just play one tile at a time after this play of TI and GI. So very weird situation at the end of this game. We were talking about how Linda was like trying to maybe, keep her energy for later games, but she's gotten into a situation now where she's stuck. She does not have a spot for the W, but Jonathan's not going to take full advantage of that here, and he's going to play a ton for 10 points. Slightly worse than just taking his time, but yeah, both players low on time, and Jonathan's going to take this game 446 to 330. Very interesting game. Some cool decisions, some cool possibilities missed by both players. Phenomena would have been phenomenal, as Peter put it. But we're going to take a small break now while we find our next guest commentator to interview in day 1 of 2. And we'll see you guys in just a moment. welcome back to day 1 of 2, Galesburg, Illinois, Silver Streak Tournament. I'm Josh Sokol here with Mayor of Galesburg, Peter Schwartzman. Peter, I'm excited for this next matchup.
Oh, this is a great matchup. These are two of my friends, and actually 2 people I've played quite a bit in tournament play. I just looked it up because I have my own little spreadsheet. I'm actually 12 and 10 against Hartzman and 9 and 7 against Vasberg. And I can tell you, Vasberg knows this because last time I spoke to him, he had beaten me, and he said I squared our competition. So it's a little fun play there that
Nice.
we tournament players have. So
yeah, no, we're very competitive. So Jason. So is it Vasberg? Is that how he pronounces it? I always said Vasberg. And Steve Hartzman. They're actually ready to play. But yeah, we'll get a nice pronunciation guide eventually on every player. That's some of the things we can definitely work on for streams, is just have more info about the players. We have lots of stats coming your way from Let's Play Scrabble. But yeah, let's pan to the players who I think are at the table ready to go. But yeah, both very strong Midwestern expert players. They shake hands. Jason going first. Jason's been in med school for the last like 25 years or whatever, and but he's still coming to tournaments, and he's still kicking ass.
Apparently he finished all of his exams recently, so now his exams for med school are over.
Wow, that's awesome.
But I can tell you, here's the story about Hartzman. He actually drove, I don't know if it was last night or this morning, he went to an Al Yankovic concert in Madison last night, and then made his way here. So that's what he was doing, preparing for the tournament.
Wow, that's awesome. That's really, really cool. Okay, so Jason to go first. We will have more guests for you guys from the local community, Galesburg. Jason with EIJPTTV, and he's looking at playing Jive. I think that's what you do here, Peter. Jive.
Yeah, I mean the double T's they're not bad. They're not great. I mean, it's still early in the game. But you got to get rid of that V, and I don't see any 5-letter plays. I mean, he could play petty, I guess, PETTI. But
yeah, but the JV combination.
Yeah.
Look at this placement. I love it. The fact that we're not supposed to put vowels next to double letter scores, but knowing when to defy that rule is very interesting. So the reason Jive playing here instead of maybe one spot to the right or one spot to the left, it's all about access to that double word score or multiple double word scores. Unfortunately here, Steve was already ready to play Zesty if Jason exchanged. Now he's going to lay it down for a 60-point start. He did have stylized as a bingo through the eye of Jives, but this is even better, keeping the blank behind. And scoring 60. That's definitely got to hurt, because I'm sure Jason's like, yeah, this is probably he probably thought a lot about this placement of Jive, and this is a very bad case scenario for him.
I mean, that's the kind of thing, he did the right thing, but it didn't work out. Yeah. And I talk about this. I wrote an article about the microcosm of Scrabble in life. If you do the right thing, and sometimes things don't work out for you, and then you just got to get back up and do your best again. And in the typical Scrabble game, whether about 10 to 12 plays, and so you got 12 turns to do your best, and hopefully things will work out for you more than not.
That's definitely a great analogy to life. So Plots is the play by Jason. I like this play. I guess the issue with it is it really locks the board into a very tough state. He is only down 10 points after this play. But yeah, I don't really know what else to have done there. Maybe you play Plot under the J and the I, sacrifice a few points just to sort of get more action going in the future with hooking Za later and opening the board. But the engine suggesting just dropping the T for Jivist was the top play on point value and leave value combined. But That probably
But he
wasn't the
played-
right play either.
Well, he played 4 letters, so that gave him a chance to get that blank. And the more letters you draw, the more likely you're going to get the blank. So I don't know if that
Indeed.
factored in his thinking.
No, definitely. And yeah, he's comfortable. I think he's comfortable on any board, Jason. He likes Scrabble. He likes thinking about positions. So does Steve. But Steve here with the first blank, Jason's drawn the second blank. And yeah, he can't play fluoride. There's also fraudeur possible, but no bingos play here. So are we just gonna see him play of underneath the J and the I, Peter? That's what I like here.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, you want to get rid of that U. I guess you could. Yeah, it's just not an easy way to get rid of the U and score points. So, and because there's 3 other U's in the bag, and you definitely don't want a double U. That means 2 U's, and you don't want a W and a U either. So, I mean, you want to get rid of that. Oh, they're playing fast. Oh, and he saw the
Look at that.
jivist. Nice.
He did. This is amazing. 85 points for Tenier. If he misses this jivist hook, he's 7, but trienes under the O and the F, making Joe and ifs. That would float that T right in that triple lane. So this plays so much better than anything else not using jivist. So awesome.
And it also
awesome
could be
play by
challenged.
Jason.
It could be challenged. I mean, jivist is not something that just jumps in. It's a 6-letter word. 6-letter words are not played as often. Players don't study them as much. So it's maybe not in Hartzman's lexicon as solidly as some other words.
Yeah, it's a newer edition. So Steve drawing 00 to his sleeve of DIRU blank, and he has a few letters to play through now, but it's gonna take some time to try and see if he has something through that I, that E, or that R in Tenier. I don't see anything. Neither does the engine, but Steve doesn't know that when you have these blank racks, they certainly can use a lot of time when you're trying to sort through your possibilities. So very tough situation for Steve Hartzman, actually.
And you feel extra pressure that your opponent does bingo, right? You feel like you got to get another one back at him soon, or you're going to be lost. It's going to be a loss, but it's not. I mean, you just have to pace yourself through the game. That's another aspect of Scrabble. It's fun. You just, you don't need to score all your runs in the first inning. The 5th inning was you could score 5 runs and you're still doing pretty well. So balancing his rack, but you're absolutely right. I mean, this rack looks like it should have a bingo, and perhaps the best one, with the Val heavy tiles that he has, he's probably going through his mind with all those 5-letter, the 5 Val 8-letter bingos. There's about 316 of them, I think. And it's a strange list, but the top players like these gentlemen have, I'm sure, studied that list regularly. Like evacuees with an S would be an example, or sequoias would be another word on that list. But there's a lot of strange words that are not commonly used.
Yeah, and that's a very good point about like the lists of people creating some facility in certain positions. If Steve does extensively study the 5 vowel 8-letter words, and it's a list that I think is extremely important, he can probably quickly recognize he probably doesn't have anything through the I or the E of Tenier, and then that R is also a duplicate, so harder to miss something when there's a duplicate letter involved since the options are fewer. So I don't know how long he's going to take on this decision, but I'm liking something, maybe hooking the O onto of, making oof, or he could do something a little bit more proactive, play something like duo and op on the top. Like, none of those plays look great. Engine suggesting playing odor, O-D-O-U-R, and oof. Opening the board a little bit, but also closing the board a little bit. I'm wondering what I would do here.
How many? I mean, I don't have the engine running, so how many points are any of those plays?
Yeah, most you can score is 22 if he wants to just play Rod next to the ENI of Tenier, but Ood looks very good. This leaves the E of Tenier open, keeps OIR blank, which is pretty nice and balanced. And most importantly, critically, this sets up roof for a potential word ending in R later on. So I like this play by Steve Harsman a lot.
And he wanted to get rid of his U for reasons I've mentioned, and he wanted to get rid of his duplicate O. So that solves both of those issues.
Yeah. So good decision. But again, it might not work out. Look at that. That's 5 vowels. Might be a little bit too much for Steve, as Jason has pretty balanced letters. He has A, E, I, O, and he has C, G, M. Those aren't the best letters. Those aren't the worst letters. I'm thinking, how aggressive do I want to be? Because a lot of the plays I could make will open a triple, will maybe open a hook. Thinking about maybe something like Magi, M-A-G-I, next to the U and the D to set up the C. I don't really want to open a triple, play magic. But yeah, maybe there's something through the R of Tenier that I'd look through that doesn't open too much. But yeah, definitely a tough decision. Lots of plays are good here. And Jason with a small lead.
I mean, IG is really good if you have an N, right? And I'm looking at the bag. There's 5 N's left, so I might be thinking of that. However, you have to look at the board. Is an ing word going to be playable? Well, goof, right? Goof is a nice hook, and it's probably not going to get played or blocked necessarily. So you might, if you play the word cream down with the R, you're going to get quite a few points. It's going to leave you the IG. So that's just another thought.
Yeah, definitely interesting to think about a play like that. With 5 N's still remaining, chances of Jason drawing one after playing 4 tiles is pretty high. I'm very, very interested to see what he comes up with. Jason, quite a creative player, I would say. He knows when to look for some weird stuff. In this position, I really don't know what I would do. It just feels like anything that I do is going to open something big, and that's sort of one of the benefits of the play of Ood. It doesn't really create much for Jason to work with, unless he could play maybe a 2-tile play through the U. Like, I guess he could play Mug and Jog right now, but I mean, that seems really bad.
He could play Sig, but I mean, the game is still early, and he's not up that much, so he doesn't want to close it. I don't think he wants to begin closing the board up.
Yeah, he's not up by so much, and the board still has some options to it. So yeah, Sig and Goof is actually a very interesting idea, and I'm liking it simply because I haven't found a play here that I am comfortable with what it does to the board. So yeah, Jason's taking a lot of time, under the 19-minute mark now. I don't know, maybe Magi makes sense. Maybe you just play Magic. Maybe you play Imago or Amigo, making OP or making ID, AD. Lots of options here. And Steve has all the time in the world to find a potential playable bingo, but I think he's going to come up short.
Well, Josh, guess what?
We have a new guest, do we?
Yes, we have a very special guest. Not that the other 3 haven't been very special. This gentleman here, he's a legend in Galesburg, and he's lived here his entire life. So Dwight White is a city councilman in his now 5th year serving the community in that capacity. But his life, he's done so many wonderful things in Galesburg. He's been a coach. He's been a mentor, and so on. So he's also my, I guess you'd say, you're on my left side. You're my left side man. Yeah. When we're sitting at the council meetings, and when I was elected mayor, he was elected for the first time as councilor, and so we've been kind of sharing that role from that onset. And anyway, Josh, this is Josh Sokol.
Pleased to meet you, Josh.
Yes.
Hi, Dwight. Great to meet you. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I'm his left-hand man trying to do the right thing.
Exactly. Exactly right.
Awesome. Well, great to see you. So you've been in Galesburg your whole life. Yeah. What's it been like to see the the community change and grow and all that?
Well, everything's a double-edged sword. You know, the older you get, the less you can do. The younger you are, the more you can be involved. And I think that's where I'm at. But Galesburg is, I say to everybody that it's the best place in the United States of America. We're right in the middle of United States, a few hours of Canada, a few more hours of Mexico, a few hours from Chicago. I could take the car, a bus, a train. We've got a couple of airports within 30 minutes, and you can go anywhere. It's nice, safe, peaceful, and the cost of living is pretty decent. And it's a great place to raise.
And you've raised a couple girls here in Galesburg.
It's 74. I've been here 74 years. I've got a 19-year-older and an 18-year-older. So we started a little late, but you know, it keeps me young.
Yeah, he has
Oh my
2 daughters,
gosh.
and I have 2 daughters. So, but look what Steve just did.
This isn't a word. Has Jason said hold? Or, yeah, I mean, this is a very common, okay, I mean, for those that are new to Scrabble, Dwight, welcome to this game. We were saying earlier, playing phony words is a part of the game, and certain words come up all the time. There's many spellings of words like this one. There's woorari. You can put a W on that and make it a word, but this spelling is not valid. So this has changed the game immediately. It's just completely thrown the game into another gear. So I just wanted to say, like, how crazy this was, because at the highest level, stuff like this, it feels like you would have seen somebody play this before and you would have remembered that it wasn't valid. But sometimes both players, there's just this blindness, this double blindness. But yes, both of you, sorry, both of you have 2 daughters. Are you guys like, you guys call each other in the mornings, wear the same color shirt as well?
Not quite, but it's sometimes close.
Well, the interesting thing is, I first met Mr. White years before I was even councilman. I was able to buy a lot through the city has an auction on its open lots, and I just put in a bid, and I wanted to start a community garden, and it happened to be like 3 houses down or 3 plots down from where Mr. White lived. And at one point, right, we need water in our garden, and I couldn't get water, so he allowed me to literally take a hose from his house 3 properties away and bring it all the way over to mine, and that was the beginning of our relationship.
It was over 100 feet.
Yes, it was.
I know it was 100, 120, 130 feet away.
He's very generous. He never charged me for the water either, and I'm sure he's going to send me the bill here shortly.
I sent the bill, but I didn't get paid.
but he got to, you know. Yeah. Did you get any of the vegetables?
Oh though? Yeah, I got some vegetables.
All right, so we're even.
Now, I'm not a Scrabble player. My spelling is atrocious. Thank God for my wife. But that word he played O-O-R-A-R-I,
yeah.
That was strategic.
Well, it was a way to get rid of his vowels. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a good way. Like, if this were a word, it would be a very good play, because it would score some points and get rid of some of the vowels that Steve had. And Steve, trying to get a 7-letter word now, which he is going to get. He's spotted the word rancher. You might see his rack on the
But
right there aligned. And so it is a good move if it stays on the board. And that's the strategy of it. Sometimes you make a plausible looking word and it stays on, and it's the best play because of it.
Is there a way for him to play the C or the H on the double letter?
So he can play. The only way he can do that is to play cranker. So he's looking to play on the bottom row, Dwight. So something making maybe or, because all of those words have to be valid if they're vertical or if they're horizontal for those watching that are newer to Scrabble. But Steve can play cranker, making OE, one of the most contentious two-letter words in Scrabble.
Yeah, here he goes.
And
Is he going to find it
OR.
or not?
I think he's spotted it already. It's just a question, is he sure this is valid? But once again, if he plays this word, it's up to Jason to challenge him if he's unsure of it. And with so many options available, both players will recognize that Steve could have played a variety of different things. And so it's so hard to challenge a word when you know your opponent had similar options with those same letters.
And I mean, he definitely wants to block that bottom row, but crankier he knows for sure, and that would go a few lines up, but not for as many points, and it would still leave an open that line that he opened. I want to make a point. In the previous game, we saw that you made the right play, but it worked out against you, right? In this game, the jive, right? He placed it in a strategic way, but Zesty came down big way. Here's a case where he played Orari, spelled it wrong, but it may work out for him. See, and that's back to my life analogy, right? Sometimes you make the wrong turn on the road, and you end up at the best restaurant in town, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes you lend someone your water, they don't pay for it, and you still become like best friends.
Exactly. Well, Mr. White is a phenomenal man, and he'll tell you he represents the 4th Ward, okay, which is the southwest side of town. But it goes from Main Street
south,
all
the way west, with a little divot in the middle, and then from the railroad tracks, we call it, that run north and south in town, everything south of that.
But in our community, we have 7 counselors, and those counselors represent a geographic area, and those are the people who voted for him. So he has to be sure to represent them. And I can tell you, Mr. White is very true to that form. He wants to make sure that he is representing the interests of those people.
Very nice.
Here we go. Rancher goes down.
So Rancher, yes, that's the second best play here. And it puts Steve in the lead very briefly as Jason has drawn some junky stuff. Oh my God, look at that circle of the H. Okay, it's clearly an H, but there's a lot of artistry going on there on that slip to designate what the blank is for the rest.
Mr. White's got a question.
Well, the word is rancher, but he didn't place an H there. It looks like a blank that I'm seeing.
That's right. It is a blank. There's 2 blanks in the game, and he just circled what the blank letter represented.
Okay.
Yeah. And you see this other blank? There was an E, and so there are only 2 blanks in the game, and they're actually worth 0 points, but they're the most important tile because you see both of them were played. With all the letters, and you get a 50-point bonus if you do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, it bears mentioning that you mentioned, Peter, about how sometimes things don't work out, but it's also about time. And it's sometimes you'll make a play that immediately doesn't work out for you, but then you win the game. So maybe the play did work out for you, and it's sometimes hard to tell, and maybe not very important to focus on the immediate aftermath of something. And I guess as someone that's been part of city council, politics, you could probably speak to how sometimes something will happen, it feels like a failure, but then maybe months, even years later, something comes of it.
That is true. And it works the opposite way too. Something you do at the time was good, and then you find out later on, 3 years later, that was a bad move. So it works out both ways.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. White, in Ward 4, what are some new developments going on in
Oh
Galesburg?
gosh, I never try to toot my own horn because I want to get my blessings later. But we've got 3 parks that have never been taken care of, 2 that were existing. And so we've got those refurbished, and we have a brand new park going up. I can't take credit for it. I just was a little bit of help in it. And it's over called Cook School Park. And it was a grade school that I grew up and went to. It's going to have $1 million worth of equipment and things put in there, because the south side of Galesburg is sort of a desert. It's neglected. Most everything is either north, and then there's some things that are southeast. Like we don't have a school in our ward. Most every other ward has a school within walking distance. We don't have any real grocery stores in our ward, and definitely didn't have very many parks or amenities. And that's something I've been really working on to give a sense of ownership and pride in the fourth ward.
It's pretty remarkable. I mean, you think of all that you've done. I mean, you've been part of in only a little over 4 years. It's astounding, frankly, how much development's occurred in your ward in this little time. And that's why you were reelected, right? I mean, that's why the people you won the second time. You won by a much bigger margin than you won the first time. And I want to point out, though, in the Cook School situation, this is this $1 million plus park that's being built brand new, and it you helped, but definitely a woman, her name Gayla Pacheco, is a community member in your ward.
Yes.
And she had a dream, right? And she and others pursued that dream, and it took many years, but ultimately we applied for a grant through the city, and we got a state grant, and that allowed us now. And I saw her yesterday, and she's bubbly. I mean,
oh yeah,
she's walking around like 10 feet off the ground, because that park, to see it realized now it's starting to go in the ground, is such a positive thing for her and the community. She says the neighbors, it's not built fully yet, but the neighbors are coming out to watch it.
Yeah. I go over there every couple of days and take a couple of pictures and post them on Facebook to keep everybody updated on the progresses. And there's a lady that was out there, and she was just walking around, just smiling. She says, "I live across the street. I come over every day." So it's and that's what's important. People to feel like they are somebody, that you acknowledge them, and so it's a great thing. It's a real great thing.
And
it all starts with public spaces, right? Like if you have good public spaces, everything else will fall into place eventually. I think.
Yep.
And Mr. White,
wow, this game's taken a very weird turn. Sorry, looking at Jason's letters. I mean, I think anybody, even however new you are to Scrabble, you know that those 7 letters are up to no good on Jason Baisberg's rack. He played Gambit, so he kept 2 consonants and drew 5 more. Steve is going to respond by playing Hare. So the play of Gambit does sort of inhibit that S hook on Urari, which we know is not a valid word, but these players are assuming that Urari's is a word, and that would have been very, very dangerous to leave open. So I understand the decision to play Gambit. Jason did have some higher scoring plays available, though. But yeah, Steve's going to take the lead here with Hare. And I think Jason's going to have to exchange here. Exchange tiles.
I would think you'd have to. But Josh, I'm not going to let you get away with it. You are the legend of the Scrabble community for getting away with 6-letter phonies.
Specifically. Wait, when did I become that?
Well, I don't know. You haven't heard that before?
I'm trying to think of which 6 letters. Okay, I could think of one. I feel like most of my phonies are more bold than that. Like if I
Okay.
want to use all of my letters if I'm going to play a phony, right?
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong score. I'm looking at rankings, and then
Oh.
now I'm looking at scores.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
very close game. So he's up
Yes.
by 20 points. And you can see, Mr. White, his clock, they both get 25 minutes.
Yes.
So you can't really see it with our,
Yeah.
but his clock is going down. So that means it's his turn. Did we freeze? I think we froze.
Yes.
Let me reset. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
let's reset.
Okay.
You froze for
Yeah,
a
I
minute there,
wanted
Josh.
to. Okay, I wanted to ask for that park. So you said $1 million in renovations or in building. Do you guys have like any sorts of festivals that go on in Galesburg? I wonder if a park would be a good venue for something like that.
I am so glad you asked that. That's one of the things that we are actually working on in the fourth ward. It's hard to explain it or hard to say things. The fourth ward is a ward that's has the lowest voting percentages. Each ward has about 4,400 people. And sometimes out of that, you might have 200 people vote, whereas another ward, you might have 1,000 people vote. And so there's a lot of what I call apathy in the ward because they don't think people care about them. They don't think they have a voice. And that's what I try to bring to them and try to represent, their voice. The reason things are getting done is I worked around the railroad a lot. I played around it a lot. And I realized that the wheel that makes the most noise is the first one they're going to go to, the oil. So I just make a lot of noise and I'm persistent. And so they're moving forward with streets and road projects in the fourth ward. We got the South Street done in front of Knox College. I used to call it the roller coaster. Now it's just as smooth as glass. So, you just have to let people see that they're important and that we need to do things in their ward, but they have to participate. And I am their participation. And if I need their help, I can get on the phone and say, I need 20 people, 30 people to help me out on the project. And hopefully I can get enough that to make things move forward. So that's actually the goal, and that's what needs to be done, and we're working on, and that I'm working on in the fourth ward to get people more active and to bring things in like festivals. So we have a lot of Latinos in our ward. So hopefully by next year we'll have some kind of Latino festival at Cook School to bring people from the other side of the city in to meet some of the people that live on my side of the city, and to realize that we all put our pants on the same way. We all want to retire. We all want our vacations. And so some people don't realize we are just the same as anybody else. And that's a hill to be climbing. And I'm hopefully working on that.
Well, I can say from my experience with you, Mr. White, I mean, you exemplify that in your life. You treat everybody with respect. You go out of your way, to help people on a daily basis, and it means a lot. And you've been doing it for many years, and that is that feeds the community. It feeds a positive energy in the community, and you have one of the most immaculate smiles. My mother, by the way, she watches the council meetings, and Mr. White is her favorite councilman. Not against anybody else necessarily, but she hangs on to your every word. So be careful what you say, okay?
And that's a fact. Do you know
Oh,
I've
man.
never really watched a Scrabble game?
Well, we're trying to get everybody involved. So
This
look
game
at
is
that word.
actually crazy. So that's a beautiful play by Steve Hartzman, Mar, Maar. I love that decision by him. But we just have to focus on what's been going on Jason Weisberg's rack of tiles the last few moves. It's just been horrendous draw after horrendous draw. He kept 2 consonants, drew 5 consonants. He exchanged 5 consonants, drew
Okay.
4 consonants.
Here.
And he's just
And here.
played
Okay.
net, N-E-T-T at the bottom right,
Yeah.
and kept 4 consonants and that U, and he's drawn 2 more consonants. So it just feels like the consonants are never ending. Yeah, it's we call this consonantitis in Scrabble, and it just feels like you can't
Uh-oh.
draw enough
He's got a
vowels.
good
But
mo-
yeah,
He's
look
got
at
a
that.
good
Steve's
word, but
found longest, but there's nowhere to play it, and it just doesn't feel like Jason can do anything reasonable here. If he could do something reasonable, maybe it would give Steve a spot. But he's playing nudge. This is probably the only play that he has that's worth considering. He's separating the U and the Q, but he needs to keep scoring points on this board. If he just fails to score points, Steve with the advantage is just going to continue to pad his lead. So hopefully Jason can draw something worthwhile here. It's very crazy to consider the fact that Gambit was played many moves ago, and that triple word score in the right middle of the board is open. That's a huge premium spot. You play GI or GO, you can access that spot. Feels like maybe this turn Steve's going to be able to access it, but it's just been sitting there for a while.
well, Josh, I mean, Jason, I understand he wants to get points on that play, and that, you know, and his draws have just been horrendous, as you mentioned. Disconnecting the U and the Q and leaving the W, it just spells more trouble, I would think. Now, he drew 2 S's, as we see. It's not his turn at the moment, but look at the board, though. It is so tight. I mean, this is about as tight as you're going to see at the expert level, I'd say. And, you know, since Jason's down, he's not down very much, but you'd think he knows he needs to probably keep the board more open in order to score. But as you mentioned, how do you open the board in this case?
Yeah, and what's also very important to notice here is the time. Now, both players, do I start with 25 minutes?
Yeah.
And Steve is down to his last 5.5 minutes with, we can see on the top left, 29 tiles left. We start with 100 left. So in terms of just math, that is not a good ratio. It's going to be important for him to make moves rather quickly, but on this board, it's just so hard to find moves. And he's probably not happy about this play of Leno. He could also play ENOL in the same spot, because this does open the board for Jason, who is losing right now. But it's so hard to find plays on boards like this. And this is going to work out, I think, for Steve, since Jason's just, we know, has like the worst letters imaginable. But yeah, it's going to be important to see the time usage. Sorry,
Mr.
go
White?
ahead.
How come he didn't play longest?
He couldn't know where to play it. You got to hook it. You can't just play it out in the middle of nowhere. You got to connect it to something.
The T.
Yeah, but every time you put something through, it has, every word you make, like GO has to be a word.
Oh,
So-
okay.
So yeah, you could have played, if there was enough spots, you could have kept your T and used the T in plots to play longest. But there were only 5 spots. He would have needed 6.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a good question, and that's actually one of the most frustrating things when you're playing Scrabble is you might have certain letters, then you're like Eureka, and you find a word on your rack, and it just doesn't fit anywhere on the board. So that's the situation this board has created. Jason playing slow, maybe hoping for Steve to take that literally and lose on time. I think it would have been. I think it's probably best for Jason to play his cue here.
Oh, he's not.
So he's taking his play back. He can play Qaid's, Qaids. Maybe that would have been better, but he's playing Wold instead. Yeah, this cue has just been such a thorn in Jason's.
I got to mention
side for the
Mr.
last
White
few
back.
moves.
Mr. White, so the analogies I use, so when you have a good tiles like longest, but you can't play it, that's kind of like you and your fine suit with no one to go to the prom with. How about that?
Okay.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
We
Mr.
have
White,
so
I
many
didn't mention,
analogies.
he's the best dressed councilman by far. You have to, today he's kind of wearing his Saturday gear, but watch him on Monday night. He's sharp dressed. He's leading the pack for the council. So
At least in your mom's eyes.
yes, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
So
Wow,
the
this
top of
game,
the board,
oh my goodness.
I mean, you can tell like what this five rows of the top of the board are not even touched yet. So,
Yeah.
and he's going to
Oh
try to
wow.
close
So
it down.
okay, Steve, yeah, now he's like, okay, well I used the triple, but I don't like what I opened. So he's playing PETA and a go, and that blocks the space that was just opened by Leno. So this is a good decision by Steve, and he's used his time wisely on this turn. And again, just Jason needs one of those 2 U's. There are still 2 U's left for that Q. That Q is so bad without the U's, but let's see if Steve draws one of them. If he doesn't, then he's
3
drawn
eyes.
into 3 eyes. So there is a chance if Jason does draw a U, he will be able to play something like QUA on top of the PL of plots, making up an AL. He will have options for the Q potentially if he can draw one of those U's, but it's got to feel so heavy. It's
But
now
Josh,
this letter, this one tile has just been laying him. Go ahead.
well, no, that's what I was going to touch on. Like he's been, how many turns has he had this Q, and it just sits there, kind of rotting your rack. I mean, by this point, his rack is disintegrating from rot. At this, you know,
I have an analogy.
Please.
Yeah, it's like certain like public transit projects that like you've started, or some project you've started, and something happens and it gets sort of like left and abandoned, and like the money that it's costing just keeps accumulating over time. That's kind of how it feels, right?
That's something we're working on too, transit, and it's in that same Q state.
Yeah, we have a road that is state highway, and the state has to fix it, but we haven't been able to compel them to do so in a
Correct.
timely manner. I mean, COVID set them back, and the residents keep being told, well, it's going to happen next year. It's going to happen next year. It's going to happen next year. And by now they're like, we're just going to turn this into like a derby, right?
Yeah. Well, and we get our bottoms chewed without no seasonings.
Mr.
I like
White,
that analogy.
he has some good expressions, I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, FA is the play for Jason Baisberg. He's now only down 7 points. It's Steve's turn, and Steve's letter is very ugly. So this game is really going to come down to time, I think, and also a potential good draw. And that U, we saw that U. All right. So Jason's drawn one of the 2 U's. He now can play squad on top of the PLO. And the question is Steve going to block? Like, what can he do? Is he going to play Vigil to the Ellen plots? That seems dangerous, but it probably isn't. I think that feels like Steve's only way to get out of this situation. It's 10 points. Play Vigil, but it's the only play that gets rid of the V, the G, and 2 of the I's, and he's going to go for it. So this will open the board. He is accessing, you said, those 5 rows. Finally, something's going on here. But Jason's going to be able now to play off his Q. He can play something like WAG, but actually just Quid maybe through the Eye of Vigil. Now that the game is getting so close to the end, there's only 4 tiles left to draw from the bag. So Jason has to be careful. He doesn't want to play more than 3 tiles here. But his play is going to give him the lead. So it's going to be very interesting to see. That was a good draw, though, I think, from Steve Hartzman, drawing that K and that X to score with. I can't wait to see what happens in these next few moves. Sometimes the players will align their racks in funny ways.
Yeah.
So I guess Steve found sucks like to be a funny thing. This is for stream, and we were mentioning how like the play of Urari coming down, like, you know, not being sure, especially when you're on stream, you don't want to miss anything, you don't want to make any mistakes. So there's that added pressure, like sort of like a hot mic in a meeting.
Mr. White knows about that.
Yeah, it's happened once or twice.
But our council, we have 7 wards, so we have 7 counselors. They're all elected. Mr. White has been elected twice now, and we try. You know, one of my roles is to try to bring harmony among them. And I think we're in a much better place than we were a few years ago.
Oh, much better.
And we have a new council person maybe coming onto the board on Monday. We'll see how you and others vote. I got to nominate someone, which is a rare thing, but one of our counselors stepped down. And that's one of the responsibilities I have. So that's going to change our council. Whenever you have a new council member, they change the complexion and the conversation a little bit. But and just like in Scrabble, right? We have 10 new players playing in this tournament. Have never been to Galesburg before, I suspect, and we're glad to have them here. One of them has never played in a tournament. That was the artist I mentioned earlier, Carla Marquardt, a famous local artist. And we're really glad to have those 10 new people. Mr. White, after you leave here, you're going to have to go downstairs and, shake some hands.
Yeah, I'll mingle.
Yeah.
I've seen some of my friends down there already.
And then in an hour from now, we're going to go to lunch. We're actually an hour behind because we're having such great dialogue up here.
Great.
What are your fondest memories of Galesburg?
Oh gosh, where can I start? Like I said, I was born and raised here, and I remember Lincoln Douglas debates at Knox College.
You do? Yeah,
when I was a little kid.
Yeah, you were a little.
I mean, talking about 2 or 3 years old. I remember the Santa Claus parades, and they would put him up on a ladder on W.T. Grant's. There's our downtown district where we're at. That used to be the main shopping area. And guys, sidewalk days, you could walk up and down the street, and across the street, they had a pair of size probably 80 bib overhauls. I mean, size 80.
Okay.
And anybody that could fit them, they could have them.
Okay.
Those things sit out there for years. And finally, some guy was big enough to wear them. But gosh, we had Kitty Corner, and oh gosh, we used to have a playground called Kitty Land, and they had a strobe light just like at the airport, and you could see it all over town.
Oh.
And everybody wanted to go to Kitty Land. Let's go to Kitty Land. Galesburg has so many great memories that I remember. If you wanted to go to a basketball game, there was a gentleman down the street. He owned a gas station, and our tickets sold out for our basketball games like Green Bay tickets sell out for football.
Mm.
And the store was called LeGrand's, and nobody ever had extra tickets except for Mr. LeGrand. I don't know how he got them or where he got them from. Oh man, we got a basketball game. I don't have a ticket. Go to see Mr. LeGrand. He had a ticket. So we have great memories, and Galesburg just such a great place. I've seen our railroad days that we have. I've seen it bring in 60,000 people.
That's a festival that we have here every summer.
Yeah, because Galesburg's a railroad town. Without I could tell you the story, but it'd take forever. How we got the railroad, how we stole it from Knoxville, just like we stole the county seat from Knoxville, and it's just so much that that I can talk about, and some great stories. They always have the story about the train that was coming through on a Sunday, and a Baptist preacher stood out in front of the tracks and told the train conductor, the train engineer, you don't run on trades on Sunday. He said, "Watch." He tooted his horn. He said, "Get out the way." Oh, I mean, that's a famous story that everybody knows. Oh,
Awesome. There's so many memories. That's so
gosh.
rich.
Yeah. And
I wanted to mention just before we continue that this game. So we did see Jason finally get rid of the Q. We saw Steve scoring really well with X, but actually both players super low on time. Jason made one of his maybe 5 or 6 winning plays of best, and it really just feels like Steve has no resource left to try and steal this game. It is looking like Jason Weisberg is going to come back from the dead to win this. Steve could play WIS next to the B and the E, but not only does that give Jason play of WADIS, WADIS, but also gives him access to the triple with IWIS. So a lot of complications here, but Jason had no time and managed to find a winning play of best. And this is it. So WYE coming down. Jason's going to go out with SED, and he's going to win this game by 10 points. Before we go to the overhead, Mike, I wanted to thank you, Mr. Wright, for coming on. It's been such an honor to talk to you. But let's give these guys some airtime.
See, Peter can talk and look. I can only talk. I didn't see half those plays made.
You were going to go
Yeah.
to the board mic, right?
Yeah, the overhead mic, but they're probably talking about the game. We always love to hear that. But I don't know if our producer is there.
I have
There we go.
365 to 354.
Oh, I do 355. It was just 9 for Y, right?
Yeah.
So you had 3. I think we read it 305. Was that
Yeah.
346?
Yeah.
Then and then 9 for 355.
Oh, yeah. I know how to add.
Okay.
365. 355.
Great game though. I was close. I didn't know I was going to win, to be honest. I really clustered of consonants for a while. I had this Q forever.
Well, if I play WIS here, that's still not going to score enough.
No, that's why I played best, because then I have iWis.
Right.
Right. So then I get 15, 22.
Right. Well,
24,
and
26. So
you could have played Sept coming down also. I mean, there's just
pretty young. He's like.
Did you see anything that I could do?
I didn't really have time to figure it all out. But
This guy went to.
I mean, the board is pretty locked at this point.
yeah, I mean, if you block here with EW, then that might be interesting. But I mean, I can take my time in that scenario. It's really hard for you to go out. So I could drop my S. I could drop AI here, which you probably would do.
All right. So let's just if I play there.
So then you're going up by 8. So I mean, you can go out easily. I'm just going to drop this at 17. Go up by 9.
And I can't go out, right? I mean,
No, I don't think so.
I need an out and 2, and I need to block, and I can't do both.
And I can drop my S for points as well. So I can't go out quickly, but I can keep the scoring pressure on. You could try to D-stick me. Maybe I play but I have D here and here. But if I play here, you could block here. So maybe the play would be to play my D first.
They're actually looking at a line that would have won
I
for
had
Steve.
Time pressure, and I couldn't really think through the endgame very well. But okay, you can put it back, and I'll take a picture real quick.
Oh yeah. Close.
It's a
Wait, picture here.
defensive game.
Wow. All right. Okay, let's pull back to the commentary, but a very interesting actually suggestion that Steve could have made a play that would have complicated things a lot for Jason and eventually put him in a winning position. Crazy game. I think both players will want to look at that one. But I got to go on to the next game. Do we have one more game before lunch, Peter?
Believe it or not, yeah, we're about an hour behind. It seems like I don't know where the time has gone. Mr. White, it's fabulous to have you with us. And now you've got an inkling of Scrabble. Maybe
Yes.
maybe I'll get you a board for Christmas, and you and Jody can start playing.
No, what you need to do is get me a book on spelling for Christmas.
Okay.
Then I'll buy my own board.
Okay. Well, I have so many boards in my house.
Yeah.
If you come help me move, I'll give you a board. How about that?
Okay. Yeah.
So give a man a board and he'll be happy for one game. Give a man a dictionary and he'll buy
I
his
have
own
an
board.
opportunity, yes.
Yeah, you sound like Mr. White. You've been hanging around with him. He'll talk about he'll take you fishing if you come visit. So.
Yeah.
Such an honor to meet you. Continue.
yeah.
I hope you continue the amazing work you're doing in your community.
Hey, I'm just proud and glad that I'm in the position to do what I'm doing. Thank God for my heart and my wife that puts up with me and backs almost anything I do. So that's the important part. And then I have a community that is just great. I know people across the board, from millionaires to guys that are homeless. So I love Galesburg. I can't say anything else. And I'm gonna do the best I can to make it the best city I can. But Peter's doing a great job with his Scrabble. I'm gonna have to get more involved and learn how to play the game. So thank you guys for having me.
Really appreciate it coming on, Dwight. And it's on a Saturday. This is your day off?
No, actually, I was at a garage sale with my church.
Okay.
That's what my shirt is. Full Gospel Church.
Oh, yeah.
My little Full Gospel hat. And so we're doing our yearly garage sale so we can give out food baskets and things of that nature. So I'll be going back to help it tear down. I'm trying to stay busy in my senior years.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming. And I can't wait to visit. Hope we can meet in person soon. And good luck on your quest to get good at Scrabble.
Yeah, will do. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Josh.
You gotta be blessed.
Thank you, Mr. White.
All right, we're gonna go to a short break while we figure out the final mashup before lunch. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Am I still on?
No.
Okay. That was
welcome back everybody to Galesburg. Well, I'm not in Galesburg. I wish I was in Galesburg. I'm Josh Sokol here with Peter Schwartzman. We have one more round before the lunch break. Peter, we have a very nice matchup coming your way. We got Melissa Rootson versus Elise Bickford in the CSW division. What do we have planned after that? Oh,
We're going to the restaurants.
Yeah. Say that again. Sorry.
You mean like traveling through Galesburg and eating at restaurants?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're gonna like have a selfie stick and just like stream that part.
Well, I can tell you, like, we are centrally downtown, and within walking distance, we have some really wonderful restaurants. Okay, fantastic, seriously. And not only are they cook really good food, and the ambiance is wonderful, but many of them have stepped up, and they are giving discounts to our players as long as they show their little badge. They can get a discount, and in fact, a few of them, the Landmark in particular. Masa is another one. They have provided gift certificates to the winners of today's tournament, so they get a free dinner.
Wow.
If you win your division today, you get a lovely dinner for you and probably a guest of yours.
You didn't tell me that. I would have come. I would have come down. All right, next time. Anyways, the players are ready. That's awesome. Let's pan to the board. So there's going to be a nice long lunch break after this game. This is the final game of the morning. Melissa going first. Very close in rating, 1446, 1409. Elise has been climbing up the ranks extremely quickly. So I think this is going to be a good game, Peter. I'm excited.
Melissa Routson, I believe is her name, and I've known her. She played in the Chicago club when I was up there a few sabbaticals ago. She used to play in the standard American English dictionary, but she has migrated, and this is our first game. We're playing with the Collins dictionary. So that's, Josh, tell us, because our audience may not be familiar with the CSW, which you see at the top of your screen.
Yeah. So there are a few dictionaries in play, a few lexicons. Lexicons, that's not a word. Oops. Shouldn't have put me on the spot there. So in North America, most players play in a North American lexicon, but a lot of players have recently or somewhat recently decided to take up the larger international word list, which is used outside of North America. This allows them to play in international events if they travel and not get completely shocked by all the extra words in the lexicon. So there's a lot of movement towards people trying out at least the international lexicon. And oh my God, this is the second time we've seen 4 O's. We were talking about this earlier, Peter. Duplication, triplication, quadruplication. What is going on here? That is not a good draw for Melissa.
But if you watched the way she showed her tiles, the first letter she saw was the S, so that would have said, "Wow, great," right? And you're thinking things are looking good, and then their next was the Q, I think, and then 4 O's, or no, 3 more O's to her O that she had. So that's going to challenge, but she's already thinking of lunch, right? Fennel is a lunch play, so keep that in mind, because if we see any other lunch plays, we have to call them out. We are running a little bit behind schedule. I mean, these people they were supposed to start at 9 a.m. It's now 1:30. Their tummies are growling, okay? And they're looking for that. They probably could smell the food, because we are literally smelling distance from many nice restaurants in our downtown area.
Oh man, you're making me hungry too. What about Judy's? How far is Judy's from the venue?
Well,
that's
Judy's
the first place I'm gonna go to when I go to
her newest restaurant. Literally is, I could probably throw a baseball there from here.
Wow. Awesome.
But that's her newest, and that's kind of an Asian fusion type place, and that's really exciting. Just opened about a week ago.
Our producer is telling me there are lots of snacks here, Josh. Are you guys trying to Oh man, I have so much FOMO
Well-
right now. So okay, let's talk about the play. So Fennel to open, keeping an O, that looks really good. Zany as a response. So Elise was looking at Boise,
Oh, here we go.
Buaze, and that would have been a
Shepier.
good play. But yeah, Zany comes down, and Melissa very quickly exchanging 3 of her O's, keeping OS, and Elise without hesitation playing Chubbier, one of the 65-point options available to her. So yeah, very good start for Elise. But look at what Melissa's drawn, and she's lined it up. So Chubbier coming down, bringing Elise to 101, but Melissa primed to respond with 77. Swatted would play with Fennels. Actually, Peter, I just noticed Melissa was erasing something. Do you think that this happens all the time? She didn't record her exchange and gave herself the points for Chubbier?
Well, we want to give our opponent's points to ourselves all the time. So yeah, it was sort of a slip of sorts. But yeah, I mean these are little subtleties, but when you're on a clock, right, any little thing you do that wastes time might hurt you in the end. But she found swatted. This is kind of, I guess, a variant of the normal way you spell it. I'm assuming that's what it means. And but I want to point out to the audience, like Josh, you won the North American Scrabble Championship in the North American Dictionary, and then you decided to switch. Most of your time you spend now playing Collins. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I figured that so the pinnacle of achievements for North American Scrabble is winning the North American Championship. And obviously the best players still to this day, North America, most of them, or a large amount of them, play in the North American lexicon. So you're going to find, I guess, your best local, or I guess countrywide or continent-wide competition in that lexicon. But after winning the national championship, I said, well, okay, that's the crowning achievement. I want more. I want to try to become the best player in the world, win a world championship. So that is why I decided to switch. I want a new challenge. And a lot of players that have won the national championship have done so. I can name probably half of them that have won in the last 10 years or 11, 12 years. 11 years, ever since Nigel's last victory. A lot of them have switched to the international lexicon. I want to go worldwide. I want to play the best players in the world. So that's why I'm playing mostly in the CSW lexicon. Some other players, I mean, Elise, for example, is actually going to be attending the World Championship just next month in Ghana. So
wow.
Again, if you want to play, there are so many nations around the world. You might think Scrabble is a North American thing. It isn't. There are places such as Nigeria, such as Kenya, such as Pakistan, India, Thailand, so just to name a few, that have an incredibly large amount of devoted competitive Scrabble players, many of which are just incredibly
is
strong.
The big one too. Thailand folks have done extremely well as well. Yeah. So, and you've met a lot of new friends, right? Because although we all are in the same room, there is somewhat of a segregation. I mean, let's be honest, between those who play Collins and those who play WoW, let's say. I mean, we're friends, but we typically become closer to those we play games with.
Yeah, exactly. And it's nice to have such a tight-knit community, but there is definitely a little bit of a wedge between Lexica. So I think a lot of people would want to see everybody playing the same dictionary. The reason that there are different dictionaries, it's not because of some nationalistic, like, oh, we want American words in America. It's just because of the ownership of the game. as Metif comes down. So I'm going to
Ooh.
explain what I just said. So there are lots of good plays in this position. Metif is okay, keeps decent letters A and E. It's going to bring at least slightly in the lead.
That's Colin's
But yeah,
only word.
this is a word that is only valid in the World Lexicon. So Melissa's actually putting this play on hold. And
She's
actually,
gonna
okay,
challenge.
so we were talking about challenges earlier. One of the biggest difference actually between the two lexicons is not the words, it's the challenge rule. And if you challenge a word and you're wrong, which we're going to see this play is going to come back green, we got a challenge cam. That means the play is valid. You don't lose your turn in international play. You only lose 5 points. Melissa's going to get her turn back after this play. And it's going to give at least 5 more points. So it's a much less strict rule than the North American rule. And it sort of makes sense. There's a lot more words. So the impetus on knowing words maybe shouldn't be as high in most levels of play. So I think I like this challenge rule for, like, I guess, intermediate players, but I also like the very harsh rule. If you really want to be the best player in the world, you should know the words. Anyways, that's just a little bit about that.
You've
Peter.
made the transition. You've made the transition. I respect you for that. I think in some ways I wish there was a unified dictionary. At the other hand, I think I've only played for the most part with the WoW or the NASPA or the NWL dictionary, and all the almost 30 years I've played, and I prefer the harsher challenge rule. I think it really forces your hand, because if you lose a turn, which you would in the previous games we've watched today, that's a turn loss is somewhere between 20 to 30 or even 35 points, and that's something you really have to contemplate. Here it's a 5-point difference. I mean, a 5-point extra to Elisa's score, and that's a much it's a friend, as you sort of indicated, friendlier, less harsh kind of ruling. But I don't know. I think that is a difference in the communities a little bit. And this 5-point rule, though, is what is used in most places in the world. I guess I'm led to believe, right, based on your experience.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and I mean, having grown up, I guess playing the harsher challenge rule, I agree with you that I think it's a better rule. But I do like to sort of put a nuance there of, when you're getting into Scrabble, if you're in a situation where you just don't know as many words as your opponents, but you love the game, the challenge rule is so harsh and is so unforgiving that I feel like it's not the right approach for, I guess, a more amateurish division for newer players. But I think at a higher level, at expert level, just the added bluffing aspect and the added importance to knowing the words is my
Well, for
personal
instance, right?
thought.
And no, that subtlety that you mentioned, I think that's very very well expressed. In the previous game with the Orari, I mean, if it was a 5-point rule, I'm sure Jason would have challenged it. I mean, much more likely, right? But he probably paused in part because the threat of being
Yeah, I don't
wrong.
think he paused at all, actually. What's interesting is people think, like, there's no way you're going to get away with a phony word in 5-point challenge, but that's actually not true. Sometimes there's just as much, like, double blindness, and you sort of trust your opponent more, because, like, they're never going to play something they're unsure of, right? Because it's so easy for me to challenge, and that sort of plays against each other, against the rule. So sometimes you see phonies. But okay, we saw the play of Weighted. That was a really nice play I want to mention by Melissa, keeping that H to score with, overlapping four words on the board. So yeah, very, very nicely played game so far by both players. I was mentioning the ownership of the game, so I just want to briefly say, in North America, the Scrabble trademark's owned by Hasbro. The rest of the world is owned by Mattel, and because they use different source dictionaries for their Scrabble dictionaries, there's this little there's a difference in lexicon. It's not because we want our homegrown words and we don't like those other English words. There's nothing like that. It's just has to do with the source dictionaries that are used. So over to Elise. So this is a close game, Peter. And Elise seems close to something. She has an S. She can use that S to play with motifs. I'm pretty sure she'll know that does take an S. There's some openings on the board. So what are you looking to do in these sorts of positions?
Yeah, it's a very close game. They're generally playing pretty fast, which is, just another characteristic. Sometimes the letters just flow. She wants to bingo. I'm assuming Matif takes an S. I don't know that for a fact, but she has an F. She has an S, and she wants to maintain that line for her S. So she doesn't want to mess with that part of the board. And it looks like she's able to do that. She's leaving herself SE, which is a really good leave, a nice balance of consonants and vowels.
Yeah, that's a great play. It takes out a scoring spot. It balances the letters, but she's drawn a Q. Oh boy.
And the O's, the Q and the O's are stuck together, it seems.
The O's are coming back, yeah. There is a U on the board. When you have a Q, you're always looking to use a U if it's available. But yeah, not the greatest pull for Elise. Melissa has many options here. And she chooses to play Faith, which does a good job, keeps a DR, which is pretty strong, scores something.
She's keeping the time pressure on too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I know Elise pretty well. And one of the things she's always lamented is her time usage. When you're new to Scrabble, and Elise is pretty new to Scrabble, she played her first live tournament, I guess, just over 2 years ago. But she's been climbing up the ranks really quickly. But yeah, learning how to manage your time in every situation takes years and years and years of tournament play. But yeah, I think Melissa has that experience and wants to use whatever advantage she has. So yeah, I like that.
I would point out the Macca play is also Collins only. So I've played some Collins, but I'll pick up those words that I don't see or I would challenge normally. And I noticed that Elise has played two Collins only words so far.
Mm-hmm. And she's going to play a word that everyone can recognize, Queens. Unfortunately, this does leave her with 2 O's, and we know Melissa had 4 O's earlier. There are still some O's lurking in the bag. So hopefully, or at least she can avoid drawing a triplicate on this draw, but it seems pretty likely she's going to draw another O. We'll see. From Melissa's standpoint, there are still 7 O's unseen to her. So we could actually see Elise draw 5 O's in this position.
Okay, Josh. So one of the things, you see the queens, and that's the 10-point cue. We're thinking, well, what goes in front of that? Is there anything that goes in front of queens to go to that double word score, which would be an extension play? And I just looked it up.
As a New York native, I would say Brooklyn goes before Queens.
Okay, well, my father was born in Brooklyn, so be careful. And we can agree.
That's what I mean. We're in agreement. Yeah. What do you mean?
That's
be
right.
careful?
Well, but he also lived in Queens, so probably he played both sides of the fence.
Cool.
But there's a 2-letter extension to Queens in Collins only. I'm testing you now, Josh.
Is it un?
Yes, unqueens is a word in
Unqueens.
Collins only, but that wouldn't really help you much on this board. I'm
There's
surprised
also,
there aren't.
yeah, I'm always surprised. Like queen, there's so many extensions to king, like kings.
Yep,
There's like
yep.
all sorts of things. You could also play queenside, which would be really nice.
Oh, that'd be cool.
You could
yeah.
extend it that way, which is a nice chess word. At least also extremely strong chess player. And
But
gull comes down, keeping the same 3 letters, Peter, as last play. Again, not a great draw for Melissa, not a great draw for Elise either, but she did avoid drawing 7 O's. So this is a really close game.
So Scrabble players go out to dinner. So what do we talk about? I can tell you last night in a conversation I was having, the question was, is queendom a word like kingdom, queendom?
Yeah.
And as it turns out, it is. So we've added to our lexicon, my working lexicon. So I'm looking forward to playing that sometime.
Yeah, I've wanted to play queendom for actually a really long time. A lot of us have, what do you call it? Bucket list words. And for my sake, I can never remember what words are on my bucket list until they come up. But yeah, queendom is definitely one of those that I've wanted to play for a long time. Queen cup, also a valid word. Actually, for a long time, king cup was king cup is a word, but pucking, which is a very Canadian word, was not valid, I think, until pretty recently. Just king cup with those letters. So, okay, Elise, if she would like to probably play from that D and weighted on the bottom of the board. But the only way for her to do that is to play DOOLE to reach that triple. It's an international only word. So this is a very tough position. You want to get rid of 2 of the O's. There is a fun way to do that. Zobo is a word. Play through that Z and that B. And she finds it very nice.
I think she heard you. She heard you all the way from Toronto.
Oops. Well, if she's listening to Toronto, then she wouldn't have heard me.
Telepathically.
Yeah. So drank very quickly for Melissa for 33. That looks like by far her best play. Wasting no time, applying that time pressure. Back to Elise, and this has been back and forth. It's been a really good game. Melissa up by 3 points now, and still a lot of game to be played. So let's see what Elise draws. X and R. That's a pretty good draw, and she used that X for points. Don't really see a great spot. But
yeah, Melissa keeps applying the time pressure, but she just drew 3 eyes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's funny. Some people can't really handle. I feel like we've seen some very, very bad draws today. A lot of people can't really handle those draws. I find them really fun. In the game, it's not fun. In the game, it's not fun. You're like, come on, like I've been trying to keep good letters and try to get close to that bingo draw, but sometimes you're just getting killed by triplicates, duplicates.
Well,
and you look back on those games fondly usually, but during the game it just sucks.
Ooh, Lex. See, that's a Collins only. So she's really strutting her stuff on the stream, showing her Collins knowledge. I mean, that's impressive, honestly.
Yeah, 50% more words in the international lexicon. That doesn't mean there's like a 1 in 2 chance that they're going to appear on every turn. But I would say that Elise has done a lot of studying. She did start playing the North American lexicon. She's studying a lot and learning a bunch of words, and actually has done a lot of things for the community, including she started posting videos onto YouTube. She's also done work to fix, there were some issues with definitions as Peely comes down. There's some issues with the definitions in the international lexicon once the dictionary was updated. And a bunch of members of the community have come together to sort of fish for the proper definitions of words. Sometimes you'll see under the board definition you don't recognize, like the play of some was made in a recent game, and it was like, this is a monetary unit of, I don't know, was it Madagascar or something? Like, we know some to mean something different, but sometimes there are multiple definitions, and sometimes the definitions are wrong, and a bunch of players have come together to fix those. So at least one of those. And so she probably learned a ton of words doing that. But yeah, she's looking at portage. That's really nice, Peter, to the E of Ulex.
Oh, that would work. Yeah. Do you one thing about where does Elise find the time? I think she's a graduate student, is she?
Yeah, I think so. I don't really. Yeah, the same thing with like Jason. Just like being in med school, how do you find the time? But she loves words. She's a writer. She's into poetry. So I think she spends a lot of her waking hours just thinking about words. So I think it's a great fit for someone like that. I wish I was more into words. Maybe I'd learn the lexicon.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing people say about you. You don't know much about words.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
Come on, Josh. But it's true. I mean, I think your point though is, some people really just enjoy words. I mean, they spend time studying, they read all day. I mean, this is something they really enjoy. They pick up words almost just by their everyday activities. And other people, maybe you're suggesting yourself, you really don't find that to be that. Maybe I'm not reading, but just studying words just for words' sake is not your favorite thing to do. You'd rather be outside, or like Mr. Miller, hiking somewhere.
Yeah, I just
basketball.
love playing. That's the thing. I love playing Scrabble, and there's only so much you can learn at like a top level by just playing. At some point, I just realized, well, I'm gonna get better. I need to just get more solid on my knowledge of the dictionary. But I mean, I love words. Obviously, everybody that plays Scrabble loves words. I think me and Elise have this like little mini feud where I say Scrabble is a math game mainly, and Elise is like, no, it's a word game. It's a word game. I love words. I will not grant you that. And of course, everybody that's watching a Scrabble game like this one, you see words. Sometimes you see unrecognizable strings of letters. You say to yourself, well, that's not English. That's not like the Scrabble that I know. And the Scrabble that most people know is a game that is just based on your vocabulary. But in reality, these strings of letters are just pieces. They're just the rules of the game, and understanding the rules of the game doesn't imply that you can use them outside of the game. So I'm not going to use the word Zobo in a sentence, for example, probably ever in my life, unless I'm talking about Scrabble. To me, words are just a means to an end, which is scoring points.
Okay, here we go, Josh. We have a bingo potentially, but it's a word only good in Collins. But it sounds like a word in English.
Yes, there is a one playable word here that uses Melissa's entire tile rack, getting her 50 extra points. It's a very hard one to spot, and it's verandas. But this play of Vax actually preferred by the Scrabble engine that I'm using. It scores 27 points, but keeps very strong tiles. Rind with the blank. Melissa very likely to redraw the bingo after this play. So even if that was a miss of verandas, very, very strong play regardless.
Well, you bring up a point. Like, if you get a 50-point bonus, you might think, well, you're always gonna play that word. But in this case, it sounds like keeping your blank for a 50 or whatever 60, 70-point word in the next turn is preferred, because Vax scores well and leaves you a really friendly bingo rack.
Yeah, and we see Melissa's drawn a B and an E. So this board not very friendly for bingos. Could maybe only play an 8-letter word through the C of Chubbier, to the C of Maca, through the A of Maca. And 7-letter words would be very hard to fit next to the AITH of Faith. So at least it's probably feeling okay with the position, despite her letters being very bad. She spotted VIN on the top right, but VAU in that same spot would keep her lone consonant, the N, after getting rid of the V. So VAU would play with PA and OU. That's a very strong play. And you do want to get rid of that scoring spot since it's pretty much the biggest spot that's going on the board. So it'll be interesting to see how long Elise takes here. Down to 8 minutes. Definitely would like to have more time for such a close game. But I think she's going to go back to Vin and maybe play that for 24.
I'm watching the two players here, and well, you notice Elise tends to move her tiles around a lot.
Mhm.
And that's, there's some people who do that. It looks like Melissa's more probably doing it in her head. And so there's just different styles. And the spatial component we were talking about earlier, trying to remember a word. Do you have to put it on the rack in a certain way, or you just have to kind of spontaneously see it, as I think Joe Edley would talk about?
Yeah, it's really interesting you mentioned that, and you could see, I mean, yeah, huge difference, and it's probably part of it is experience, but it's also, yeah, the way that people sort of think can vary from person to person. We see Elise moving her tiles around a lot, and also we saw a facial expression there. She's very dissatisfied with the play of Vin. She knows the leave was very bad, and was not sure what else to do there. With Melissa being very, very stoic, I've played Melissa as well. You can never tell what's going on in her mind, I would say. So
Joshua,
two very different ways of playing.
Well, Elise knows that you're probably watching. So do you think she's worried about what you may say to her later?
Oh, I hope not. I hope not. I think players that are up and coming, that are really good at fundamentals of Scrabble and really into the game, tend to be their own worst critics. Obviously, you never want to embarrass yourself in front of an audience, but I think if anybody is going to be dissatisfied or disappointed with potential plays that were made, it's going to be Elise. That when she goes and analyzes her games, because that's what she does to get better.
Well, again, she's been really flexing her Collins muscle here. You keep mentioning like what the best play is, and I mean, obviously you're more likely to find it than I would be, but you're using a tool to help you, are you not?
Yes, indeed. I have a crutch. I'm using some software that gives me the options, or the decent options available in every position. And so we use these tools to improve and to analyze our games, sort of the same way that chess players, they use chess engines to give them analyses of the games they've played. And it's an incredibly important tool if you're trying to learn how to get better at the game. But we're doing it here not only to be able to follow the game. I mean, you're just seeing the game on your screen, so you're sort of like you're raw dogging it, which is really, really impressive. But we do this to follow the game, to give you guys the scores, the updates, the unseen letters, but also to sort of let you know if there's something crazy available before the players see it.
So Melissa, in her last turn, she played a drib word. What is it? 11 points. I mean, that's not a very high scoring play, but obviously she did it to open the board because she has a blank. She wants to maximize her chances of being able to use that blank for 50 plus points.
Yes. That's exactly what she was doing. She's trying to open that, put that D on the board so that she could play through it maybe next turn. She did have some really cool options available that she missed. A couple of bingos available. Blank, and with a blank missing, bingos isn't a huge deal a lot of the time, because you're likely to redraw on the next turn. But at a certain point, if Melissa keeps playing a few tiles off and not scoring too many points, she's going to be falling too far behind to make up her deficit. So interesting position where Melissa does have a couple of playable bonuses, but it's so hard to find them. She's going to play Icy, which is a really, really good idea, setting up that dangerous spot for a 7-letter word on the top row. And Elise is probably going to want to deal with that. But man, it's crazy. Elise has had the exact letters that can't really deal with openings that Melissa is making without sacrificing a lot of score.
Well, I want to keep emphasizing Melissa appears to be playing quickly to put the pressure on Elise. I mean, you mentioned a couple bingos that she may have passed up on. I mean, she could have spent 5 minutes looking for them, and she may have found one of them. But once again, she would have used 5 minutes of her time, and that would have been time that Elise would have had, right? So if you're using your time, the other player has that time to think about their play, and so it's that trade-off. If you play fast, then you get to use your opponent's time to make your next play.
Exactly. And sometimes it's just about practicality. It's like, okay, well, I could spend time trying to trudge through all of my options. When you have a blank, it's, like I said, exponentially more difficult to find all of your options. Or I could continue to do things that are good for me. Drib, good to open the board. Icy, good to open that dangerous spot, and put the pressure on. And so the practicality of what Melissa is doing is definitely, I would say, better in the long run than it would be to maybe look and not find anything, and then just have spent so much time letting your opponent think on your time. So very
and then
good
the
point
end
by
game.
you.
She's also, and we haven't really touched on this in our previous games. You want to have time at the end, right? Because if it's a close game, your last 2 or 3 plays are going to decide whether you win or not.
Indeed, yeah. Super important to leave yourself time in the end game, which Elise does not have. She's played OE. This sort of feels like I don't really know how to address the situation, but she is blocking certain things, maybe ending in C through the D of Drib, but she's only up 57 now. So despite having drawn the word aroused, which does fit, making DI on the top row, Melissa's going to get that spot first, and it's going to be a very close endgame. Man, we've seen some really close games. There's 6 tiles in the bag. Melissa is going to draw all 6 of those after whatever she decides to do. She's looking at beatings. She has probably 50 options that fit on top of that Eye of Icy. But again, you don't want to use all of your time here, but maybe trying to find one that's a little bit less dangerous. Like Eatings is better than Seating, for example, because if you play Seating, you're setting up an S on the top corner. So here we're seeing Tingles, which maximizes the score. And this is going to put Melissa ahead by around 20 points, and put the pressure on Elise in this endgame where she only has 3 and a quarter minutes to sort through her options. Melissa is going to draw 6 tiles. Elise needs to know what those tiles are in order to make sure that she is blocking anything Melissa would have that is really strong. So this is tough. This is really tough. Elise doesn't know if she's winning this game. If she's not, she doesn't really have time to figure it out. According to this engine, Peter, Elise has 2 plays that do not lose the game. but neither of them win either. Just two plays that will
wow.
tie
Oh wow.
if they have the
See?
scores properly. But
Wow.
that's the engine. That's not me. If I was in this game, I don't think I
Yeah.
would find them. I don't think I would have the time. You want to score points and you want to save yourself a nice play on the next move. So
Are you
yeah,
using
this
Quackle? Is that what you're using?
Yeah.
Or-
And one of
yeah,
these plays, Peter, I mean, both of these plays are insane to
Okay.
even consider
To tie.
or find. So one of those plays that ties is Wally's. And where you're asking me, where the heck can you play Wally's? You don't have an L, you don't have an I, you don't have a W. You can play Wally's, WALIS, through a W and an LI on this board. And I'm not even going to tell people where that is. You have to find it yourself. You have to do like Elise. And that would score 30 points because it makes two more words and saves you with outplays on multiple parts of the board. And the other play involves finding Wally's, and that's to play Gourde, Gourde, from the G in Tingles, saving the A and the S for that play. So if Elise finds this sequence, I will be completely floored. I know she's capable of it, but man, with the time running down, Melissa with all the time in the world to consider her options next turn, this is going to be tough.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, you know, you want to go out in two. So leaving the S and, you know, thinking about playing the S in your second play typically would be preferred. So that might narrow the thinking you have to do, and she might find Gourde. I think the Wally's play is much harder to maybe see and play at this point.
Yeah, it's crazy. So she's playing duo. This makes a lot of sense. This play scores 21 points and leaves AERS, which is going to go out next move. It just doesn't score quite enough to outrun Melissa's highest scoring plays. But Melissa only has two ways herself not to lose this game.
Right.
And she needs to find her winning plays.
Let's see if I can find them. Are they Collins only?
One of them involves an international only word, and another one is not involving that. Another one, you just need to score here with your J, because you know that Elise is going to go out next turn. So to score as much as possible with that J. JA is a word.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's in Collins. So that's, I mean, I've learned a few Collins words, but not all of them by any means.
Yeah, so there are two wins here. I see somebody in the YouTube chat has actually found one of those winning plays, and that's the one that involves the CSW only word. So Jeer plays through the E of Metif, making jowl, ETA, which is also a word, and aret, A-R-E-T. That's the word you need to know.
Yeah.
But if Melissa doesn't spot that, she can still win if she plays the word Jared, Jerid, which is a word I know she knows. That fits to the D in Drib and scores 29 points, which is just enough to win this game. But those are the only winning options for Melissa. So she needs to use all of her time to make sure that she finds her options and to make sure she's winning the game. So she's making sure she's got Elise's 4 letters. That's the first thing you need to do. You need to make sure that your opponent, you know where they're at. You know what they're going to be able to do next turn. And that's probably the hardest part in endgames, is not only working with your letters, but also your opponent's letters, kind of working in reverse. So she not only has to figure out what Elise has, if she's done her bureaucracy, if she's done her tracking, her tile tracking, we were talking about that earlier. She also needs to find all of Elise's options with AERS, make sure that they don't score too much. And then she needs to find her own plays. So Melissa's left herself with a good amount of time to do all those things, and we'll see if she figures it out.
Well, you hit it on the head. That's why you need time. I mean, not all of us think like Nigel Richards, right? we need a little time to process all those various things because they're all involved here. And look at the score; it's a 1-point game, and Melissa knows that she can't play out. I mean, she'd love to see an open P right now, but that doesn't exist on the board. So she knows that Elise is going to get another play, right? And in that situation,
she
looks
spotted
like
it.
she found it. She's going to do the math.
This is one of the steps, right? So she's found a play which is extremely important, the play of Jared, but she needs to count that play because she knows if she has the same score that we do, which again might not be true. Both of these players are on their own in counting the scores, and we've often seen if you go through any tournament game in a Scrabble tournament, there's usually one scoring mistake. And unless both players are, counting each other's plays, there's a good chance that the scores that these two have are different from what we have. It is a 1-point game. So let's say that Melissa has herself at 344, has Elise at 343. She now has to count Jared. That scores 29. Okay, that brings me to 373. What can Elise do? All right, let's say Elise plays Sarah, S-E-R-A, and J-A. That is 17 points. And she has to do this all in her head. That brings Elise to 360. Okay, what does Elise get from me? Elise gets the U and the M. And what we do in Tournament Scrabble in North America is we double the value of the unplayed letters. So Elise gets 8 points for UM, not just 4. Brings her to 368. So if Sarah, S-E-R-A, is Elise's best play, Jared would win by 5 points. But what if you're missing something? What if you miscount something? We've seen world champions miscount plays and lose the game because of it. There's a famous example of a world champion who had 12 minutes to calculate an endgame and just miscounted things and lost the game because of it. So it can happen. The math. This is why I say Scrabble is a math game. This is why.
Yeah, I hear you, Josh. You went through that so methodically. I can tell that's why you won the national the North American Championship. And I don't say I say that in all due respect. I mean, you do need to be methodical in situations like this. You have to pace yourself. The fact that Melissa left herself 8 minutes on the clock or more. I mean, she gave herself the chance. You remember she was playing fast the whole game. Well, exactly for this particular moment.
Yeah, exactly. You're totally right there. And yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I mean, using your time is so incredibly important for the chance that it's close in the end. Often the game isn't close in the end, but what if it is? And Melissa very confidently, with 4 minutes left, has played the winning play of Jared. Elise can get 17 with the play I said, S-E-R-A. And it plays there as well. But she can get 1 more point if she plays the word reason to the O-N. But in either case, we have Melissa winning this game by a few points. Let's listen to what they have to say with the overhead mic.
Is it 360?
Yeah, 360.
From me.
Just short, yeah.
368, 373. I was going to kick myself for challenging.
Wait, is S-C-R-A, is that a word? Should I think that would have maybe 1, 2, 3, 4.
17. That would have been 17 also.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know how I could block this. I had a bingo that would have gone there. Yeah, but
Yeah, I had to put something out there. I probably had other things, but then I was not seeing anything in the inbox.
yeah. I don't know if this is right either.
Queens. I mean, it's 3 points.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And the Q. I'm gonna have to chalk some marks. Of course, I didn't write them down, but They had the blank, and they had like it was like invaders. I have to check where, but it wasn't. Get rid of the V to help, because the only other things were like the C's, and then but A, I wasn't coming up with anything. So.
It's just readouts and outreads and outdares, right? 'Cause that's what I had.
Oh,
I don't think I had anything from these floaters, but I felt like yeah. Yeah, good game. This one.
that's why I got my revenge for the
Yeah,
last one.
I know. Karma, you
Even
deserved
now,
it.
we're even
Yeah.
now, so.
Cool. All right. Should we square or?
All right. A very cordial, what we call postmortem between Melissa and Elise. A very, very good game. Came down to the last couple moves, as it often does. So, Peter, you just got word that you're not as delayed as you think you were.
Yeah. I'm an
Yeah.
hour. I just got an hour back in my life. It feels great.
Yeah, so you're working with working on a laptop that hasn't been switched from Toronto's Eastern time to Galesburg Central time. So there is going to be an extended lunch break starting, I guess, very, very soon. And we'll be back in an hour and 40 minutes. So what are you going to eat?
I honestly don't know. I'm gonna go down there and fraternize with the players. I don't even know, what the standings are. I'm very curious to see, how some of my friends are doing. There's a lot at stake. The winners of the divisions, there's 3 divisions, right? 2 in WoW and 1 in Collins. They all win not only a nice, handsome check, but they also get a $50 gift certificate to the Landmark, which is one of our best restaurants. And the Landmark has been a huge supporter of our program. Every tournament we've had, they will give meals to the winners, and that's really, really wonderful. And I'm so thankful. And literally, the Landmark is about 100 feet from where I'm sitting right now, if I were on the ground. And wonderful restaurant. It's another reason to come to Galesburg, just to go to the restaurant. The ambiance is great. The food is great. And so I don't know. They're playing for that as well. And we are going to have a wonderful lunch. We have a 2-hour lunch because we wanted people to have a chance to venture out and see Galesburg. If they have time, they could go to some of our shops, many of which are giving discounts. And I'm excited to see. But on our when we come back, we're going to have the last 3 rounds, and we're going to be interviewing some more local people.
Yeah, so who do we have to expect in the afternoon session? I think we have 3 more guests.
Well, we have a college president. I won't mention his name, but he is a character and a wonderful man. We have a former fireman who has done a lot of great work in Galesburg. And the 3rd guest is a surprise, but I will tell you this: she's in the house.
Very nice. Very, very nice. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So look, we have this tournament. This is the first time it's being streamed, but this is the 2nd edition of this tournament. Peter?
No, it's the 3rd. Well, it's
3rd.
It's we did a fall last year for the first time, and I'll have to say, I haven't mentioned her name. Darla Critchie is a friend of mine, but she also is why we're having tournaments here. She saw the potential from a tourism perspective, and she took the time to pass the director's test. She's not a Scrabble player, but she took the time to pass the test, and that now we have dual directors, and that's what we needed. And that encouraged me to become a director as well. So thank you to Darla and her partner, Jeanette, as well, who is downstairs. We have an amazing hospitality room. Josh Greenway mentioned that there's a lot of snacks, and he's probably having quite a few of them. And that's because of the hospitality room. And another one of our sponsors, G&M, is provided us some amazing snacks for our players to chow on, before and after, and even during the matches.
Yeah, you've got a great venue. You've got just everything that anyone could hope for in a Scrabble tournament. Just camaraderie, snacks, yeah, a live stream. Now, any tournament, any multi-day tournament that doesn't have a live stream, it just feels like they're sort of in the past, right? It seems like streaming is becoming a staple, and it's amazing that you've been able to get Josh Greenway down from Toronto to start this new trend for Galesburg and get people to experience what the town's all about. I mean, you're the mayor. Like, it feels, I don't know, feels so perfect. And I wanted to thank you personally for hosting everything and doing all these things for the event.
Well, there's a synergy here. I and I felt it since I moved here. I moved here in 1998. I didn't know this town from anyone. I certainly didn't expect to run for office, but I became a professor here. I started getting involved in the community. I started raising my children here, and it's really been a blessed place. And it's one of those. It's like a small city, right? So it's big enough so it has a lot of diversity, but it's small enough so that you don't get like overwhelmed in the big. You know people, you see people, you feel you have a fraternity with the people that you hear about, even if you don't know them. You can get around town. I mean, literally, it's about 4 miles wide and 4 miles long. I mean, you could walk that or bike that, most people. And so it's fabulous. But we're going to go out. It's a lovely day. It's a little warm here in Galesburg today for a late September day, but we're excited to go outside and check out the sights and get some food. Hopefully you have some things to eat yourself, Josh, because we're going to have a pretty hectic afternoon. We're going to have 3 amazing matches, and we're going to have 3 amazing guests. So
yeah, it sounds like the opposite of hectic. Sounds like something to look forward to. I hope you guys are looking forward to that. We're going to let Mayor Peter and everybody get some lunch. It's an extended lunch break. There's going to be some fun activities during said lunch break. But we will be back in an hour and around an hour and a half. So everybody, maybe everybody should go outside and, have a snack or something. And we'll be back soon. So Peter, see you in just a bit. Have a great lunch. See you guys soon.
Take care. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Silver Streak, day 1 of 2 of the Galesburg double-decker tournament. Hope everyone had a nice break. There are 3 more games this afternoon, and we're back with another special guest. We have guest commentator Peter Schwartzman, but also we're joined by Bernie Cowan. Hello, Bernie. Hello, Peter. How's it going?
Fine. How are you?
Doing great.
Hello,
doing
Josh.
great. Ready to watch some Scrabble. I hope you guys had a nice lunch.
Yes. Well, I don't know, Bernie. How did Bernie do for lunch?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I had just enough.
All right, Bernie. We're really glad to have you, Bernie. Did you grow up in Galesburg?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I wasn't actually born in Galesburg, but the family moved to Galesburg when I was about 2 or 3 years old. And essentially, the rest of my life has been centered around Galesburg.
Excellent. And you have quite a few siblings. Is that correct?
Well, actually, just one older brother, one older sister. So I'm the younger or youngest of the 3 of us.
Okay. And I know you joined our fire department back in what year was that?
It was in June of 1971.
June 1971.
Awesome.
Pretty
That's so
and
cool.
it turns out, Bernie, I think this is correct. You were the first African American firefighter in the city.
As far as I know, that is very correct. Yes.
It's famous because if you go to Applebee's on the north side of town, his picture in uniform from the 1970s is there. So
Wow.
you know he's in charge if he's
All right. I'll
sustained 5 decades and still his picture on the wall.
have to go
Bernie,
check that out.
we're gonna go to the game in a minute, but you've lived here most of your life. So what do you make of Galesburg? Why did you want to be a firefighter in Galesburg?
Well, it's kind of ironic because at the time I was working at Gale Products, which used to be located here in Galesburg prior to them packing up and moving their operation. But I worked in the purchase accounting department out there. And my uncle had approached me and was wondering if I was interested in being a firefighter. And I said, well, I hadn't really thought about it that much, but I'm always willing to investigate, see what it's all about. And he scheduled a meeting and with the city manager to get some more particulars on the position. And I picked up an application. At that time, it was Dickerson's Grocery, and Richard Dickerson was the chairman of the Fire and Police Commission. And turned the application back in. And at that time, the testing wasn't as rigorous as it is now. But I went through the testing and I was placed, I think, 4th on the list. And at the time, they had 3 openings, and the 4th opening had not occurred yet. And you have to, at that time, they had to actually wait until the morning of that person getting off the shift to declare it officially open. So then I was contacted, and I started on June 17th of 1971.
Wow. And you served for about 20 years.
It was 20 years and about 3 or 4 months. Of course, in the meantime, I got married with about 16 years on the department. And at the time, my wife wanted to pursue other opportunities in other cities. And so we made a pact that once I reached 20 years on the department, then we would relocate. And so that's what I did.
But you're back here. You've been back here for a while, and you're now on. You talked about the police and fire commission. You're now back. You're a commissioner. That's awesome.
Yes, I was recommended by a young man, and I really appreciate that because it has been a tremendous experience for me.
Yeah, and Josh, you ready to roll with the tournament?
Oh yeah, let's go ahead. We got a really marquee matchup here, Bernie. We have two top North American players playing in the International English Lexicon, Thomas Reinke and Jeff Deveneaux. So yeah, really excited. You see those ratings under their names and their cameras. 2,000. That's pretty much the cream of the crop, the best Scrabble players. So we're in for a treat here. Yeah, what do you think about this tournament being in Galesburg and all these opportunities for Scrabble now in this town?
I think it's really great to have things like that happening in our community. There's been several things that have really come up front center since Mayor Pete has been the mayor of our town. Very progressive gentleman. And I think it's great that we do hold different events like this just to let the people know that we're still moving forward. And it's pretty exciting.
How much experience do you have with Scrabble?
Only when I was younger, growing up, just playing the game of Scrabble, which I'm sure it may be a lot different now compared to when I was growing up. And you get those board games, you know, as a kid, but that was the extent of it.
Let me ask you. I know you have a couple of nieces that play Scrabble, though. I think, is that correct? Or were they grandnieces?
It could be it could be the the grandnieces probably in the St. Louis area.
Yes, and that they're coming up for Thanksgiving, and I told Wendell and Elvery that I want to play them when they come up. So
that ought to be interesting.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun when they come up.
So Scrabble in St. Louis, that's impressive. Yeah, you know, St. Louis being the chess capital of the world, we got some outliers. Well, maybe Galesburg is going to become the St. Louis of Scrabble one day. I mean, we were talking earlier about how Mayor Pete wants to get the Scrabble Hall of Fame going in Galesburg, Illinois. But yeah, so Thomas went first. He played Pinup. This was a very good play. It scored a decent amount of points. It kept an S and a T. Those are really nice letters for the English language. And Jeff here is trying to respond. He's got some heavy hitting letters. You see those point values on the bottom right of the tiles. So you want to score some points and maybe keep some things that go well together. That's what he's doing. Veney, Veney, is his play. The CHM combination can be pretty nice. He draws an A, an I, an O, and a U to the P in Pinup, chimp, champ, chomp, chump. So
Bernie, just to explain, that word is a Collins only word. They're playing in the Collins Dictionary, which is an expanded English dictionary, includes words that are British, Australian, even Maori, I believe, in New Zealand. And I don't know what that word means, but it should be coming across the screen here in a minute with the definition.
Yeah, actually, doesn't look like there is a definition.
Okay, so we need some local.
It says Google, a propulsive force produced by the fluid pressure or the change of momentum of the fluid in a jet engine. Okay,
oh, wow,
interesting.
okay, see, we both learned that. But notice there's a cross on the board.
Oh yeah, nice little plus sign or cross depending on your denomination, I guess.
Exactly. And that's unusual. That's pretty unusual. You don't see that exactly that way. That symmetry is rare on the first two plays.
Yeah, sometimes you got some really weird shapes that hit a Scrabble board. If you know your short words, you might see some like 3x3 squares and stuff like that. Anyways, back to Thomas here. He's playing, I think, his best option of TIFO, T-I-F-O. That's again, he's getting even closer to getting 7-letter word on his rack. AEST. Those letters are in lots of long words. So hoping to draw a few good tiles here.
Hey, Josh, these two gentlemen, I'm sure, have played many games against one another. When you get a chance, why don't you give us a history, just a brief history on how they've done against each other?
Yeah, they're both Midwestern players. Jeff lives a little bit north of Chicago. Thomas lives in Madison, Wisconsin, so they're pretty close to each other, and they find each other in many of these Midwestern tournaments.
There's a word,
Common word.
Jeff
yes.
throws a punch. Yeah, yeah.
Did
First
Thomas
normal
duck?
word of the day.
Did Thomas duck?
Yeah, did he duck? Yeah, good question. And yeah, so it looks like Jeff is Thomas's 18th most played opponent.
Okay.
And actually, there's an incredible statistic. I'm very surprised to see this. Thomas has only beaten Jeff in tournaments twice to Jeff's 10 games, which is a very, very surprising result given how close these are in rating. Actually, Thomas being higher in rating than Jeff. But
So
they started. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sure Thomas knows that, even though it should have no bearing on the outcome of this match. It does play on your psychology a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff's been around for a very, very long time. He's played in so many national, even international events. So he definitely has that that vibe about him of like, he's one of those top players. Thomas, on the other hand, I mean, he's performed super well in national events, and like he tends to do very well. But I feel like there might be some psychology involved in this situation, as the play of punch actually puts Thomas in a little bit of a bind. He was ready to play sautéed, putting his S onto pinup, but the play of punch completely preventing that from happening. So Thomas already sort of like in a situation you don't like to be in, where your opponent did what you didn't want them to do and blocked your playable 7-letter word. So yeah,
Sautéed
I feel like
right
there's
after
some
lunch.
psychology. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not sure anyone has ever beaten you 10 out of 12, but I mean, if there has been somebody who seems to have your number, it does play on your mind a little bit when you sit down across the board from them, because you almost feel like you're behind before you even start.
Exactly. Yeah, we're so good. It's like our brains are so good at remembering the negative things about situations, and when things are going well, we're not under duress, right? So like I feel like in certain situations you're just gonna be like, oh, I've been in a similar situation before, and then this happened, and this bad thing happened, and I messed this up, and then my opponent, and like, because Scrabble games are all so unique, the only way that we sort of have like to sort of place ourselves within a game and try to strategize is thinking about similar things in the past that have, like, oh, maybe I've had a similar set of tiles to this one. I've seen a board in a similar position. What do I usually do in these cases? But when you've faced an opponent 12 times and you've only beaten them twice, feels like every situation you're in is like a bad memory. You know what I mean? And these guys have incredible memies, so it can kind of be a curse.
Is there a possible bingo on this play?
Not unless there is a spot open. So both players sort of longing for there to be a spot for 7-letter words here, like the word mantric, pertaining to a mantra, would be playable potentially if there was stuff open. But yeah, so Jeff also in a weird position. I wonder if he's just going to play off his M. He can play HM and UM and keep a very strong set of tiles. But I think the play of femur, which he's laying down right now, is beautiful, and it's very hard to spot that over the board. And I really, really like this play by Jeff.
Yeah, he doesn't. He only has one vowel, so if he played one consonant, he might just draw another consonant, and he's in the same position. But drawing two, he has a better chance of getting some distribution. And look at it. What did he draw? An O and a L. So yeah, exactly. Now he's in really good shape.
Yeah, and Thomas, on the other hand, he has drawn an A and an E. So last move, he either passed up or didn't consider potentially blowing up his rack, we call it. And it sounds kind of violent, but just you making a 6-tile play when you have letters that you kind of like. He can do this again. Last move, he could have maybe played Sudate, Sudate, making soy in the center of the board. He can now play Sedate in that same spot. But when you have such good tiles and you have spots for your S, it really doesn't feel like you want to do something like that and open the board. It feels like you want to score a bit less and try and get an early lead with a 50-point bonus next turn. But every turn that Thomas doesn't score as much as he can, it's going to be interesting to see like what he manages to do, because now this board is getting somewhat tight. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have potential. It just means that right now his options are very limited.
No, he's contemplating that. So while he's doing that, I want to go back to Bernie here. Bernie, tell us some memorable fireman or firefighter stories, if you can. Like, what were your highlights, or maybe things that you remember the most about being a firefighter in Galesburg?
One of the incidents, it's not a happy ending. It did include some fatalities in it, but when I was on just a couple of years, we responded to a house fire out on Grand Avenue, and upon arrival, they said that there were some kids inside, and I wasn't aware, and some of the other people or firefighters weren't aware either until they started moving around the house. It was actually pretty intense right off the bat upon arrival, and the end result was they found 2 teenagers in the back of the house, and there were 2 infants upstairs in the front of the house that had perished in the fire.
Wow, that's tough.
Yeah, and as fate would have it, as time went on, the family had moved from Galesburg, and we had heard 2, 3, or 4 years later that they had another fire in a different city.
Wow.
And they lost another child, and then one that had drowned.
Oh my gosh, what a tragic situation that is. I mean, back in the day, I mean, right now, I think our firefighters want to be on site in 4 minutes from the call. Do you recall what the time line was then? Because now we have overpasses and underpasses. We can get there faster. We have 3 fire stations in Galesburg active. What was it back in your day?
Well, we had 3 stations, but the original station located north of the tracks was on Maple Avenue, right at the corner of Maple Avenue and Losey, which actually was in close proximity of Central. So therefore, if you had something that was going on further north or further west, the response time was going to be a little bit longer because the station just wasn't properly located. And we did have to deal with trains running on the tracks, which was Burlington Northern on Main Street and Santa Fe across Broad and in any of the streets going north. And so there were several incidences where we would get caught by a train, and the only thing you can do is just stop and wait and hope that the outside house, which was Maple Avenue Station, could handle whatever was going on until, the reinforcements arrived.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we put these. They're quite expensive. In the last 20 years, we've put in 2 overpasses and 1 underpass, each at the cost of about $15 million. And they really do provide faster access to our emergency. And while you're here, Bernie, I'll just say, I mean, publicly, our fire department is quite astounding. We have, I think, 50 firefighters currently. You're now in the hiring process. I mean, you're on the commission. You guys vet the various applicants. I don't think we have any openings right now. We did hire our first female firefighter a couple years ago, and that was a pretty big deal. And she's still on the, working with our team. And but I just I've been a public official for 15 years. I don't think I've heard one complaint about the quality of service that the firefighters in this community perform, and they go beyond. I'll give you one statistic. So there was a boot filling event recently, and it's for a disability. I forget. I don't know the name. Do you recall?
Oh,
it's like spina bifida or something along those lines. I'm sorry, I don't know, but it's a statewide charity event, and our city of 30,000, we raise every city in the state other than Chicago. And it's because the firefighters are out there on their own time, standing on street corners, and people are putting their generous dollars in the boot. And it's phenomenal. I mean, it's incredible to think that a city of our size can. I think we're the 69th largest city in the state, but we're number 2 when it comes to raising money. They've also. We'll get back to the game because there's a lot of great stuff going on. But I'll just say, lastly, fairly recently, the firefighters also helped build a gazebo, which is a great Scrabble word, on the north side of town. They rebuilt it, and it saved the city probably $60,000, $70,000 by the labor of the firefighters on their own free time. So to me, it's just testament to the amazing program we have. And I wasn't here in the 70s, Bernie. I was in the East Coast, but you recruited me here, and the foundation you set, I think, is still playing out as we speak.
Well, I'd like to add one thing about the fire department is you have very talented people working on the department, not only for firefighters, but their skills. They have a lot of skill set that they can use outside the fire department and for volunteering bases here in the city to help them out. So my hat's off to them for what they do and what they've done in the past.
Let's go back to thank you, Bernie. Let's go back to the game. I see 3 bingos that have fallen since our last check-in. So
yeah, so where we left off, AAH was played by Thomas Ranke, trying to open more space on the board, but that actually gave Jeff a number of options to use all of his letters. Colting was not the best of those options. He could have scored a little bit better with the new word altcoin. Crypto words have been added to the dictionary. He could have done that and spaced the word one spot to the right, scored a little bit more, gotten a little bit more defensive. Thomas responded by using that triple that was open by the I in Colting, playing Hyde, H-I-E-D. And then Jeff had some rough letters, played ironic to the C. Thomas drew into outsets, hooking onto femurs. And Jeff had the option to play water dog or water log. He chose water dog for a little bit less. But water log, kind of a firefighter word.
You would think so, right? I think it's some insect,
to flood, right? Water log, I think it's to flood with water.
Oh, water log, but water dog is an insect.
Water dog, I think, is a dog trained to swim.
Oh, really? Well, a large salamander, it says, but.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, there's, I think, multiple definitions for water dog, but water log would have been slightly more. So yeah, maybe Bernie, you would have found that one.
Well, I doubt it.
We have fire dog for sure. That's a good fire word.
There are tons of amazing fire words. Yeah. There's a good question from our producer. Do any of the fire stations in Galesburg have a fire dog? Have a dog?
They had several, well, it's probably been, what, 6 or 8 years ago. They did have one on the department, and I think it was one that was adopted. But as things and events happen, the health of the dog, they had to euthanize it. So, but currently, I don't think there's any dogs on the department right now.
Bernie just played a very serious long bingo right now with euthanize. We've had speakers on here showing they're strutting their vocabularies. So you get in the mix, Bernie.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention the play of Veggier. This was the first clear, I guess, blunder of the game. Thomas could have used those same letters for 12 more points, playing Verge to the right of outsets, hitting that top right triple. So that was a missed opportunity for him. And scores is about even at 209 for Jeff and 207 for Thomas. And Jeff's letters are very, very bad. But that U staying open from outsets, sometimes you get punished for your mistakes. And in this case, Jeff can use that U to play Aqua, where he normally would not have had a good play for his Q. So yeah, Aqua for 28, following the play of Water Dog. Kind of feels like we have a theme going on here.
Yep, you got that right. And let's see, I mean, you play Water Dog and then you draw that Drek. You feel like you've been punished. But like you said, Thomas leaves open an opening, and I think I'm sure Jeff's going to find Aqua. Although it's still going to leave him some pretty bad tiles. So discuss that for a second. I mean, he's going to get what, 28 for Aqua, but he's going to leave himself some really bad tiles. I mean, 28 generally is enough to consider, even with terrible leave. But at what point do you just throw it in?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. That's one of the hardest questions in Scrabble because every position is so unique. I would say that if you're keeping one consonant and one vowel at least, and you're playing for around 30 points, you should be happy enough with that over exchanging. Obviously, in Scrabble, the goal is to score more than your opponent. So we did mention how exchanging can benefit you, but the only benefit would be if over the course of the next few moves, while you sort through the letters on your rack, you are making up for the amount of points that you left on the table by exchanging. So in this case, I don't think there's really too much to go for if you exchange. And taking out that triple on the top right also has some defensive value. So yeah, Aqua is coming down now. And, going to give Jeff a 30-point lead. And Thomas has drawn the second blank. Well, he drew it after his play of outsets, but he's paired it with 3 I's. He just drew I-I-I-F-O. But yeah, very interesting game so far. I did want to ask Bernie one thing. So you mentioned being on the board. Board of Firefighters, is that right?
Yeah, it's the Fire and Police Commission here in Galesburg, Illinois.
Okay, yeah, I want to learn a little bit about what you guys do on that board.
Well, what we actually do is we're notified that either the police department or the fire department, the list is going to be, they have an eligibility list that's good for 2 years. And as it's depleted, then you have to get more individuals on that list so that as openings occur, they can go to the list and say the next one up is this person. They'll contact them, see if they're still interested in the position. If they are, then they bring them in. We don't do this, but either the fire or police department will bring them in, and they'll also do an internal background investigation on the individuals. But our job specifically is to administer the written test, the oral interview, and we don't participate with the physical agility portion of the test. That's handled by the respective departments. And the oral interview, the testing, and the agility is all assigned different values, and it would equal 100 points. And so then after all of these things are done, they're given a total composite score out of 100, and that's how the list is created. The higher you score, there's a possibility the higher you could be on the eligibility list.
Sounds like you're talking Scrabble now with probabilities and scores and composite scores, and it sounds like you're talking about Scrabble statistics, Bernie.
It's similar, but we're
life's
in the
all about
process
points.
of trying to get the interest of individuals to first of all sign up for the testing. I know when I signed up for it back in 1971, I think we probably had over 100 individuals who had signed up. And as everything goes, things change and interests change. You have the electronic age coming in, and there are, a lot of people who tend to think firefighting or being a police officer no longer is in their interest. But we do have individuals who continue to compete and fill out an application. So as long as we can get those individuals, keep them interested, then that makes it better for everybody.
While Bernie, you're talking about the fire department, I mean, I'd be remiss because you mentioned you also involved in some police hires. I mean, our police department, and I say this without any hesitation, we have a fantastic police department.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say otherwise if it wasn't. I'd be honest with you, and people know that. I think our police department is exceptional. And I think and it's really gone through some amazing changes in the last few years. We had a period maybe 3-4 years ago where we had up to 10 vacancies, and that was a time nationally where there was a lot of negativity toward police and such, and so it was very hard to recruit people to be fired. Why would you want to be a police officer when you walk through town or whatever and people are disparaging you and such, even just without knowing anything about you, right? Just in the uniform. But we created some incentives, and we did some different recruiting, and we were able to really diversify as well as fill all positions. And I think it's phenomenal what we have today. We have many women police officers. We have many officers of color as well. And again, I've heard, everybody's going to complain about the police on occasion. It's just the nature of things. But the number of serious complaints I've heard in 15 years can probably fit on one hand, given as much scrutiny as they face, and given the nature of their work. Right? It's challenging every single day. It's challenging. We have challenges in our city like any other city, and with our mental health issues that are going on nationally, the police are often the front line. The fire department as well is at the front line of dealing with some of those matters. A lot of people don't realize that on most emergency calls, the fire department is there as well.
Mm-hmm.
I found this out. My father passed away July 1st. David Schwartzman, wonderful, remarkable man in Washington, D.C. But I was actually in his house when his last trip to the hospital. and he lived in a fairly narrow street in the Washington district, and we called the ambulance, and 3 fire trucks came down that street, and they literally had to back out in reverse to get out of there. But I mean, people don't realize the daily operations of the fire and police, and we are very fortunate. I would say very fortunate in Galesburg to have such a strong force in both areas, and complementary as well.
Yeah, people don't realize actually how much of the medical end that the fire department is involved in until they have a need for it. And, my hat's off to all those firefighters who are out there on that medical end, because a lot of times they can respond to a scene quicker than the paramedics due to the positioning of our stations. And so that's why they're being utilized, because there are some things that the firefighters can do prior to the arrival of the ambulance. And I think all of the firefighters are trained EMTs now. So
Wow, all of them. Okay.
that's part of the requirement. Once you get on, you have a certain amount of time to become trained in that piece of it.
Okay, Bernie, here's the quiz. What is that blank?
Ooh, yeah. What letter is that? Good question.
I'm not even sure, to tell you the truth.
So, if that letter were a P, that would be a mistake.
Yeah.
Improves is a word, but not misprove. So this is a D, misdrove.
Okay,
we
he
see the
circled
blank
it
camera
correctly.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Thomas could have played improves instead of that for 4 more points. So that was another slight miss there. We had some moves come in. Actually, I thought it was really interesting. Thomas had 3 eyes when we left off, and he played if on the right of the board. And I think Jeff got a little bit spooked, given the fact that there is an unseen Z in the bag. He was worried that the play of if was setting up something with Fez, and so he played to the right of FE, keeping 2 eyes, but drew pretty well after Thomas bounced with Oik. He played exiling Jeff now and mistrove. So now the score is back very, very close while Thomas was trailing. Now it's 316 to 301, and things are very interesting now. I think we've had all of the games today have been very, very interesting. And yeah, Bernie, for your information, sometimes in these live streamed games, things are very one-sided, but so far today, the games have been very contentious. So yeah, Jeff is going to be able to score very well here. And he's going to play DEAW, weird looking word, for 40
That
points.
is not a word I've seen before. I'll tell you right now.
Take a 25-point lead, and suddenly there's only 4 tiles left in the bag. And I think the biggest thing is if Jeff draws that Z, he's going to have a very good chance of scoring his way to victory, but he misses it. He misses it.
There's 3 letters left. Is it 4 or 3 in the bag? 4.
Now there's 4.
Yeah.
So it's up to Thomas now. He probably wants to play only 3 letters. We've talked about this before. If you are the person that draws the last tile out of the bag, you're likely to be the last tile with tiles, or the last person with tiles on your rack, which you don't want, because then you're giving your opponent points. So that could be problematic. So Thomas, it's in his interest to not play 4 or more tiles here. So I think JOBE looks like a good play. Job, I think it means to have a job. Let me see. Oh,
Isn't
no,
that in a song?
hold.
Isn't there a song that says JOB? Maybe it's just JOB.
Yeah, maybe that's
But
possible.
I see an interesting place for that O though. If you look on
Yes. Yes. I
it's
noticed that
hidden.
too.
You know, there's,
Yeah.
but they both have an O, and if you look, Thomas is, you know, he's got to figure, well, Jeff's going to have a O play. If that's, you know, it's going to open some things up, but maybe he thinks he has oozed, right? Because that's reasonable that he might have oozed through that hook. So he might.
He would have to have two O's, but yeah, something
Oh,
like
there's
that
only
could be
one. Oh, there's
possible.
only one. Okay, I'm right. There's only one O left. That's true. I'm double counting my O's. But Job is again a Collins only word, and because it does it open up because it puts that O right next to the triple letter score. But there's not much to hit hard with that. The X is gone. The F's and the H's are gone. The W's gone. So maybe not as dangerous as normally.
Yeah, this is a super interesting position. We have suggestions in the chat of a setup type play. Thomas definitely not in a great position, I would say, with the threats unseen to him, but play of Abba or Oba to the A of Aqua, setting up Baba or Boba for next turn are on the cards. But we're seeing Jot instead for 30. That's the best score that Thomas has that doesn't empty the bag completely. And I actually think Thomas is en route to potentially win this game, except not really, actually.
He's going to draw the Z.
He would have had to block this. This is actually a word, oldened. I think to make something older is a valid word. And I don't really see I see the hesitation by Jeff because the placement of the O would give massive counterplay if Thomas had the Z, but I think Jeff's only down 5 points, so I think the math is the math, and if he plays this word and gets hit by a 60-point response, he's still going to win. So
what if he
looks actually like Jeff's game? Wow.
Well, what if is there another place for the Z? I see one thing in Collins. There's a lot more two-letter Z words than ZA. So that gives a little bit more flexibility with the Z.
Yeah, no, he would be fine if you drew it. Yeah. So yeah, this looks like I think Jeff's going to come around to making this play. I actually thought Thomas was going to win this game. He was doing pretty well. The only problem was the clock, and the fact that Jeff didn't draw the Z there, but actually he drew something better. So this is pretty brutal for Thomas Reinke. It just feels like this was the perfect storm. Thomas probably had a somewhat of an advantage at some point this game, but he was low on time, made some inaccurate plays, and is facing the consequences here. I think Jeff just needs to do the math here, and this position is all about math. There are only 6 tiles, distinct tiles that Jeff can draw out of the bag because there's only 1 tile left, and he has the means to do this. Sort of look through every possibility to see what happens if he draws any one of those 6 tiles. But Thomas has already seen Jeff start to put something on the board, and I think he's sort of has that sinking feeling that Jeff second guessing it.
So the last letter in the bag is an A, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But Olden is a Collins only bingo too. So, I mean, I don't know it, and I would challenge it in a half a second. But clearly, of course, both these gentlemen have been playing Collins for a long time.
Yeah, so Olden coming down, you see the placement of that O. ZO is a valid word, but even though Thomas can respond to this with an equally damaging score of 64 for ZA, or even the fancier SAS, S-A-Z, it's not going to be good enough because then Jeff's going to play his 1 tile, and get a bunch of points from Thomas and win this game. So kind of a brutal way to go. Really close game all the way through, and it's just going to come down to something like 10 to 20 points in the end games, and that's how a lot of these games have gone so far today. A very
Well,
very interesting game.
It looks like Jeff's got Thomas's number once again.
Yeah. This is
I mean,
going to improve 11-2. That's crazy.
Thomas is going to have nightmares
going on
about Jeff. They're going to have nightmares tonight. Jeff's going to be haunting him. But guess what? Tomorrow they're going to probably get the chance to play again. So hopefully Thomas can get his revenge.
Yeah, maybe even today again if Jeff loses a game or two. I guess if he loses next round, they might play again. It depends who's in what place. But I think after this loss, Thomas is almost out of it, being 2 games behind Jeff, who's undefeated at 4-0. So
let's talk about. I want to mention. I mean, Jeff is going to be 5-0, and that's impressive. No matter who you're playing or what tournament, 5-0 is hard to do. I mean, given the competition that he's facing here.
Yeah, definitely. And there's so many good players, so there's bound to be a lot of competition, but sometimes someone runs away with it. Sometimes they just shine a little bit brighter. Play of Zoa, nice touch to end the game for 12. Final score 433 Jeff, 409 Thomas. Let's listen to the overhead mic, see what they have to say.
432, 409.
Yep.
Oh man,
good game.
Actually, it's conceivable you could have had Sadza. But I mean, if I don't play this, I don't think I have any chance because I mean, you're gonna.
The Z isn't super useful on this board though. It's like I'm gonna play Zaz.
Yeah, but I mean, I have just weak stuff.
Yeah, I guess
that's the thing. I mean, even if you have one good scoring play, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because I mean, you're up by 5 at that point.
Right.
So,
yeah, you're gonna. I mean, I'm holding B, so it's gonna take me forever to go out.
True. I mean,
but yeah, you have.
But yeah, I think it's going to be too hard. Honestly. Well, and I figured, if he plays ZA or Saz. I mean, Saz is the only thing that beat me, I think. And even that, would have had BBL.
Yeah, it's like, you're going to catch me with something at least.
Right.
Probably.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't. After Zod, I kept like A, B, B, S.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, I was hoping for jabbers. That's what I was actually hoping for.
What?
Jabbers.
Oh, yeah.
Like drawing ER.
Yeah, it was still there. Yeah.
So instead I drew the Z.
Yeah. So we agree 432, 409. Yep.
All right. A little bit of discussion there. Yeah, there was a pretty big possibility, I guess, from Jeff's perspective of an even stronger play that Thomas could have had, but I think he still would have beaten that. So yeah, great game for the 5th round. Bernie, I'd like to thank you for coming on and talking to us about your stuff. I hope you enjoyed the game. What did you think?
Oh, it was very interesting. This is the first time I've actually had an opportunity to sit in on something like this, to watch an actual game live. And I appreciate you having me on.
Bernie, I think you better watch out because I think your grandnieces are going to be coming after you come Thanksgiving. But maybe I could tutor you a little bit on the side, and we could show them a few tricks. We got about 2 months, right, to practice and get ready. I'm going to send you the cheat sheet via email and see how much you can absorb in 2 months. Right, Josh? You think he could get ready to beat his grandnieces?
Oh, certainly. And some families, they got a lot of competitive nature to them, and if you really want to, if there's that feud in the family of oh, this person wins too many of the board games. Gotta take them down a notch. Yeah, you've got Peter for that.
Inside scoop. Well, Bernie, thank you. I really greatly appreciate you coming on. I thank you for your service from now, 5 decades practically for Galesburg. It's a real honor for you to be with us on such a lovely day.
Oh, yeah.
And it's still light outside, so please go enjoy. And we'll be in touch. And, if you it's absolutely true. If you have any interest in Scrabble or anybody now you're you can help recruit to build this up. Because Josh mentioned I have interest in creating the Scrabble Hall of Fame in Galesburg. And that's kind of one of my dreams. But we'll see how that plays out over time.
Yeah, you're in too deep now, Bernie.
I appreciate being on, and thank you.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Great. So we're going to take a small break, guys. We'll have a couple more guests for you, a couple more games for you, and we'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to the Silver Streak, day 1 of 2 of Galesburg double-decker Scrabble tournament. I'm Josh Sokol, and we have a host of amazing guests for you guys from the local Galesburg community. So I'm joined by Peter Schwartzman, the mayor of Galesburg, and another special guest. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Great.
Yeah, this is Dr. Riley. He's the president of Carl Sandburg College, one of the fine colleges we have in our city. And he goes by Seamus. Everybody knows him as Seamus.
Yeah.
So I
Good
just
to
introduced
meet
him
you,
formally,
Doctor.
but he's
Nice to meet you, Josh. How are you?
Doing
and I'll
great, doing
just-
great. Some awesome Scrabble today. Sorry, go ahead, Peter. Please.
Well, he was this close, Josh, from playing in this tournament. So with a little encouragement, I think we can get him to play next time. I think he's kind of like that closet wordsmith.
Yeah.
And just waiting to show his talents. He's prepping. So maybe you can be the little nudge that he needs.
Or maybe this is the nudge he needs. He's commentating a Scrabble game.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But Seamus is remarkable. I mean, I say that it's an understatement. What he's done coming here to Galesburg and transforming the local community college is I mean, we had the word phenom played on the board a few games ago. That definitely a phenomenal effort on your part.
Well,
why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've accomplished in your short time?
You're making me blush. Well, I've been here for 7 years, so year 8, obviously surviving COVID, but really trying to put community colleges at the heart of what we do in our very large district, 10 counties, centered here in Galesburg, and then with an annex downtown and a separate center then in Carthage. We're all about making sure students have access to opportunities in education to help them grow and get jobs and continue to be able to economically improve their lives. And I've been lucky enough to come to a phenomenal community with great people, a really, really good college with excellent faculty. We have had to do quite a bit of change to the physical structure. And so when the mayor very kindly gives me accolades for that, I mean, we built a new science technology center. We built a brand new renovation of our student development center, and those have been significant additions to the campus.
And you did that. You got the sledgehammer out. We got some pictures coming up. You might describe what we're looking at.
Yeah, so we took the existing student center and we kind of broke it apart. I wanted it to be sort of easy for students to navigate, and a brand new science technology center. All of these were based on co-location of space, flexible space that could be used for many different things. And also we wanted the students to feel like they wanted to be in this space and be comfortable. So we've made it very beautiful, a lot of furniture like you would have in your house, lots and lots of natural light, basically building seating for groups and private interactions with folk, and really making it a very welcoming, with a really nice cafe from innkeepers downtown, and really encouraging our community to come and visit our campus and participate, hang out, use our spaces.
And I mean, you can look at the pictures. I mean, they speak for themselves. But look, there's your sports teams. And I know you have a fairly international group of students in your campus.
Yeah, we've got about 1,655 students in the fall, and 155 of those 55 of those international students from all over the world, Switzerland, UK. And we're very competitive. We have, the soccer and basketball and golf and cross country. We've had a very successful cross country team. We have a lot of Kenyans who play with us, and our student athletes are about 85% successful in transferring and graduating, and so they're some of our very best students. But it also makes it really fun for students to be a part of it. And with our student organizations, we have a phenomenal participation rate, both on the culturally focused leadership, honors, academic, but really focused with a lot of work in the community. So our Men of Distinction, Women of Character today we're at Lake Story picking up garbage. And
Wow,
so even though it was 98 degrees here today in Galesburg. So, but that also is a way for us to connect students. And we find a lot of international students participate in those organizations. And it's a way for domestic students then to get to know international students, broaden their horizons a little bit. And it's been really an incredible experience to watch those students interact and have fun and go on and do phenomenal things. We had a young man from the Congo who wanted to be the first astronaut from the Congo and didn't speak English 3 years ago when he came to Galesburg, and last year transferred to the University of Illinois in aeronautical engineering. So kind of an amazing example of the kind of transformative work that we do, sometimes very spectacular, but always in a way that benefits students and helps them to move along.
Well, that's a great introduction. We'll continue our conversation. Let's break to the game, Josh.
Sure, yeah, let's do it. Those pictures look great. I would definitely hang out there.
Yeah, no, it's a really welcoming
study
space.
some Scrabble words, try to proselytize. We do have players ready. Mike Johnson versus David Grimaud. We have player cards here. They've only played once before, and it was this year, so not a lot of games between them. David, I think somewhat of a newer player from the St. Louis area. Mike living in Iowa, doing a lot of stuff for Scrabble. He's hosted a bunch of tournaments, and yeah, he comes to a lot of these events. He's helping direct as well. And it's a very contentious game, both at 4-1, both doing pretty well in the tournament. So this game is going to be super important for the overall standing today, as Mike is first to draw. Yeah, really cool. Love to see those transformations. I particularly like spaces that are just made for comfort with a lot of natural light, as you were mentioning, Seamus. It's really cool to see stuff like that.
We actually had the students participate in the design of it and took their suggestions. One of their places was they wanted a game room, so I'll have to check to see if we have a Scrabble game out there, and if not, we'll get one in there. But no, they wanted a place with like a foosball table, and we have some gaming consoles. And the other piece about I wanted them to be able to see from the door of the building, front door of the building, through to the back, which looks out over a very pretty part of Lake Story, because I wanted them to sort of have that as a symbolic sort of pathway, where where you're going, you can see where you're going, and the space is welcoming you into it. So it's been really good. And we know the data show that if a student spends 45 minutes extra on a community college campus, they have a much better chance of surviving. Redox or redux?
Redox, yeah, that's a chemistry term.
Okay.
And I want to point out Michael Johnson on the left here, as we're watching, is a math professor at Luther College.
Okay.
Which is in the same academic conference as Knox College. Yeah. So I think I thought I was the only academic playing Scrabble, but Mike's rating is, I think, currently higher than mine. So I have to defer to him.
Wow, that's saying something. Because I know you're highly ranked.
He's got my number. I think he's probably 5-3 against me lifetime. But wonderful man, has done so much for Scrabble. He's actually hosting a tournament next in November at his house.
Wow.
And he cooks for us, or his spouse cooks for us. It's amazing. So that shows a tight-knit community. I keep going back to that. The Scrabble players, we really are a fraternity, and we just love to play Scrabble. We also love to hang out and eat good food. But Seamus, I could tell of all the people that have shown up today, you were very interested to see what was going to come down on this board.
Yeah.
So
well, the thing with Scrabble and my family is my family would like me to get involved with playing other people because I'm very competitive, and I usually play the rest of the family. They get pretty mad at me. So
I see.
Yeah.
Now that competitive nature comes from your soccer background.
Yeah, but I'm a PhD in English, so
a combination. That's a combination of a couple of things.
I'm
right?
interested in language, and words always have been, and so it's been interesting.
One of our other competitors today, she's a professor of French at University of Iowa, and then one of our stream participants recently, she's I think she's working on her PhD in English.
But you get a mix of people who play the game, though. It's not.
Yes, no, these are just the professor types. We're kind of unusual. I don't know what David does on it for his work, but we have. I mean, Josh can speak. He probably knows the personalities and their occupations better than I do.
Yeah, I'd say that the biggest, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a lot of people that are coders in the Scrabble community. More so, I would say, than English professors, math professors. People that are into like computer sciences and stuff like that. It feels like this game is kind of made for them. But I mean, it's made for so many people. It's such a universal board game. But those that take it to the next level, I feel like having a PhD in English makes you less likely to want to play Scrabble because of all the frustrating words you don't know. Just having opinions about those words,
Well, that wasn't so much the case with me. It was the fact that there were all of these kind of trick words, and that the way to get ahead was to learn all of those 2- and 3-letter words that had like 4 consonants in them, even though there were only 3 letters. So I guess I didn't want to do any rote memorization anymore. So that was part of it. So this word that's played here, "oh," though, is that like a French word, or is that another English word I don't know about?
Well, it's been used in English enough.
Okay.
That it's a French word that has been adopted. Cerveza, which you probably know the definition, is a Mexican word. Has been used enough in English. I think it was entered in a dictionary recently. Aguacate, which is Spanish for guacamole or avocado, is also now acceptable.
Is that right? That's in there?
Yeah, avocado. Well, guaco and guac are legitimate too.
So those are good. Okay.
I tend to say this, and I guess I'll bounce it off of you, Seamus, but like English, I feel like is a language of loan words.
Oh, it's complete. Yeah, everything is. The whole English language is a combination of German and French and Anglo-Saxon, and then Scandinavian words. And
there's got to be some Irish in there too, right?
A lot of Hiberno English words. A lot of people don't understand, for example, a word like smithereens or astray. Those are both direct translations. They're not even translations. Smithereens in Irish is smithereeny, and astray in Irish is airstraw or airstray. So it's the same word.
Wow. I'm going to give you guys you just reminded me of one of my favorite quizzes, anagram quizzes. Smithereens as an anagram. If anybody is able to figure that out on their own, how to rearrange the letters of smithereens and form a different English word.
A different English word.
I've either heard it before, or you are incredible and should be playing Scrabble.
Hermitress, I don't know.
I'll let that sit for a while and maybe forget about it, but someone can remind me. So EAU, like Eau de Cologne, basically is how I usually explain that one, because we do have to do a lot of explaining, and I feel like you probably can speak to that as being the Scrabble champion of your family. It's like, well, yeah, this word is from this and it means this. Yeah.
Years and years ago, I was playing my girlfriend in Ireland, and I was playing her father and her and somebody else, and I beat him on the last word, and the word I played was woad, WOAD. Which was a pigment that the ancient Britons had painted themselves to attack the Romans. And we broke up soon after that.
The tragedy of your language skills.
Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it's better to lose. I might have been able to keep her.
That's funny.
Yeah, a lot of relationships have formed through Scrabble too. Let's not, this. Sometimes it's not for you, but yeah. Oh man, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
But I want to point out this O, or however you pronounce it. It has an X back hook, but the X was played.
Mm-hmm.
And it also, you see where the triple letter score is. It also is attractive for an X, but that's partly why David played it comfortably without worrying about the X.
Yeah, great point. A very nice play of Ozonide. Look at that, extending the DE on
He's
the board.
being held. He's being held. He's being
this
held.
is a valid word.
Yep, he's holding him. Now I want to point
this
out.
This is the thing. Yeah, go ahead. You're going to say
Johnson,
the same thing as me.
Yeah, he plays Collins probably more than he plays WoW, and so he's one of those players like you, Josh, who has to kind of navigate two lexicons at the same time. It looks like he accepted the play though, but the point being, I
don't know. David, well, he wasn't supposed to mix his letters, so I think the reason Peter's saying the play was accepted is that you're not supposed to put your new letters that you draw with the old letters if your play is being questioned. That's one of those rules. It won't matter because this is a word, but procedurally, David should not have done that. A lot of people don't know that, but I think David was just keeping them separate, like on his rack, which a lot of players might think is good enough. But because it's all on tape and because ozonite is a word, this isn't a big deal. But,
well, let's add this piece, Josh. If he's still on hold, Mike, if he uses his Spidey skills, he'll recognize that David drew, and look at his rack, 7 vowels.
Yeah.
He doesn't want a challenge, no matter what.
Yeah,
he wants him to keep
exactly. Because that'll just give David a free turn. And you might think, like, if Mike accepts this, or if Mike challenges it and gives David a free turn, that he's going to use it to exchange letters. But actually, David would be able to score really nicely from the Z in ozonide. And actually keep things going.
Yeah.
So
it has been accepted. I can tell from the body language and from the actions.
So I mean, what Mike wants to do now, he wants to use that Z if he can. I'm not seeing anything real zingy, maybe.
Zing.
Yeah, zing and zingy. Yeah. Those are possible. Probably. I mean, you either want to use the Z or cover it in some other way, because it is a big spot. You could play yowing. Is a nice verb through the O, and it looks like that's what Mike is going to do.
He's yowing. Okay.
Yeah. So this sort of inhibits that as a scoring spot as well. So we like this. We like this play as well.
Now he could have played.
Go ahead.
Well, he could have played Yutz, but Yutzing isn't good. Although people are confused, is putzing or futzing? Those I believe are good. So sometimes people get confused, and so he might, Yutzing. Yutz is a word, but it's a noun. So it's that those similar words, and you have to. We say that we don't need to know definitions in Scrabble, but actually definitions really help.
Is yowing's a word? Because that opens up the triple word score.
I don't believe so.
Not mewings.
Yeah, no yowings. But I think Mike is actually just sort of unsure here whether this is valid.
Oh wow. Okay.
So he's switching it, and he's going to play zingy. Which the problem with this is it uses the same tiles, but okay. Yeah, I mean this is a better play because you really want to separate the W from the U. So yeah, this is the right choice. David, though, is going to respond. Again, we thought he might want to exchange. I mean, these are some of the worst tiles you can imagine having, but Ooze through the Z scores over 20 points and is definitely worth playing, I would say, over the exchange here.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it sets up Oost. I don't know.
Yeah.
How many Ds are out? There's 3 Ds out. So I don't know. I would be with that leave. I might, even though, what'd you say, 20 points?
Yeah, so
20-something
it scores 24.
Yeah.
But you're totally right that it is a little bit dangerous. Even under ooze, like playing through the O, you could get the double word score both ways. So it does have some danger to it, but yeah, intuitively, I prefer it, and so does the engine. So I haven't lost my lost my touch there.
But his draw doesn't seem to agree.
Yeah. So Obit coming down very quickly for Mike, which is interesting. I wonder why that was such a quick decision. I mean, it does score very well, and I guess there's not much going on.
Seamus, you have a comment? I can tell.
Still a lot of vowels on David's piece there. So.
His rack.
Rack. Yeah. I can't see the other two letters.
It's in two E's, but you can't hardly see it from where we are. But he's got one. He's got an M and a T, but he's still got lots of A's.
He almost has anathema, but not quite.
See, we got a Scrabble paper in the making.
Very nice. Yeah,
and that's how the mind works.
I do want to say for my quiz earlier, it was solved in the YouTube chat. Intermeshes is the anagram of smithereens.
Intermeshes, very good, excellent.
Yeah,
but there's another one apparently. I cheated and looked.
Oh, there's another one now. Just
euhemerists. I have no idea, but EUHEMERISTS.
Oh well, there's no U in smithereens and intermeshes, but
yeah.
Oh, I added that's okay. I added a blank. So smithereens with a blank.
Intermesh, very good.
Yes.
Excellent.
What did I do?
It approximated.
I know. I put a U instead of an N. I don't know. I apologize.
It was a good effort.
But it's a new word. You know, sometimes you fall into learning without, by accident, right? Serendipitously. So.
Yeah. So it's funny, like we haven't seen a bingo yet, but David is down 80 points already. Mike just kept hammering. He just kept scoring every turn. And yeah, unfortunately, I would say that there's only a couple of moves left. If you just keep it up and you just leave the board as is, really doesn't feel like there's much going on for the future of this board. Just given the play of Hugh, it's really just blocked the bottom off significantly. So I wonder how we're going to access that part of the board later on.
Yeah, it's very constricted in one corner.
Yeah. So I read here you're a soccer player, James.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, a long time. Yeah,
cool.
So I coached
what
for 20.
Position?
Played up front when I started, but I coached for 26 years as well. So I coached all over college and club and rec league and pretty much everything you can think of. So Olympic development program. So it was pretty cool.
Wow, that's awesome. I just want to mention the play of meat hitting the board. Mike might think he can't do anything about that A hook, AMI is valid, but now he's drawn a D. We were talking about oozed earlier. He's missing, I think, the possibility of just playing oozed and meaty, which is 44 points with just one letter. And instead he's playing GI at the top right, keeping two U's and a V. So this feels like a missed opportunity for Mike Johnson, and I wonder if he's going to see it next turn or if it's going to get blocked. It looks like still 3 A's for David Grimaud, and he might play Abba and Ami.
Wow.
Oh, but he's playing something even better, Abasia or Abasia. Am I pronouncing that right? That's very nice, and that's actually eliminating the possibility of dropping. So this was a big swing, I'd say, in David's favor, even though he's still very much behind in this game. Yeah, Mike's going to struggle with those two U's and that V. But again, placing David on hold, not being sure of the word. So you coached soccer for 26 years. Can you coach me? I play in like a very recreational league during the winter months here in Canada.
Oh, excellent. I miss
I'm just
playing.
terrible.
There's no soccer in Galesburg. I was playing 3 times a week before I moved here. Yeah, no, I can coach anybody.
He's 6'7", by the way.
I can, yeah. Peter Crouch, 6'7".
I just saw him play basketball. We saw him play basketball. You got to tell him about the basketball story that you organized at Nationals this year, Josh.
Oh, sure, yeah. So traditionally at the national tournament, we like to play sports at least one of the days. I mean, it's really important to. We see an exchange here. Okay, it's really important to stay active when you're sitting down all day and playing a board game. And for the last few years, it hasn't really happened, hasn't really been organized. But I brought it back. I got to play against Peter here, who used to play way back when, and I could tell. You could just tell the skills. Like even if someone hasn't played for a long time, or he'd say he's old and decrepit, or maybe that's just me saying that. Maybe I should have said that.
I don't think I moved. I don't think I moved, Josh.
I could just tell, the skills.
He was posting up a lot.
My feet were in concrete most of the time. It felt like. And you had a mean hook. I thought Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a Canadian version, had shown up on the courts.
I used to live.
Yeah, you should see my soccer hooks. They go all the way around the goal onto the wrong side.
Yeah, it's all about body position in soccer. You got to have your body in alignment. That's the hard part.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Why not? Why no soccer in Galesburg?
I don't know. When I first came here, I actually used to go play with the students over at Knox, and I played with some African guys who used to play in town. This is an incredible word here.
Flamed, yeah.
I think he was desperately trying to figure out a way to get a bingo on that, right? Because he had some good letters for once in this game.
Yeah, some decent letters. And honestly, at this point, it's going to be really important to draw one or both of those blanks. Half of the game is over. So playing 6 tiles to try and reach for one of those can prove useful, but you could also draw one of those 3 U's, one of those V's. 2 U's and a V were thrown back in the bag by Mike Johnson last move. You have to also make sure you shook the bag to not draw what was just thrown in. Yeah, wow. The game has gotten pretty close all of a sudden. David only within 14 points of Mike, and Mike with some decent letters, but not much to do with them.
Yeah, there's not a lot of options. I mean, there's some obvious words out there, but not anything that's going to make a big difference and would open up that left side of the board.
Yeah, these are tricky. These are tricky situations, right? I mean, you've got a slight lead. Your tiles you got too much duplication. You want to play something to unduplicate. You're not going to score a lot of points. You have 2 blanks that you haven't seen, so you want to play a lot of tiles. I mean, you've got all these things to navigate on, and you feel like at this point in the game, Mike's feeling that any one of his plays could be the critical play. Right, you feel like this play, no matter what, and I think it may be overstated, maybe in this particular instance, but you do have that feeling like, okay, I've played well so far. I'm up. How do I block? Do I close? Do I play lots of letters? What am I supposed to do here?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, this is super interesting. So Prow coming down for 14 points. Mike could have gotten 27 by playing Proa on top of the F and the L of Flamed, but that, instead of closing the board with a small lead, would open a pretty dangerous position of that P. So they're going to fix the scores. It looks like the clock has stopped. But yeah, 14 points for this. Definitely a big point sacrifice. And David might be able to now just score his way back into this game. He's got 34 available if he wants to play Flunk through the L Inflamed. You could even add the IE for flunky, which is a nice word.
We don't want to talk about that in college, right?
No.
We don't want more flunkies in college.
So IE is acceptable instead of Y then? Like 2 different spellings?
Yeah, I think both, yeah. So I think he's going to come around to seeing that. He's looking at unknife, which I'm trying to understand how that could possibly be a word you think. I mean, there are some words that just like don't make sense, but yeah, to unknife feels kind of impossible. So he's gotten off of that idea. I see that there's been mention that David's background in I guess horticulture or gardening that means that he knows a lot of I guess plant related words. I don't think any of those have come up just yet in this game, but flunky coming down though. Again, playing 6 tiles makes sense. Go ahead, Peter.
No, I think he must have heard you again, right, through the universe. Flunky is an excellent play, particularly if you're looking to get those blanks. This game may come down to who gets those blanks. And David doesn't know this, of course, but if you looked earlier, it looked like Mike had sorrow, not spelled correctly, but kind of phonetically spelled sorrow with his Q. Because he's got a QI play, but that's about it. Oh no, QUA I would play on the right.
He's playing rook.
Yeah, well, he's maybe passing that up. QUA through the U and EAU would open a gigantic spot. And I think what you mentioned about Mike thinking, I've played well, I've been in the lead. It feels like at some point in positions like these, when your opponent's coming back on you, it feels like you're still playing in the same style that you would have been playing if you were still ahead by 80 points. And sometimes you're sacrificing too many points to not open anything huge for the opponent. The play of rook, scoring 24 and balancing. The problem is that blocks the QI spot next to the I and flunky, and does open a lane for David. So I do wonder if playing Qua was worth the risk or not.
Well, they both need a letter, right, to make a bingo.
Yeah,
and the O just doesn't fit for David, but David has a U that Mike really wants in the right spot.
Exactly. Yeah, there's some,
and so the U is a tile you really don't want to keep at this point, and so and there's already a U available, so you might feel like maybe he'll throw it out there. You never know.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at some of the plays that David could make, but yeah, it doesn't look like he's likely to open a spot up for acquires for Mike. But
he could play Lude.
LUD, yeah.
If he was playing aggressively, he might play Lude. Because it's
right,
not.
Yeah.
It really doesn't open up a lot.
No,
yeah.
Doesn't work.
But yeah, Lude,
Possible.
we had Pervo on the board earlier in an earlier game.
On this side, Lude here?
No, I'm thinking of Lude down here.
Oh, okay.
Now, I'm not saying that's the best play, but it'd be a way to open the U. I'm trying to throw some. I like Mike. He's a good friend, so I'm trying to help him out here. Oh, what is he going to do?
Look at this. This is Jeweler. This is a great option. Again, the same sort of thing. David has played 6 tiles 3 turns in a row. He's going straight for those blanks. I like this play a lot. He didn't have anything fantastic, so why not just go for the letters you don't want your opponent to have? I like this. I like this by David, and the score is tied at 192. Mike Johnson now. Is he going to pull the trigger on QUA for 32 through that U of O, just giving back a huge scoring spot? Is he going to add that I? Probably not. I think Mike has recognized. Well, we do see a blank, but Mike has recognized, I think there's a pretty bad shortage of vowels right now. 8 vowels to 21 consonants. So adding that extra vowel onto QUA is really going to often shoot Mike in the foot in terms of what he wants to do for himself. So
the score is really is tied. Yeah, the score is actually tied about halfway through the game. So, and you can tell the strategies, right? One one player is really trying to, and he's able to, but he's making some nice plays with some long words. Mike's trying to balance his rack, and he got the dreaded Q.
Yeah, but there's so many plays he can make through the U. He can play QUA, QUAI, QUAIS. He can play QUARE, square, squire, QUIRE.
Yeah.
Putting the R out there makes it a little bit harder for David to respond. So I wonder if we're going to see. I think maybe I would play QUIRE here. This doesn't feel like my letters are that good that I want to keep the best possible leave and just open myself up to a bunch of potential disasters. So
Well,
very
Josh,
interesting.
Here's a question that we haven't come to yet. Very often, players will play fearing, a hard rebound response from their opponent, like overthinking maybe, and sometimes you just have to play aggressively.
Yeah, I really like this play of Squire, though. Normally, you want to keep your S's. They're worth around 10 points to keep. This scores 8 more points than just Squire, but again, it's becoming more and more apparent that those blanks are going to make a huge difference. So playing 1 extra tile, scoring a little bit more, I think this makes a lot of sense from Mike Johnson. And it has prevented a disaster scenario, I think, from occurring. So over to David, who's going to be looking for a bingo, but he's going to come up short.
Well, there's lots. Is there any bingos in there? I don't see anything.
Yeah, no, nothing available. His best play would be, I think, CUIF to the F inflamed, but again, only looking at 6 possible vowels out of 24 tiles. Feels like even your U is valuable at this point. It's kind of, crazy situation. I wonder if you want to just play off an I, UI for 11. I think you do have to just go for CUIF, to the F inflamed. I think probably the best bet that David has to stay in this game. And look at that terrible draw from Mike. This 3rd V he's drawn this game.
Yeah.
Well, one thing to note is just, we're sitting here with full information, right? These two gentlemen, they're tracking their tiles, but are they counting the vowels and the consonants? Some experts do as a regular thing. Others don't. They kind of eyeball it. Eyeball here would probably give you an idea. Like there are no O's left. They're from Mike's position. From Dave's position, there are no I's left, and there are no U's left. So when you on your sheet, you're crossing those letters off, and that gives you an indication, right? So you may not even be counting the vowels, but you can tell them they're going away, as you mentioned. And usually vowels can be impediments to a good high-scoring play, but you need them as well, right? They're your friend in a situation like this. So as you mentioned, the U, even though that's usually not a tile you want to keep, in this situation, it may be something you hold on to.
Yeah, and it was mentioned in the chat, despite those 2 Vs, Mike Johnson has a very, very solid option, actually 2 very solid options, hooking the play of Squire he just made. He's looking at playing Craved, Carved in the same spot, but Varved, even better, would score over 40 points and really pad Mike's lead. So I think regardless of what David does, he's going to be in somewhat of a pickle unless he gets a very timely draw, no matter what he plays. Yeah, the time is ticking down. So is this making you want to play?
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. It's even more pressure being able to see what both of them have. So, but no, it's really interesting. It's interesting how the board is opened up, also given where it started. So it's some really clever plays to open up the complete space here.
Just to give you perspective today, Seamus, the gentleman on the left, his rating is in the top 100 players in the in North America, and so just give you a sense of how where he would fit in the grand scheme of things. But as you can see, David is definitely a formidable opponent.
And he is taking no prisoners. This play of licit, just really blowing the bottom of the board open. I really like this from David in terms of what you're trying to do on this board. You have a deficit. You just want to keep those options open for yourself. There are 2 S's and a blank on the scene to hook onto licit. But I like this a lot for David Grimmau.
So is EV
actually, it doesn't take an S.
Play Varved?
Licit doesn't take an S. It's even better than I thought.
Yes.
No, there's no 2-letter V words.
EV?
No, that's an abbreviation.
It doesn't count.
It's not been. Xerox is acceptable.
All right.
But EV is not at this point.
Because that would have taken the triple word score in the corner.
Yeah, that's one of the things. There are no 2 C's or V's letter words, C or V letter words. So that's a little thing to learn. Avoid that trap.
Yeah. Look at that carved.
That made a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 41 points. Varved again would have been slightly better, but you have to be sure of that word to play it. Now David is thinking about unpretty. That would be very nice. That is a word, but not playable anywhere. Nutty or tutty through that T of licit. Either of those plays seems very strong. But again, David needs to draw a vowel, I would say, to give himself decent chances at coming back this game. He's now down 69 points, but the next draw is going to be key. We see that Mike Johnson only has 1 of the 2 remaining vowels from David's perspective and doesn't have that all-important blank. Tenuity would have played before carved next to the IRE of Squire. So that was a huge, huge swing in Mike's favor to block that. And it really just depends. Is David Grimmau going to draw the blank, second blank, and or the A that is lurking in the bag? He's got 4 tiles to draw out of 7. So chances are he's going to get one of those goodies after this play, which is a small point sacrifice. I don't think it makes too much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. That could have scored more.
Josh, are the scores accurate?
But right now, 230 to 277.
Okay. Oh, he picked the J.
So he drew the J, but he also drew the E. But that blank is still out there, so Mike is probably gonna freak out here looking at what's unseen. There's no way he can figure what could possibly be coming here. I'm sure he is aware of danger of a play maybe through the R of Rook or under the Y of Unity. I think if you're Mike, you're going to want to block the R. He's I think already found the play he's going to make. VAUS through the U in Flunky does a great job of scoring some points and blocking that R, but it loses immediately to the bingos under the Y of Unity. So this can't be comfortable for Mike Johnson. I'm curious to see what he ends up doing.
Repeat what you said. Where do you see the V? Oh, I see. VAUS.
FA.
Under flamed. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, VAU being a spelling of a Hebrew letter. But yeah, there are a few words actually where the U's still become V's in Scrabble.
But if he plays the second S, then there'll be no tiles left.
That's the thing. So not only is there a problem, there aren't that many vowels left, but you also don't want to necessarily empty the bag because there is something to be said. Let's say just VAU is played and then David gets something under the Y of Unity. He's still going to have tile to draw. And if that tile is the J, then Mike's going to be able to win the game, because I don't think there's a spot for a J on this board. So things are very complicated. It could be that just VAU is the correct option in this spot.
I mean, from Mike's perspective, he's been looking for this blank and it's not materialized. He has to figure that David didn't have both blanks on the last turn, because he probably would have bingoed. So he's figuring, well, okay, he drew 4, there's 7. Maybe I want to empty the bag, make sure David doesn't get that second blank.
Yeah, this is nerve-wracking for sure, but Mike probably knows he has a decent chance here. You always just want to find that play that does it for you. You know what I mean? And I think Mike knows that he's not a lock to win this game. He's just trying to maximize his winning chances. It looks like VAU, that would be a very, very strong play. But now he's looking at playing the S and the V. Wonder where that would be. SEV through the E in dueler? Or is he just... Sometimes people like just nervously touch tiles on their X without actually considering what to do with them. But yeah, this is a really tough position that Mike's thinking hard about. He likes to think about these positions, but when you're in the game, it's very, very scary when you're staring down the barrel of 2 blanks unseen to you.
And also watching the time, which is evaporating, right?
Yeah. So the AU is on the board. Mike hasn't his clock yet. There, it looks like he's inches away. There we go. So this was a very strong move. I think this was the move I would have made.
Seamus, you've ever played with the clock?
No, I've not.
Yeah, the clock changes the dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it puts some extra pressure on you.
All right, so the last tile in the bag is not a blank. There was 1 in 3 chance of Mike not drawing the blank, but even if the blank was the last tile in the bag, I couldn't really see a way for David to make up his deficit. But maybe there was. It's so complicated in these spots. But in this particular instance, there isn't really anything good for David, and I think he's just gonna play jet or something. I'm not really sure. Maybe if you play jet under the U in Unity and you draw the blank, Mike's gonna be.
Yeah, I have to make a point.
What about Jetty?
That's very nice, Jetty. Very, very nice find. Wow.
Yeah, very nice. See, Seamus he needs to get out of here and start showing his skills. But I just want to make a point. If the P is the P's not. The last tile is an H, right?
Yes.
So if if David had the H and not the J, there is an amazing bingo that he could play to win the game. And so people should think of that. That's the quiz for now. Would they find that word?
But only to win the game 7 out of 8 times, right?
Right.
Because like we said, if the J was the last tile in the bag and you used all of your tiles, you're going to be very. It's very unfortunate when that happens. It's happened to me. I don't know if it's happened to you, Peter. You draw the last tile in the bag and it's a tile you cannot play. But yes, that's a nice find. A nice what if situation. But if the blank were the last tile in the bag, I think Jet and UT might have a chance of winning, just because it sets up a huge underlap that Mike wouldn't have if the blank is left. So JO being a word.
I mean, what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here, we're just emphasizing. We talk about the blank and how powerful it is, and this is another example, right? It really, and especially 2 blanks, just allows for all kinds of strategic maneuvers that 1 blank or even no blanks would not allow.
That's true, and it's impossible to figure it all out with our lizard brains. There's just too many options.
Seamus, you're not offended by the lizard brain.
No. One of the interesting things about, say, words like the 2 triple word scores in the corners are inaccessible because you can't put anything in front of jeweler and you can't put anything at the end of carved. So that kind of takes those out of play. So the blank in that position doesn't really help. And similarly, then on the I mean, I can't think of anything that would go between or before a V that would open up the far corner. So it is interesting how the board is played out.
Yeah, I recently commentated a game where all 8 triples were covered, which is pretty rare.
That is rare.
Yeah, that was in New Zealand. Weren't you commenting on a game in New Zealand?
No, so the one I was commenting was actually in Toronto. It was really cool. There were just 2 extension plays that were made. Empanadas was played.
Oh, very good.
And Evergreen as an extension for green.
That's very
So
clever.
just gorgeous. Gorgeous stuff. Out of the, I think, thousands of, or tens of thousands of annotated games that we have, that's only happened, like all 8 triples have been covered only, like, I think 20 times or something. But yeah,
I think he was going to play.
Hey, Jetty.
See, it's Seamus, I think you're ready for the big time. It took you half the time it took him, so...
Yeah, very impressive. So I would say that this was a banger of a game. Really, really some great plays from both players.
This is an extremely low-scoring game.
That's true. And when those blanks come out late, I mean, that's usually what happens. Just like both players are like, okay, great, I'm going to play my blank for 10 points now.
Yeah.
And get to 310. Yeah, these guys average around 400 per game.
Wow. Yeah, David did remarkable to come back to get as close as he did, given the start that he had. He really was behind the 8 ball at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, totally.
I can't see.
So here for Mike,
There's an L.
just got to make sure he doesn't run out of time, but he can pretty much do anything here. He's up by 43 points. He's looking at playing pegs through the E of carved. And that scores well enough that he's going to outrun anything David throws his way. But yeah, this is game 6 of 7. First day of the double-decker Galesburg, Illinois tournament. Curious to see what the matchup is for the next round. But there's going to be a break between this game and the next one because they have to figure out, since it's the last round, make sure the right players are playing the right players based on the results of the previous round.
And I'll just reiterate, our local business provided us $50 gift certificates to the winners of each of the divisions for this evening. So there's a lot at stake on, I mean, steak
no
or
pun
fish.
Intended, right?
There's a lot of steak or fish going on, or even pasta for those who are interested in and I'm sure the amount of brain energy that's been used over the last several hours is going to lead to very healthy appetites this evening.
Yeah, there's some good places to eat in Galesburg.
Yeah, what's your favorite place, James? I mean, that's hard to say, but
yeah, I mean, I like lots of Landmark on one night, and I like Buddies for pizza, which I had for dinner last night and lunch today, and we got Kraft, and we've got a new Chinese restaurant down Judy's Kitchen.
I just had that for lunch.
Yeah, she hangs out with TikTok rock stars now.
We had them on the Zoom earlier, on the stream earlier. Yeah. Victor from
Dennis.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Sandburg grad.
Oh, see, we didn't know that. We should have plugged that earlier.
Well, no, Judy met with some world famous TikTok star in Chicago last week. He had 43.5 million people watching their interaction.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
My son was like, Dad, you got to look at this. You see that number? I'm like, yeah, that's 43.5 million. I'm like, oh my God.
That's more than the population.
Yeah, at some point, those.
Yeah, a lot
at
more.
Some points, yeah, at some point, those numbers just become like, can't even imagine that amount of people. I'm sure Judy was cool about it, right?
Yeah, no, she was really cool, but that's like, that's a significant percentage of the population of the whole country.
The whole world, yeah.
It's crazy, nuts. Yeah, no, Ireland's got about 4 million people living in it, so 10 times bigger than the whole population of Ireland.
Amazing.
What was the game? What was the word that was played there?
FEH.
So Pegs was the best play according to the engine, and FEH as well was the best play. So
Okay.
these guys nailing this very
Wow.
complicated endgame with both blanks. And I think the best outplay now is CONNS from the C and carved. But Mike has a number of ways to win this game. The coolest way is to play UNSUN blank. You're the U of Dueler and the U of Unity. You can make that blank a G for unsung and a K
very
for
good.
unsung.
Yeah.
That'd be a way of like saying, I've used those U's to my advantage.
Excellent.
David played 4 U's. Mike exchanged 2 U's. So 3 V's and 6 U's this game.
Well, you don't want to play anything that may be a phony, though. That's definitely something you don't want to do. And double N words, even though these are short words, they can confuse you late in the game. You know, and you don't want to risk it. So you see sometimes even expert players just playing their words they know for sure, knowing they can't lose.
Yeah,
but it looks like he's confident on that.
And that will be the end of it if Mike hits his clock. But even if Mike plays a phony word here, as long as he doesn't go overtime, he is going to win this game. So yeah, great game. Super low scoring game, 325 to 281 total. That is probably the lowest scoring game these guys have played in well over a year or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally crazy stuff.
You want to cut to them?
Yeah, let's do it.
But you were, I was, if I could score 24, but I was keeping 3 vowels every time.
24 is a lot of points.
I know. I had 7 vowels when I played ooze.
That was so many points. I thought you were going to stick a D there or something.
Sure. I would have loved to.
And then when you played this, I was thinking like NISI.
Oh, okay. That had any S's.
Does this take an S?
No.
Okay. I was like, I'm going to kill this.
It does.
I don't know. I'm curious. I don't like it.
I would have challenged it, but
it does not take an S.
Is flunky good like that? I.e., I wasn't sure. I think it is. I thought it was right away, so I went with my gut.
It's both.
Yeah.
I like this one better than the Y.
Oh, really? I like the other one.
Yeah.
I went with my gut on this one and said, you know what? I have to play it. I mean, I know early on this play was. I know it probably wasn't that play. I probably should have exchanged, but you scored how many points? And I could play Xenia, XCNA, and keep OOU. So once again, I had an N and 6 vowels. I probably should have traded. But you scored how much for Redux? 42?
Right.
And then you scored 24, but I'm behind by a beat already.
I mean, that's what I was doing turn 2. It's funny, when I played this, I figured even if this is good, even if you bingo here and you get it, I'm still going to win because you're going to get J stuck. Because I was like, I have to kill the last J spot.
I couldn't play off just the J.
Right, that's why I did that.
Well, this was one of my late racks. JTTLEE.
And
it was
then
when there was one tile was in the bag.
It was the H.
And I said if I could just play off the J, I could at least try, but I couldn't play off one tile.
And that's that's intentionally why I blocked the O.
So the game was over. I was like, I have to play Jetty and just be done. I mean, I didn't see anything else to do.
Let me take a quick picture of the board.
I know EAU was a very, very questionable play. I mean,
can we get a selfie quick?
Okay. Good win, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Xenia probably was a better play than O. But I kept an N.
Yeah.
So I kept one constant. I think it probably was Xenia or trade in and keep EN. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
The nice thing is you don't have to worry about somebody sticking an X there.
EMF is no longer good, is it?
EMF is no.
And I wanted to play E right here. E, look at this. I wanted to play EMF right here. EMF and getting the M, but I was like, EMF is not good. I wrote it down. I said I can't play that. That was a very low scoring game.
I know. It was complicated. The blank. I got the blank very, very.
I know I
very
made mistakes with my balance and not trading in, but other than that, I thought I played okay.
I think I pulled the blank when I played this in the last draw.
I can remember when I pulled it.
It's 281. Do I have your
281? Yeah.
Yeah.
281 to 325.
Yeah.
No, I know I was being probably laughed at my EAU, and you don't play here, which I knew you probably would. Oh, when I played this, it was just turnover. I left myself with 2 vowels, and so then I drew 5 vowels when I played those, and I was going to play ZOEAE, but I knew it wasn't staying open.
Yeah.
I was going to score 28 and get rid of 4 of my 7 vowels, but I said that's not staying open. But when I could score 20 with ooze, I thought I'll throw in the next turn.
That's fine.
Maybe I'll draw some consonants. This play, I think I had.
And I didn't have an S or a D to hit back, so I was just like, I'm gonna just clunk up the spot.
Yeah, I didn't either. I had 2 more A's on this turn. This was another turn which I'm sure the online streamers, this was the wrong play too. But I just had such difficult racks. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, it happens. I unfortunately have to go get the last round.
Yeah, I hope all that's not on audio.
I was wondering when Mike's internal timer of a director was going to chime in and say, "I got a pair of the final round." That was a great postmortem. Self-effacing David Grimaud. Both these guys played a great game. It was very entertaining to watch. But yeah, we have one more game, Peter, and one more guest. But it's been such a pleasure. I mean, we actually had. I feel like we were a trio, a commentary trio for this game.
Well, thanks so much for having me, and thanks, Peter, for bringing Scrabble to Galesburg. I think this is really awesome. So I'll do my best to throw my hat in the ring next time.
Oh, right. You heard that, Josh. You heard that. That's a promise.
And then,
right.
But I will say, it was
sealed, delivered.
It was really nice to hear players thinking, "Oh my God, is that a word? I don't know if I should put it in." So these guys were awesome. So it was a real pleasure. So.
Very well,
right.
Amos. It was so great
Thank
to see
you.
you. Keep up the great work you're doing for us in Galesburg, and you're such an ambassador for our community.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. All right. Take care.
All right, guys. We will be right back with the final game here in Galesburg, Illinois. Make sure you're liking the video, subscribing to the channel, telling your friends about the broadcast, everything. It's just such a pleasure that we're seeing all these streams pop up. But we need your help. We need your momentum. Your support is very much appreciated. So we will be right back for the final game, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Woo! Here we are, guys. Hello. Welcome back to the final game of the Silver Streak one-day Galesburg tournament. This is day 1 of 2, doubleheader tournament. Tomorrow, I don't even know what tomorrow's tournament called, but double decker is what this tournament is being deemed. I love the names. I love the train theme. I am joined once again, and I have been all day, with Peter Schwartzman, with a final guest. Hello. So is this Tuesday?
Tuesday, Chetan, and we are in this amazing building, which you have to come see. It's like a 3-story, beautiful old. I mean, Tuesday can tell you all the details.
It's had a lot of different lives over the years. It's an 1887 Italianate Renaissance building, originally built by the Oddfellows.
And Tuesday moved in here with the Community Arts Center a few years ago, and it required a tremendous amount of renovation, which she's spearheaded and also championed and raised money for. And we're still working on it, but we've seen some amazing work, including the artist behind us, who I want you to talk about.
Yeah, Joanne Gowdy was a longtime supporter of the Arts Center, both in board service, and actually she's the reason we have a permanent collection of over 800 pieces, just like hers, but spanning over 100 years. And so we're very lucky to have Joanne, and she was an amazing artist, and she just spearheaded, like many art centers, collections and programming and exhibitions, and it's just really important to have volunteers like that.
And you can see some of the art in the background of the players' room. They're literally playing in an art gallery, which is pretty unique. I don't think I've ever done that in my time as a Scrabble player in the 80+ tournaments I've played in. But we wouldn't be here without Tuesday, frankly. I mean, when we were looking for a larger space, innovative space, a space downtown, a space that would electrify our game. And she was so supportive. She's also on the Visitors Bureau board. And, so she connects the dots and really makes things happen. And so we're so thankful to her for her leadership in that regard. And, this is evolving. This whole experience is evolving as we speak, and I think we're very excited to bring the stream here. When we told Tuesday about that, she was like, yes,
super excited.
Yeah, that was great. So and we get to show some of the art, some passively, some maybe more actively, but another reason to come to Galesburg. There's just another stop along our path. As you come to Galesburg, there's literally, you need to stay a few nights because there's so many places to see, so many historical sites. This building itself, I don't know if we have a picture to show from the outside, but it's a phenomenal building. I mean, the patina on the?
It's a copper facade, and the patina on the outside is known to everyone who visits or lives in Galesburg, or the copper face building. It's one of the first sort of welcome points into our downtown community, and it's just something that everyone is like, oh yes, we know that building, and it's been part of our fabric for well over 150, 160 years.
Absolutely. I mean, the founders, we were founded in 1837, and when this building was built, not too long after that.
1887,
Yeah, another 50 years later. But it's here, right? It's been here 140 plus years. I guess 150th anniversary will be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah.
And so, tell us a little bit about what you've been able to do in this building.
Oh, we've done so much. It's had several iterations. When we moved into just two sides of it, which was about 4,500 square feet, which was similar to where we came from. And we operated as a gallery and a gift shop while we renovated. That is not for the faint of heart. I would not suggest that to anyone, but it's something that allowed us to live and work in the space as we sort of built it. And it certainly was helpful to then expand to the classroom space, artist studio space, event space, and gallery space. And we have, performances, we have music, we've got poetry slams happening, Scrabble happening. It's just a place that community gathers and makes those connections, and we're just thrilled to be a part of it.
Yeah, wow. All of that sounds so good. I can't wait to visit, see that famed patina. We do have some Scrabble for you guys, final round of the day, and we're going to crown a champion after this game. Here are the standings. Mike Johnson with his win over David Grimaud last round. He is in first place on differential. There are 3 players at 5-1. So it is possible still, Steve Grobe not being featured on stream. We're featuring Mike Johnson versus Jonathan Lind. It is possible technically that if Jonathan wins by a little bit and Steve wins by even more, Steve will actually take down the whole division. But we're featuring a player in first place, player in second place. If Mike wins, he has a very, very good chance at winning the division here. So got standings. We got Mike's player card here. He's played 153 tournaments. Nice average score. Very nice win percentage.
60%. That's impressive.
That is
that's
impressive.
Very, very good. Yeah, I always think about when Roger Federer said I won maybe 53% of my rallies. So Jonathan Lind rated 1771. He's played in 89 tournaments, a lower win percentage, but yeah, a very, very strong player in his own right. And yeah, those are the player cards. We love to see those advanced stats. We have a head-to-head 2-2. So Jonathan winning the last 2 games that have been played between these two. And so we'll see. This is going to be the rubber match of their, I guess, 5-game tournament series that is just completely separate from the tournament. So a lot riding on this game. $50 of gift cards, and pride and glory and some prize money, Peter.
Yeah, looking at those standings, to see that if I was in third place, he's a close friend of mine, Steve Grobe. He's still in it, and he knows it. One of these guys is most likely to lose, right? And so therefore, he just has to win. And if he wins by a big enough score, he can kind of sneak into first, as it were.
Oh,
look at the first letter.
Oh. All right.
You're feeling it. Can you see it on his face? It looked like he smiled a little bit.
Like he's already inspired.
Yeah. So interestingly, when I enter these games on our Scrabble computer engine, it gives me a random 7 letters to start things off, and it was actually close. There were like 5 of the same letters that it gave me this time, but AEEFOW blank. And wow, but Mike, not to be outdone, has drawn an even better rack with the blank. So yeah, Jonathan, just one tile off of a lot of really cool words. I think the best he can do here is play something like OWE or FEW. not the greatest thing you want to do. You'd like to open a little bit longer when you have the blank to, create more space on the board. But yeah, not much to do. Woe also very reasonable. I think that's a little bit more open for next turn. So Woe for 12 is the play by Jonathan Lind. We like this play. And
well, Josh, I have to
Mike.
say, I've made very few Scrabble videos, unlike you. But the one I have made is a probability video related to the likelihood of drawing the blank on the first or second draw. And both players drew a blank. So an opportunity to say that to draw a blank on your first draw is about a 13%, a little over 13% chance. And now for both players to do it, you have the same probability on the second draw as you do on the first draw, which sounds counterintuitive to some players, but you watch my video, and you can watch it when you want to fall asleep as well, because it's really good for settling your nerves and putting you to rest.
So question, Peter, is
Yes.
it better to save your blanks?
Well, you want to,
or is it more strategic?
Well, you want to use the blanks to score a bingo, which would be all your tiles.
Sure.
And Jonathan would have done that if he had seen it, or I don't think he had one. And the same goes for Mike right now. He wants to get that blank down, but in his case, you see he has a chance to play the X.
Right.
In a very powerful position. So he might actually forego a bingo if he had one and actually play his EX play instead.
I was just going to say, so yeah, you're totally right on that analysis. You could just play EX here, making OE and EX under the O and the E of Woe, and keep the blank for later, which is, yeah, definitely a very, very viable strategy. Good intuition there, Tuesday. But yeah, if you play all of your letters, you can play Geotaxis, get the 50 extra points. That would be 66 points. So usually we say keeping a blank is worth around 25. In this case, playing X would be a 30-point sacrifice over playing Geotaxis. So it seems really, really close in the two. But Mike does also have this word that isn't valid that he lined up on his rack. So I'm a little bit worried. EXIGEANT is a word in the International Lexicon. And it would score more than Geotaxis. So I'm very curious to see what he does. He's taken 2.5 minutes on this decision. Totally understandable, but he could walk into a trap here, playing, because he plays with both lexica. So he might play a word that isn't valid in this one.
But since we're streaming with Mike for the second time, and to introduce Tuesday, so there's 2 lexicons that are being played today downstairs, and Mike actually is pretty comfortable in either, and he's choosing to play with the WoW lexicon today. But as Josh just pointed out, he actually has a play in the other dictionary. But it would be fairly immediately challenged, I think, by Jonathan, because he would recognize that that's not a WoW word. So he went for it.
Yeah, so he's going for Geotaxis. This makes a lot of sense. This is a really nice find as well, taking a nice early 54-point lead. However, will Jonathan Lind be able to respond? I think Mike has actually managed to block Jonathan's options here.
Well, he has an oversee word, doesn't he?
He has that. That's an F. So he has AEFOSD blank.
We can't see that well.
You can't quite see that. Yeah, I'll. Sorry, I will tell you guys the racks. Peter will be able to remember them to say.
I used to sit through my mom's Scrabble tournaments.
Okay.
So this is exciting.
Yeah. So foviolas was actually the only thing. Actually, 2 things were blocked: foviolas through the O and wave offs from the W. I wonder if Jonathan saw both those options on Mike's time. But it's okay. He still has a blank, even if his stuff was blocked. He has good chances drawing something next turn. So you got to shake it off. I like playing something like fovias to the S of Geotaxis, maybe. or just the word phobia to the A of geotaxis. I think I want to get rid of both the F and the V. They're a little bit heavy. I'd rather have some more workable letters. What about you, Peter?
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, it'd be nice to use that X if you could, but I'm not sure he can. And with the blank, you really want to maximize your potential for a bingo next turn, especially now that Michael has played one and has kind of got a pretty decent lead to start with.
Yeah, and normally when games are played at a high level, you'll see the opening moves, the first couple moves get played, within maybe a minute or two, because I mean the positions are just not as complicated when there's not much to work with on the board. But because both of these guys started off with the blank, Mike just taking a while on his first move to make sure he spotted all of his options, taking over 3 minutes on his first decision, and now Jonathan falling around 4 minutes behind his opening 25 minutes because he himself has a blank. He wants to make sure he's not missing something here. I would take a long time to make sure I'm not missing something through the I, maybe through the A, even the X. Like you said, it'd be nice to use it. There just doesn't happen to be a way to do that and retain the blank here. So Jonathan's going to take his time. Very understandable. There are a lot of plays he can make here that are reasonable. He could even just play one tile or two tiles, like EF and FE or FEE in that spot. Those are also very viable options.
Well, while he thinks about it, I want to ask Tuesday, I want to hear more. How did you get into the profession you're in?
My sister was a professional artist, and we found out very quickly that I could sell her work a lot better than she could, because I just had this insight and I had the business side of things, and that sort of spurred me to think about art in a different way and not necessarily a studio arts way. So everyone says, what do you do? Well, I don't do art. So I do it on the side. I do it as a hobby, but it's certainly not something that drives me. I'm much more interested in the connections we make through art, and seeing little ones really grasp a concept is exciting for me. So that is my entry into the arts world.
Well, we have a really wonderful hospitality room for our Scrabble tournament. And that is your classroom.
Yes.
And I can tell you, thank you for allowing us to use it. But having been in there today or yesterday for the first time, I can tell it is just an amazing facility. And it has, I mean, I could just have to come back when you're having one of your programs and see it in action.
For sure. Everyone loves the fact that, one, it's spacious, so you're not crammed into a small spot, and you have inspiring tools around you. You've got wheels, and you've got kilns, and you have paints and glazes, and I think sometimes just being surrounded by those materials does inspire some thought.
Yeah, I keep giving Josh Sokol some reasons to visit. So, Josh, do you do any art on the side?
Not the pretty type of art, but I am a musician.
Well, we have those too.
Literally across the street, I can see it from a city. It's music makers. They have some amazing instruments in there. So, another reason to come visit.
Instruments and history and expertise, and the number of musicians that come in and out and visit them and visit us is pretty amazing. And then there's buddies just down the street, open mic nights.
Yeah,
it's fabulous.
We also have jazz. We have Rutabaga Jazz Festival. If you love jazz, man, this is the place to be.
International
jazz and root vegetables.
Yes.
It's the perfect match. Yes, international artists come in. The Mirza residency in the winter, also a great time. It's just an inspiring place, for as industrialized and Rust Belt as we are. It certainly fosters creativity, entrepreneurship, and just a lovely sense of community.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to visit for sure. It's only a matter of time.
We saw the play
of I mean, you really, like, from what I've heard, you guys are on your way to getting a huge boom in tourism. So keep it up. So we saw the play of Phobias come down for Jonathan Lind. We liked that play. And now Mike taking advantage of the EH not taking an S in this lexicon, playing head. He's really clamping down on the available space on the board, knowing that he has a lead early on. I really like this play by him.
No room for the instrument. No room for the instrument, right?
Yeah, speaking of instruments, bassoon would be nice with these letters, but yeah, nowhere to play it. We maybe should have moved to the other side of the street, and then there might be somewhere to play it.
And
yeah,
so we have a situation with OS. We have two S's and two O's. S's are wonderful letters, but when they're compounded, they can sometimes block things up.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, I would say, for Jonathan Lind. He doesn't really want to open the board, but I think he sort of has to here to maximize the value of his blank. So he's considering maybe playing Boos, BOOS, overlapping the F and the O of Fovea, just to score some points, unduplicate the letters that he has, and hope for something in the future. But keeping that O for ado really does feel kind of important. So I'd be sort of hard pressed to want to make that play. Maybe just sob in the same spot, keep things a little bit tighter, and keep the O hook for the AD on the board. I wanted to mention Tuesday mentioning wanting to keep the blanks. We're seeing Jonathan Lind keeping his blank. There is a cool potential play of like Soapbox to the X of Geotaxis, but that would use the blank and would only score 30 points. So doing that would certainly not be worth it, even though it is a flashy word.
This is there's a lot at stake here. I mean, not only are they on stream, they've just played 6 games today.
They're tired.
Your brain starts to really, well, at least mine. I've noticed the 7th game of the day is I don't play as well. And so I know that, unfortunately, and so I'm second guessing myself even more typically in the last game. And so that's playing a role in this game as well.
It's a lot of pressure.
I hear there's 2 types of people in the world. I mean, among people that play Scrabble tournaments, people that are that play worse in the morning and people that play worse in the afternoon when they're getting tired. I am of the former group, I would say. Like, I just have not woken up until like 2 or 3 games in, and then I'm primed for the rest of the day. I'm like, oh man, I could have played a couple more games at this level, but
so you definitely track. You definitely track with musicians and artists. Before 10 a.m., forget it.
Yeah, definitely, exactly, totally. So the play of Boo's going down. This is Jonathan's best score, keeping the blank, and let's see what Mike does in response. He has drawn a C and an M, and doesn't really have anything great to cover that spot that was just opened with the B. The best I think he can do is just playing Bima, B-I-M-A, to hit that triple. So I wonder if he's going to leave the spot open and if Jonathan's going to draw anything to pounce. But yeah, this game's already very, very interesting. Jonathan playing a little bit from behind, but has that blank, which can really save him from a lot of situations. And that's a pretty good draw, I would say. But go ahead.
Josh, I mean, one thing, normally you don't know what your opponent has on the rack, but the fact that he played the S in Boo's, even though it does hit the double word, it does indicate pretty much that Jonathan has another S. And so
yes,
Mike wants to be very careful not to open up a, nice, fine.
Yeah, that's nice. Nice plural of abacus there. And the great thing about this play compared to playing Bima is it puts the I on the bottom left corner rather than the A. And not only is it harder to start a word with an I, there's already an I on the board. So if Jonathan has the potential to have a bonus starting in I. He already has it from the I in geotaxis. So not opening anything new is Mike Johnson. And I really like this decision by him. Of course, the leave of the M and the V together, pretty poor. And we do see a pretty bad draw for him. But Jonathan's going to struggle again.
Suspect I'm going to make a prediction that Jonathan's play is not asinine.
Wow. All right. You're made for this commentary role. Can I have you back tomorrow, Peter?
No, I'm going to be playing
sure
tomorrow,
you have to play?
I think
All
I'm
right, well, we're
fried.
going to feature you.
This is very difficult. It's much more difficult than lecturing for 40 minutes or 60 minutes, whatever I do in a real world job.
Commentary is intense. It kind of harkens back to my sports information days.
Oh, you did that too,
Oh,
huh?
yeah.
Okay.
Wow, yeah.
That was my college job, calling plays in football, and I was like, oh, hard no, get me out of this booth.
Where'd you do that?
College of St. Francis.
Oh, wow.
Up in Joliet.
How about that?
Yep.
Neat. See,
That's awesome,
even
yeah.
these Zoom, this event with all these wonderful guests, you learn a lot about our community, even beyond what we may have known before. I've served on boards with Tuesday for several years now. I had no idea you did that, so that's cool.
Little known topic.
Yeah. Well, the world knows it now.
All right. It's a fun time.
It feels like, yeah, everyone we've talked to today, like, I just do Scrabble. Why do you guys have so many talents? Like, just so, you do so much. I wanted to ask, actually, Tuesday about, while Jonathan's taking his time here, he's already down under 15 minutes, but another tough situation. I expect him to come around to playing Gain, making ahead. I think that's probably the best play in this position. But I wanted to ask what other sorts of events are hosted in this beautiful building that I have not seen with my own eyes yet.
Well, besides our normal programs like exhibition openings and musical performances and things like that, we do host poetry slams. We've had weddings. We're a facility rental. So our space sort of ebbs and flows with the needs of the community, which is fun and nice. And, we're able to really kind of pull it together. We have a core staff of 3 full-timers. That includes me. And we're all quite dedicated to making sure that whoever is using the space, one is using it to the best of its ability, but also, that it fits them as well. So we've had all sorts of fun things. Gothic Galleries is another one that we try to pull out every year. This year is a little bit different with our timing for Great Bowls of Soup fundraiser, but I suspect it'll be back next year.
Yeah, there is so much to do. It's hard to believe how much there is to do in this community. And Tuesday plays a role in that, both as the director of this lovely facility, but also serving on the board of the Visitors Bureau is a very important role she plays. And there's some murals that we've started to put up in town. And
yep, and both in town and out of town, there's murals and sculptures to see. There's just a lot for a town our size. Having a symphony, for instance, and an Orpheum theater that is just beauty and a vaudeville era theater that has been kept up over the years and provides wonderful programming for the community. Same with the Art Center. We've been here 100 years. It adds a layer of community and fabric to this small space that I think everyone just appreciates, whether they visit or live here. We know that, on a weekend, especially in the fall with festival season, there is always something to do.
Yeah.
It makes planning community calendars very interesting.
Well, even today we had the ball drop. The Rotary had their big ball drop, which is a big campaign they do to raise. That's their main funding campaign for their charity work. I haven't heard. I'm a Rotarian. I've not heard the outcome of that.
I haven't either.
So that was something. And then we had the farmers market. We have a wonderful farmers market that operates through the end of September. And I wasn't able to go to that today. There's just so many things, you have to pick and choose. And that's a good thing, I guess, right? You're never bored. And today was a very hot day in Galesburg, so I'm sure folks.
97.
Yeah,
It was
that's
steamy.
But you keep this place nice and cool. We have a nice
Yes.
fan above us, and we're on the 3rd floor of a brick building which
Yep.
faces south. So you would imagine it would be sultry hot in here in 1880, but not in 2025. Thank
No.
you, Tuesday.
Thank you, tuck pointing.
Yes.
Yeah, wow, this is crazy how long Jonathan Lynn's taking. He's going to be at around or under 10 minutes, only half or a third of the way through the game. And I mean, I totally understand how difficult this position. I just wonder if he's seen the A hook on head, because he's been sort of, touching his A and his I, wanting to play those 2 tiles and leave very strong stuff. He might exchange here and maybe gun for an ing word through that G, or to that G in geotaxis. That's what he's doing after a long think. But yeah, it feels like the momentum is so far in Mike Johnson's favor. He's going to play immediately. Nothing's changed on the board, so he might as well just go with what he's been thinking about on Jonathan's time. So Soma is the play, which doesn't really block too much. It actually gives back an E hook now, SADE, and an I hook, SADI, are both words. So it does score well, but it's going to make, I guess, Jonathan's decisions a little bit easier. He now has a couple of words he can play alongside the A and D of head that he wouldn't have been able to play otherwise.
And Mike has
it's
no
like-
vowels, so
You got an extra end. But I want to make a point. Jonathan, in his last play, he must have taken 3 or 4 minutes. Being
No.
on stream plays
It's
a
like
role
6, I
because
think.
he doesn't. Yeah, maybe 6. He doesn't want to miss a bingo, right? He's an expert player. He's on stream. He probably hasn't streamed very much in his life. His family's watching. He doesn't want to miss a bingo, so he's going to spend the extra time to ensure that he didn't miss one. Apparently, he didn't miss one, but it cost him a lot of time. So what is he putting down here?
So this is weenies. That's probably a W. We could look at the blank slip just to confirm. Yeah, and actually, this is exactly what Jonathan needed. So Mike didn't keep a vowel on his play of Soma, which is one of the things you do want to do when you're ahead. Make sure you have a vowel and a consonant to respond to what your opponent does. But with the board so constricted, Mike's options were there's so few options. So now, suddenly, Jonathan's down 12 points, but it's Mike to act, and he can't
Mike
do
is
anything.
holding. I hate to say this out loud, but Mike is holding Jonathan's weenies.
He is considering challenging SADI. This would be really disastrous if he does
Can you
challenge
tell us
this.
the last hour.
Yeah, we can tell. That was very, very well put, Peter. But I would say that if Mike lets this go, he would have to play vent through the E and really
Mom,
just try and
I just have to
inhibit.
apologize to my mom. I think she's listening.
Yeah, you probably have to apologize more than once.
Several times.
But yeah, this is a huge turning point. I would
In
say.
a serious note, I mean, Jonathan was struggling, right? And he spent, as you said, 6-7 minutes, and he's time constrained now, and Mike knows it, and Mike's frustrated. You can see he's turning red, I think, a little bit. I mean, he's been playing well.
I mean, it's because he allowed this. If this is a word, he allowed it to happen by putting that S onto AD.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's
feels
true.
the responsibility just crashing down upon him. And he probably didn't think about the fact that, I mean, this is a word. Mike obviously knows so many words. But sometimes those 4-letter words can really get you. But yeah, he's going to accept.
He's venting.
Mike's
He's
still in a
venting.
decent position. If he draws a couple vowels, he's still primed to get the next bonus down. But yeah, huge turning point.
Well, look, Mike is also he's in a tight position, right? He was up, and now he knows he's got a time advantage, but he's sort of stuck. He's vowelless. It's a difficult position. He wants to keep playing quickly because that's to his advantage, but at the same time, he doesn't want to make a misplay. And he's keeping that S because that S is going to be very important as the game progresses. Both blanks are played, and so the S becomes even more important at that point.
Jonathan taking a 2-point lead now after the play of Ired, taking out that triple and that S hook on Vent, but opening an E and a D to potentially play to later in the game. So this game has gotten so interesting, but Jonathan, only 8 minutes left, so he's really going to need to speed up his decision-making process now that he's played off his blank. Turn should flow a little bit easier. But yeah, Mike now, I think I'm just playing JINNS and TAWS just to sort of score some points, but it can't feel great to part with your with the last S actually in this game. Blanks are gone, 3 of the S's are gone. So there's an immense amount of value to keeping that S because now Mike has the only remaining book to TAW. So
I think he's going to play jig. Because that S, the case S, what we call the case S, the last S, is so powerful, especially with both blanks gone.
Yeah, I mean this does actually make a lot of sense as an adjustment. The long-term benefit to this play is immense, even though the leave is bad. Yeah, Mike has the rest of the game to sort of consolidate his letters to a place where he can get a bingo down. So I definitely like this play actually in hindsight. Looks better than JINS. There was also the really cool option of playing Jimson through the SO on the bottom left of the board, but I think I like this play. Really maximizing the value of the letters that you have is one of the skills that top players take to the next level. So back to John, who probably wants to play off a bunch of tiles, score some points here, because he probably knows now that that last S is going to be key. It just feels, how are we ever going to block TAWS in the future? There just doesn't feel like any reasonable way to do that in 1 or even 2 moves. So yeah, this is really tough, and Jonathan does not have a lot of time to think about things. But maybe you just play Proline or Pinole to that E, and that's what he's doing. Pinole keeping 2 R's. It's dangerous. There's still 3 R's to come, but scores more than anything else. You got to keep that scoring pressure on. So John Lind up 3 points on Mike Johnson, who he himself struggling a little bit with duplicates. He's going to want to score some points here, but he also wants to use that triple up that was just opened, and I think the best he can do is LYE and PE. This game has taken a turn for the crazy. There's a lot of weirdness going on here.
What do you think, Tuesday?
I'm just looking at the letter selections they both have, which are with that board, is definitely a challenge.
There's not a lot of places to play. The board's very tight,
Yeah.
and in a way that focuses your attention, but it also makes you more nervous because if you can't utilize it, then you know your opponent might.
Yeah, they don't know. It could be that the opponent has a huge play waiting to come down. That could be that they have 4 R's, 3 U's, unseen to Mike Johnson. A lot of junky stuff. So yeah, I feel like you can just be patient here, though. Maybe you can play LEY on the left side of the INO, and just keep going. I feel like he has the rest of the game to just finally draw something with Tawz and take the game by the horns. But John has drawn a third R and a U. I mean, this is crazy stuff. I think he's going to use that triple up now. Play a number of things, making PE.
And we still have a Q out, right?
Yeah, there's a Q. Still 3 more U's. We still have a Z. Some very high scoring stuff, and I think it's going to be really coming down to the final throws in this game. This is what we want. Championship game. I'm sure I've just cursed things as Mike Johnson's drawn another 7 consonant rack. Oy, that's it's hard to look at.
And I can tell you, I mean, it's hard to. I mean, Jonathan, I can't. He's slightly in the dark, so I don't see his facial expressions as clearly as Mike's. But Mike is clearly frustrated by everything that he's had to endure in recent turns and his draws, and he's feeling the pressure. He wants to eat at the landmark tonight. I can see it. He can taste their favorite. What are some of their major?
Oh, they had what's their steak? It's like from a local farm.
Yeah.
And it's amazingly good.
And people say their spinach bisque is worth driving. How many miles do you live away, Josh? Like 1,000? Their spinach bisque is worth about 1,000-mile drive.
It absolutely is.
Yeah. So
spinach bisque. Yeah, never heard of that. That's cool.
And the landmark actually, their owner, Phil Dickinson, he serves on the tourism board as well. So it's really lots of people doing things for the betterment of the community. He is, whenever we've asked him for support, he's the first person that signs up. He wants to be part of this. It's a family-run business. Beautiful. The ceiling is
it's a tin.
Tin ceiling. Just great ambiance right down in the heart of Galesburg. So I can tell Mike is licking his chops, waiting for that opportunity, and he knows it's 12 minutes left, right? 12. He can feel the pressure. 12 minutes. He might have a steak.
Yeah, look at this, guys. So Zen was played just one tile for 24 points. Now the Q has been played 11 points. So those tiles are out of order now, out of service. As Mike Johnson has drawn another consonant, and I guess he can also feel a little bit safe because he does have the only high scoring letter to go next to that U of Urare in that MU, but he's going to exchange it.
Throw it back. He's going to throw it back. Oh man!
Wow.
Well, he's tired of looking at it. How many turns has he had an M and 2 N's? It seems like 4 or 5 turns.
That's true. Yeah, and John has drawn actually quite nicely. He has drawn an E. He has potential to play 7-letter words if this board wasn't the way that it was, and that has been for the last however many moves. But man, down to 4 minutes. Mike playing fast. I think that's the best thing that he can do, and he's drawn into phoners. That is a word.
Wow.
So if Jonathan doesn't, and I don't know why he would play something defensive here. He's down 17 points. If he doesn't play something that blocks TAWS, I think Mike Johnson is going to take a very strong lead if he can convince himself that phoners is a word.
Josh, we have to make a Mac Meller reference when we get a chance. He's also, makes amazing videos online, really teaching the game to the world. And you were the 2023 champion. He was the 2024 champion. And you might remember he played a 9-letter trabeated. And if only Jonathan could have an open, what would it be? Another E? No, A. If he had another A, he could play trabeat. which is an unusual word, but it would be and I remember that word because Mac played it in a very key spot at a tournament.
It's an unusual pronunciation too. I would say traviate, but we're not gonna.
I don't know. So that's a
and
new
it's
word.
coming down instantly.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Ow. Oh, and I think John knows that this is a word. So Jonathan Lynn taking a 5-point lead, but phoners for 77. And what is left on this board to play through? And yeah, I don't even think this has been held. Phoners used to not be a word, by the way. It used to just not exist in the dictionary. So yeah, crazy stuff. Mike Johnson taking a very, very strong lead. And oh, Jonathan's drawn a third T. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, this is a huge swing in Mike Johnson's favor. That's why I said he was patient with his S, and it's paid dividends. And now Jonathan Lynn needs to make sure this board doesn't die on him. How do you leave things open here? Teth is the
Tethered?
tether. Oh, that's great. That's a great play.
Nice.
It is a great play, yeah.
That's opening stuff on the left side now. And Jonathan.
So exciting. Back
Yeah, it's he's under 2 minutes. Mike Johnson now, 12 tiles in the bag. Another pretty ugly looking draw, but he can, if he wants, just play drunk. That R of tether, score a nice 30 points. But he probably wants to block, Peter. He probably wants to block what was just opened.
Well, he'd like to. I mean, he's probably he has time, so he should take his time. He should look at what is left in the bag, or what did he find?
Jonathan's drawn Incudate from the eye on the bottom of the board. And it's just a question of an unacted fits on top. What an incredibly clutch draw. There's also, what is it? Uncrated, untraced.
Oh boy, what a draw.
He has bingos absolutely everywhere on this board somehow. Wow.
Yeah.
It's like a phoenix.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming back from the dead.
I mean, of the words you mentioned, incudate is probably the hardest. Not that if it was the only option, he'd probably find it, but with all the options you mentioned, it's true with me. You know, you see one bingo and then you just lock in, and it prevents you from seeing other ones. And if Mike were to block his more simpler, his 7-letter ones, okay. See, he didn't block the ones that Jonathan has already seen. But if he did, then you feel that you've been snookered.
But he's missing it. Okay, so this is only 3 points less than Incudate, and it does block more. So I guess it's fine. Jonathan is he has so little time left that he just has to go with his instinct here. So unacted for 83, and this is perfect because it leaves one tile in the bag.
Oh gosh.
And wow.
Explain to Tuesday why that's so important.
Well, now Mike Johnson, if he makes a move, he's going to draw the last tiles in the bag. And that means that he's not going to know necessarily what he's going to get, but Jonathan going to be first to act in the all-important Scrabble endgame. But he only has 1 minute and 27 seconds left. Jonathan's going to draw 7 out of those 8 tiles, and I wonder what the last tile in the bag is. Oh, it's the A! That's actually the best tile I think Mike Johnson could have hoped for, because now Jonathan's rack is a little bit less balanced. So, okay, 336 to 335. Let's ground ourselves here in the position. Mike Johnson has a lot of time to consider what to do here, and it's a very complicated situation indeed. I don't know what I would do here. I can score a lot of points through the end and unacted, but giving back scoring in return.
Hey Josh, do you know any fun guys?
I do. One, two over the board, and one on the on the other end of this commentary line.
All
Those are
right.
the only ones that I know.
Well, one of the things, this is when Mike has time, and he knows probably that Jonathan has the upper hand because, like you said, there's a tile left. See that FUL? You start dreaming, like, is wingful a word? Because if wingful is good, then Mike's probably going to win the game, right? But wingful probably isn't good. But you start to imagine it's good. You sit on it and you want it to be good, and you start praying that it's good, and you start, but you just have to
You know what?
regain your cool and just play your game.
He could make a word I use all the time, and it's called fugly. No one likes to live in fugly.
I like that. Nobody likes fugly. Is that a new word? Fugly? I think it is new.
I think it should
Yes,
be.
it is. Yes,
It's
it
a new
is.
word. See, you've been studying. See, behind the scenes, these people are really prepared. I'm telling you. We had Seamus in here, and he was playing words before our experts.
Oh, nice.
So what I will say is I've quickly gone through the possible endgames. If Mike Johnson, he was looking at playing wingy, Wingy, not wingful, that would be amazing. But the play of wingy through the end of enacted, in this particular instance, would win the game for Mike Johnson if both players played the endgame properly. But there is a scenario where Mike loses and a scenario where the best play leads to a tie. So the play of wingy, we call that in high-level Scrabble a 6.5 out of 8. There are 8 tiles left. There are 6 scenarios that win, 1 scenario that loses, 1 scenario that ties. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But yeah, fugly would also be very nice.
Is there a place for it?
But no.
I think could be on the end, but he wouldn't use his U.
Yeah. You got to score some points here. I mean, he's only down 1, but he wants to definitely take that N out of commission, because that's probably where Jonathan's going to score the most, either underlapping or overlapping in some way.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you have to be really worried. So Mike's putting on his his headphones. He needs to focus. He's down to 5 minutes. Mike does have an exemption. He can put on his noise canceling headphones. We're not worried about anybody feeding him any information. But he needs to focus here because this is the most important turn of the entire tournament for him, and he has to get it right. You could technically, if you have enough time, iterate through all of the possible scenarios and try and make the play that wins the most often. But yeah, not enough time. 5 minutes is not enough time for this. There's too much to consider. It looks like the play of fungi never wins.
It's fun guys just don't, we don't get our breaks. What can I say?
I mean, there is fungus among us.
Actually, no, it wins 1 out of 7. 1 out of 7. If the O is in the bag,
That's not bad.
You got a
if the O is
chance.
in the bag, then you win. But yeah, this is. I mean, there's so many plays to consider too. Do you want to make a play that doesn't open a triple, but then you're running the risk of getting outrun anyway? So I wonder if Mike's. I mean, wingy was his instinct play. I saw him line it up earlier. Yeah. I wonder if that's what he's going to come back to when time gets low. Jonathan, on his end, he should be thinking. His mind should be working through, even though he doesn't know what Mike's going to play, he should be looking for plays that he has right now, maybe long plays, maybe high-scoring plays, all sorts of different plays to respond to the various things that Mike might do. This is as tense as it gets. I'm so glad we got here. I was worried about this game. If Jonathan hadn't drawn something right after Tether, he was going to be in terrible shape. But suddenly, this game is just incredibly tense, incredibly close. What a pleasure, honestly.
Can you feel the tension in the room? My heartbeat is beating faster, I
I
think.
can feel it in my ears.
Yeah, you can hear each other breathing, so she hears me breathing a little more.
Oh.
Golfy is a word, but doesn't fit, right?
Yeah. I wonder. I mean, it feels like Mike's just searching for plays and hasn't even come up with like an alternate play to Wingy. Yeah, I really don't know what else to do here. Just take the 32 points, keep a vowel, keep the F to score with. It does look pretty decent, but you have to be worried. You're Mike Johnson. Some other plays that are possible. Maybe you could leave the Y off of Wingy and maybe try to use it next turn. There's also this super weird word, lungy, Lungyi.
Yeah. Does that win?
I don't think so, but maybe it probably wins sometimes.
The thing is, when your clock's running down, you have a minute or 2 minutes, but ooh, look at that.
Oh.
Okay, this makes a lot of sense. This scores something, doesn't open the triple. There's no S to worry about. So Engulf comes down for 20 points. Mike Johnson up 19 points now, and he's going to draw that all-important A. But is he going to have a spot for it? Has he left? He has y'all to the L, but does he have a second spot? And is John going to be in time to block? It looks like the best that he has is to block through the U of Engulf with something like Love. We have that I love that fire emoji next to the time. This is incredibly tense. This looks like Mike's game, but anything can happen. Both players super low on time. Maybe you play Lum and hope that Mike doesn't see Alum? Maybe you play Glum, maybe you play Grout, set up Glim. If you play Grout through the U, Mike only has one winning play. So aim is the choice now, but that doesn't block the outplay.
Yep, there he
That's
goes.
going to be it. Jonathan at 21 seconds. He didn't have a win, but yeah, what a crazy game. Looks like Mike Johnson's won the tournament. We have to wait for the results of the last game, but let's listen to the overhead mic.
Me too. Like if I pull, like I was just afraid I was going to pull a consonant, and I was, wow. So it's force 12 more. Yes. So 373 to 355.
I knew 355. I got a different score for you.
So 355 for you?
Yes.
Okay. So I had 349 plus 12.
I'm still short. I got 354.
So tense they forgot how to add. This happens all the time.
227 plus 77.
Math is hard.
Oh, I'm totally off. Okay, 304, and then 30 for 334.
Yes.
And then 20 for 354.
Let's let them count. We can close the mic right now.
Is 36.
Yeah, we do need to wait and see what happened because this was a very small victory for Mike Johnson. We have 22 points. They had 18 points. Let's go back to the hot mic.
Yes, it is. Okay, good.
Yeah,
I was the Engulf. They're both good. Okay, that was wow.
The relief.
You blocked so many things.
I know. I was waiting. I'm gonna grab a quick check here too. And then get the score in.
Geotaxis blocked Foviolas. He blocked something else too. I think he blocked Cabooses at some point. Oh, Sea Boots. Through the T.
This was in fact my only bingo. Wow.
Yeah, Sea Boots.
Sea Boots, wow. Hey.
Did Bassoon play? Oh, he blocked Bassoon.
That's a really nice word. Love a good music word.
Bassoon. Mouse book.
I'm not sure I won because I don't know if Steve caught me.
This was my rack.
Oh,
See, Mike is aware of this.
That's
He
why.
realizes, Mike, that Steve is on his tail.
Potatoes, Ovions. Wow, there was really nothing there that I could see.
Sorry, I gotta get the score right.
So the pressure's still on, technically.
Yeah, we have to see what happens in the Steve Grove game.
Sadie, yeah. I think because I know with the T in front, and so I just convinced myself it was good. I just had to think about it. Yeah, it's good.
I was hoping you'd challenge.
Right, but you have to think sometimes. Like you can't think if you don't hold. So
true.
I need to go do some work to get the rest of the scores in. But congrats.
Yes.
I'm sure you're in third.
Okay, at least.
All right.
I want to emphasize
All
Mike
right.
was the substitute teacher, or in this case, director today. So he's doing all the computer inputs today. And for him to come out and potentially win, or worst come in second in this tournament, is phenomenal. I mean, that's
a lot.
That's a lot to take in. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. You also need to be alert. You don't want to type in the wrong number. You don't want to type in the wrong code, because you could completely erase everything. I mean, there's lots of opportunities to mess up when you're doing the computer side of the directing. And so for him to play with as much equanimity, maybe is a fancy word, late in the game and late in the tournament is a testament to his strength. That's why he's a good player. That's why he's a top player, because those are these intangible skills sometimes you bring to the game that you think, well, it's only the person who knows all the most words. Nope, there's a lot more to it than that.
Yeah, no, definitely. So once we have that result in for the Steve Grobe versus, I think it was versus David Grimaud game, we will let you know who in fact won. If Steve Grobe won by, I think, over 130 points, which is very unlikely, but certainly possible, he will have won the event. So yeah, Mike Johnson either winning or coming extremely close. You're totally right. Directing a tournament and still winning the tournament, that is like running a marathon in your high heels. Basically. I mean, that's a little extreme, but it's really difficult. Yeah.
Tuesday, look, I'm so happy you sat through the whole experience. You were
fabulous.
Seems like you were riveted the whole way. I just can't thank you enough for letting us use this amazing facility that's continuing to evolve and continuing to give to the community. We are so blessed by all of what you do, your incredible staff. The gift shop here, Josh, is just full of just amazing art and creative designs.
Yes.
I mean, you could spend a whole day in the gift shop, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that. You could really take it all in. Fabulous. And
We represent over 135 artists from this area, and I really think of them as 135 little individual businesses, and for them to kind of represent the best of what they do, and we're so lucky to just be surrounded by it every day and walk into this beautiful building, and we're so grateful to be a part of this wonderful community we have.
well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And we'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yay.
downstairs playing. Josh will be on stream with another Canadian commentator.
Wonderful.
And we're so excited about that.
But we have the result. Let's not let T show it. Look, Mike Johnson has just barely won. Steve did win his final game, but not quite by enough. So 50 spread points between them. So huge congratulations to Mike Johnson for winning day one of the event. Steve Grove for second. Jonathan Lind for third. Jonathan, co-poet, for fourth. And Jason Vaisberg, who we saw as well, for fifth. Hopefully we get to see Steve tomorrow if he's playing the second round of things.
Oh, they're both playing.
We're going to try to show you as much as possible, put as much pressure on you as possible, Peter.
Oh, sure. I'm sure. I'm going to get a lot of sleep tonight, I'm sure.
But yeah,
Do we know who
let's
won
look at,
Collins? Do we know who won Collins?
we'll look at that in just a moment if we have that. But the scoring leaders, Steve Grove had the highest average score. Look at these awesome advanced stats. I'm glad we got those in here. Way more of those to come. The Let's Play Scrabble advanced stats. Huge thanks to Josh Koff for putting those together. There's so much more to show. Go ahead, Peter.
Well, Jonathan Kofed, who I just have not met until today, he took off. He hasn't played in a tournament, I think, in 5 or more years, and for him to come back and be at this level is very impressive. So, I'll be thinking about that if I play him tomorrow.
Well, such a small spread between players. It's really that's a sign of a great tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And okay, let's look at those final results for the CSW division. And if we also have the second division, that would be nice. Oh, they're still working on it. Anyways, well, we can let you go Tuesday.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your space with us. And hopefully you'll be allowed back.
Oh, most definitely. We are so excited to have you guys. When Peter approached us, we're like, oh, we are all in. That's a great group, and it's fun to watch and fun to be a part of. So thank you.
Thank you again.
All right. Fantastic. So final results from the CSW division. It should read is Charles Ranke, Thomas's brother, going 7-0, undefeated, taking everyone down. Very impressive result there. We'll probably see more of Charles tomorrow. He's going to be playing in the event tomorrow as well. Any sneak preview for I don't even know what the name is tomorrow, Peter.
It's called the Zephyr. Another reference to our wonderful railroad industry in Galesburg.
Nice.
Awesome. Somehow
So
Charles escaped being on Zoom on the stream, but what a remarkable 7-0. And I'm sure his rating is going to get a huge boost.
Yeah, and he's no stranger to being on stream either. He does live stream on Twitch pretty often, pretty regularly. But we'll hopefully see him tomorrow. Apparently, our producer rode the California Zephyr to Galesburg before. But let's look at the B division in WoW. Marcy Anderson coming in the lead, 6-1 plus 577. Tina coming back from the first round loss to go 5-2 in second place. Very respectable result as well. So congrats as well to Helen Flores for third place. So you said everybody gets $50 for dinner. Everybody that's won. That's awesome.
The 3 winners I'll be delivering those prizes when I go downstairs. Helen Flores, by the way, I mean she's in the lower half of that division, so for her to come in third is quite remarkable. Helen is an amazing ambassador to Scrabble. She's designed cards, she's designed T-shirts. She's just one of those effervescent type of players. Every time you see her, you want to give her a big hug. And when I asked her if she's coming to Galesburg, she said, "Are you kidding me?" She said, "I'm be there. She'll be here." So she's coming from, I believe, Wisconsin as well. But and to look, I mean, what I want to emphasize: everybody who came today played 7 games, right? And they played. They had a lot of fun, and they battled. They battle tested their minds and their spirits and their all the above. It takes stamina, and it takes some humility, in fact, to play Scrabble. So we're so happy to have everybody on the stream, and we'll be back. We're starting a little bit earlier tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning.
8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific. Try to do the comparison in your head if you're not in any of those time zones. We can't wait to see you, Peter. It's been a pleasure commentating with you. Hopefully we do more of this in the future. I think you're a great ambassador, not only for your city, but also for the game of Scrabble. And honestly, it's an absolute honor.
Well, Josh, that's really heartwarming. I mean, I mean that. When I first met you, I knew you were a formidable opponent, but I could also tell you were just a great person to have at the top of the Scrabble heap, and you've taken that trophy, and you've done nothing but represent Scrabble so well. And I speak for hundreds and hundreds of players. We are so thankful that you are doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Peter. All right. So without further ado, thank you everybody for watching. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. If you really want to support, we have memberships available, Super Friends. Thank you especially to the Super Friends on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Everybody watching on Twitch, appreciate you guys. We will be back tomorrow in the morning for day 2 of this amazing event. Peter, have a great night. Enjoy your dinner.
You too, Josh. Get your rest. All right. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
See you all.